It's All Yours by Sam Merwin, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. It was a strange and bitter earth over which the Chancellor ruled. A strange and deformed world. There were times when the Chancellor suspected that he really was a humanistic old fool, but this seemed to be his destiny, and it was difficult to be anything else. Human, like all other organic life on Earth, was dying. Where it spawned monsters. What was to be the answer? It's All Yours by Sam Merwin, Jr. It was a lonely thing to rule over a dying world, a world that had become sick, so terribly sick. Discreetly off the innermost of his official suite of offices was a dream of gleaming black porcelain and solid gold. Every spout, every faucet was a gracefully stylized mermaid. The combination stall-shower-steam room a marvel of hydraulic comfort and decor with variable lighting plotted to give the user every sort of beneficial ray, from ultraviolet to black heat. But Bliss was used to it. At the moment, as he washed his hands, he was far more concerned with the reflection of his face in the mirror above the dolphin-shaped bowl. With a sort of wry resignation, he accepted the red rims of fatigue around his eyes, the batch of white at his left temple that was spreading over the top of his dark, well-groomed head. He noted that the lines rising from the corners of his mouth to the curves of his nostrils seemed to have deepened noticeably during the past few days. As he dried his hands in the airstream, he told himself that he was letting his imagination run away with him. Imagination had always been his weakness, and a grave failing for a head of state. And while he drew on his special featherweight gloves, he reminded himself that, if he was aging prematurely, it was nobody's fault but his own. No other man or woman approaching qualification for the job would have taken it. Only a sentimental, humanistic fool like himself. He took a quick sip from the Benzedrol fountain, waiting for the restorative to do its work. Then, feeling moderately refreshed, he returned to his office, sank into the plastiform cushions of the chair behind his tabletop mountain of a desk, and pressed the button that informed Myra, his confidential secretary, that he was ready. There were 5 in the delegation, by their collars or robes, a priest, a rabbi, a lama, a dark-skinned Watusi witchman, and a white-robed abbess draped in chaste, flowing white. Automatically he surveyed them, checking. The priest's right shoe was twice as broad as his left. The rabbi's head, beneath the black cap that covered it, was long and thin as a zucchini squash. The witchman, defiantly bare and black as ebony from the waist up, had a tiny duplicate of his own handsome head sprouting from the base of his sternum. The visible deformities of the lama and the abbess were concealed beneath their flowing robes. But they were there. They had to be there. Bliss rose as they entered and said, waving a gloved hand at the chairs to their side of the desk, "Greetings, sirs and madam. Please be seated." And when they were comfortable, "Now to what do I owe the honor of this visit?" He knew, of course. Sometimes he thought he knew more than any man should be allowed or able to know. But courtesy and custom demanded the question. It was the Witchman who answered. Apparently, he was spokesman for the group. He said, speaking beautiful Cannabrigian English, "Honorable Sir, we have come as representatives of the religions of the world, not to protest, but in a spirit of inquiry. Our flocks grow increasingly restive when they are not leaving us altogether. Our influence grows less. We wish to know what steps, if any, are being taken toward modification or abrogation of the sterility program. Without hope of posterity, mankind is lost." While the others murmured their agreement, Bliss focused his gaze on the seated lids of the tiny face sprouting from the Watusi's breastbone. He wondered if there were eyes behind them, if there were a tongue behind those tiny clamped lips, and what words would the tongue utter if it could speak? "We are waiting, Honorable Sir," the spokesman said. Shaking himself free of the absorption, Bliss glanced at the teleprompter on his desk. Efficient as ever, Myra had their names there before him. He said, "Gentle Rod Chi, I believe a simple exposition of our situation and of what programs we are seeking to meet and mitigate it with will give you the answers. Not perhaps the answers you seek, but the answers we must accept. Although the reports from the World Laboratories changed from day to day, he knew the speech by heart, for the problem remained. Humanity, like virtually all other organic life on Earth, was dying. Where it spawned monsters. On three-dimensional Vidar rolls, he showed them live shots of what the laboratories were doing, what they were trying to do, in the insemination groups, the incubators, the ray bombardment chambers, and the Parthenogenesis Bureau. Studying them, he could see by their expressions, hear by the prayers they muttered, how shocking these revelations were. It was one thing to know what was going on, another for them to see for themselves. It was neither pretty nor hopeful. When it was over, the rabbi spoke. He said in deep, slightly guttural, vastly impressed intonations, "What about Mars, Honorable Sir? Have you reached communication with our brothers and sisters on the Red Planet?" Bliss shook his head. He glanced at the Alma calendar at his elbow and told them, "Mars continues to maintain silence, as it has been for 231 years, ever since the final war." They knew it, but they had to hear it from him to accept it even briefly. There was silence, long, watched silence. Then the abbess spoke. She said, "Couldn't we send out a ship to study conditions firsthand, Honorable Sir?" Bliss sighed. He said, "The last 4 spaceships on Earth were sent to Mars at 2-year intervals during the last perihelion. Not one of them came back. That was more than half a century ago. Since I accepted this office, I have had some of our ablest remaining scientific brains working on the problem of building a new ship. They have not been successful." He laid his gloved hands palm upward on the desk, added, "It appears that we have lost the knack for such projects." When they were gone, he walked to the broad window and looked out over the World Capitol buildings at the verdant Sahara that stretched hundreds of miles to the foot of the faintly purple Atlas Mountains on the northwestern horizon. A blanket of brilliant green covered what had once been the greatest of all earthly deserts, but a poisonous blanket of strange plant mutations, some of them poisonous beyond belief. Truly, Bliss thought, he belonged to a remarkable species. Man had conquered his environment. He had even, within the limits of the solar system, conquered space. He had planted, and successfully, his own kind on a neighboring planet, and made it grow. But man had never, at least on his homeworld, conquered himself. Overpopulation had long since ceased to be a problem. The atomic wars had seen to that. But thanks to the miracles of science, atomics, and automation, man had quickly rebuilt the world into a Garden of Eden, with up-to-date plumbing. He might have won 2 planets, but he had turned his Eden into an arbor of deadly nightshade. Oddly, it had not been the dreadful detonation of thermonuclear bombs that had poisoned his paradise, though of course they had helped. It had been the constant spillage of atomic waste into the upper atmosphere that had spelled ruin. Now, where 4 billion people had once lived in war and want, 40 million lived in poisoned plenty. He was chancellor of a planet whose ruling species could no longer breed without disaster. He was the last generation. It should have been a peaceful generation, but it was not. For as the population decreased, so did the habitable areas of Earth. The formerly overpopulated temperate regions were now ghastly jungles of self-choking mutant plant growth. Only what had been the waste areas, Antarctica, the Gobi, Australia, Patagonia, and the Sahara Arab districts, could still support even the strange sorts of human life that remained. And the 40 million still alive were restless, frightened, paranoid. Each believed his own group was being systematically exterminated in favor of some other. None had yet faced the fact that humanity, for all practical purposes, was already dead on Earth. He sensed another presence in the room. It was Myra, his secretary, bearing a sheaf of messages in one hand and a sheaf of correspondence for him to sign in the other. She said, "You look beat, Chancellor. Sit down." Bliss sat down. Myra, as his faithful and efficient amanuensis for more than 15 years, had her rights. One of them was taking care of him during working hours. She was still rather pretty, he noted with surprise. An Afro-Asian with skin like dark honey and smooth, pleasant, rather flat features. It was, he thought, a pity she had a third eye in her forehead. She stood beside him while he ran through the letters and signed them. "Meeting of the General Vice-Chancellors tomorrow, eh?" he said as he handed them back to her. "Right, Chancellor," she said crisply. 10 o'clock. You may have to take another whirlwind trip to tell them the situation is well in hand." He grunted and glanced at the messages, scanned them quickly, tossed them into the disposal vent beside his desk. Myra looked moderately disapproving. "What about the possible ship from Mars?" she asked. "Shouldn't you look into it?" He grunted again, looked up at her and said, "If I'd looked into every ship from Mars astronomy has come up with in the 9 years I've held this office, I'd never have had time for anything else. You can lay odds it's a wild asteroid, or something like that." "They sounded pretty sure this time," Myra said doubtfully. "Don't they always?" he countered. "Come on, Myra, wrap it up. Time to go home." "Roger, boss," she said, blinking all 3 eyes at him. Bliss turned on the autopilot and napped while the gyrojet carried him to his villa outside Dakar. Safely down on the roof of a comfortable, automatic white house, he took the lift down to his second-floor suite, where he showered and changed into evening sandals and clout. He redonned his gloves, then rode down another 2 flights to the terrace, where Elsie was waiting for him in a gossamer-thin, iridescent eggshell sari. They kissed, and she patted the place on the love seat beside her. She had a book, an old-fashioned book of colored reproductions of long-since-destroyed old masters, on her lap. The artist was a man named Peter Paul Rubens. Eyeing the opulent nudes, she giggled and said, "Don't they look awfully plain? I mean, women with only 2 breasts." "Well, yes," he said, "if you want to take that angle." "Idiot," she said. "Honestly, darling, you're the strangest sort of man to be a world chancellor." "These are strange times," he told her, smiling without mirth, though with genuine affection. Just suppose, she said, turning the pages slowly, biology should be successful in sterilizing the species again. Would they have to send it back that far? I mean, either we or they would feel awfully out of style. "What would you suggest?" he asked her solemnly. "Don't be nasty," she said loftily. Then she giggled again and ruffled his hair. "I wish you'd have it dyed one color," she told him, "either black or gray. Or why not bright puce?" "What's for dinner?" he asked, adding, "if I can still eat after that." The regional vice-chancellors were waiting for him in the next to the innermost office when Bliss arrived at World Capital the next morning. Australia, Antarctica, Patagonia, Gobi, Sahara Arabia. They followed him inside like so many penguins in the black and white official robes. All were deathly serious as they stated their problems. Gobi wanted annual rainfall cut from 60 to 45 centimeters. Sahara Arabia was not receiving satisfactory food synthetics. There had been Muslim riots because of pork flavor in the meat. Patagonia was suffering through a species of sportworm that was threatening to turn it into a desert if biology didn't come up with a remedy fast. Antarctica wanted the temperature lowered from its nighttime norm of 62 Fahrenheit to 57.6. It seemed that the ice in the skating rinks, which were the chief source of exercise and entertainment for the populace, got mushy after 10 p.m. Australia wanted the heavy uranium deposits under the Great Central Desert neutralized against its causing further mutations. For a moment, Bliss was tempted to remind his viceroys that it was not going to make one bit of difference whether they made their spoiled citizens happy or not. The last man on Earth would be found dead within 50 years or so anyway. But that would have been an unpardonable breach of taste. Everyone knew, of course, but it was never mentioned. To state the truth was to deny hope, and without hope there was no life. Bliss promised to see that these matters were attended to at once, taking each in turn. This done, they discussed his making another whirlwind trip through the remaining major domains of the planet to bolster morale. He was relieved when at last the amenities concluded. The penguins filed solemnly out. He didn't know which he found more unattractive. Gobi's atrophied third leg strapped tightly to the inside of his left thigh and calf, or Australia's jackass ears. Then, sternly, he reminded himself that it was not their fault they weren't as lucky as himself. Myra came in, her third eye aglow, and said, "Boss, you were wrong for once in your life." "What is it this time?" he asked. "About that Martian ship," she repeated. "It just landed on the old spaceport. You can see it from the window." "For God's sake!" Bliss was on his feet, moving swiftly to the window. It was there, needle-nosed slim as one of the mermaids in his private washroom, graceful as a Vidar dancer. The entire length of it gleamed like silver in the sunlight. Bliss felt the premature old age that had been crowding upon him of late fall away, like the wool of a sheep at shearing. Here, at last, was hope, real hope. After almost 2.5 centuries of non-communication, the men of the infant planet had returned to the aid of the aging planet. For, once they saw the condition of Earth and understood it, there would be no question of anything else. Mars, during the years of spaceflight from Earth, had been the outlet of the mother planet's ablest, toughest, brightest, most aggressive young men and women. They had gone out to lick a hostile environment. They had been hand-picked for the job, and they had done it. The ship, out there in the poisonous Sahara, was living proof of their success. He turned from the window and went back to his desk. He said, "Myra, have their leader brought here to see me as soon as possible." "Roger," she said, leaving him swiftly, gracefully. Again he thought it was too bad about her third eye. It had made it awfully hard for her to find a husband. He supposed he should be grateful, since it made him an incomparably efficient secretary. The young man was space-burned and silver-blonde of hair. He was broad and fair of feature, and his body was tall and lean and perfect, in his black skin-tight uniform with the silver rocket burst over the left breast. He stood at attention, lifted a gauntleted hand in salute, and said, "Your Excellency, Chancellor Bliss, Space Captain Han Yolstrom of Syrtis City, Mars, bearing official rank of International Planetary Legate Plentemporary. My papers, sir." He stood as stiff as a ramrod and laid a set of imposing-looking documents on the vast desk before Bliss. His accent was stiff as his spinal column. Bliss glanced casually at the papers, nodded, and handed them back. So this, he thought, is how a normal, a pre-atomic, a non-mutated human looked. Impressive. Catching himself wondering, he pushed a box of costly smokes toward the ambassador. "Nein, no thank you, sir," was the reply. "Suppose you sit down and tell me what we can do for you," said Bliss, motioning toward a chair. "Thank you, sir, I prefer to stand," was the reply. And when Bliss motioned that it was all right, "My mission is not a happy one, Excellency. Due to overpopulation on Mars, I have been sent to inform the government of Earth that room must be made to take care of our overpopulation." "I see." Bliss leaned back in his chair, trying to read the situation correctly. "That may take a little doing. You see, we aren't exactly awash with real estate here." The reply was rigid and harsh. Captain Yolstrom said, "I regret to remind you, Excellency, that I have circled this planet before landing. It is incredibly rich in plant growth, incredibly underpopulated. And I assure your Excellency that my supervisors have not sent me here with any idle request. Mars must have room to emigrate." "And if we find ourselves unable to give it to you?" "I fear we will have to take it, your Excellency." Bliss studied the visitor from space, and then said, "This is rather sudden, you know. I fear it will take time. You must have prospered amazingly on Mars to have overpopulated the planet so soon." "Conditions have not been wholly favorable," was the cryptic reply. "But as to time, we are scarcely in condition to move our surplus population overnight. It will take years, perhaps decades, 25 years at a minimum." 25 years. That was too soon. If Captain Yolstrom was a typical Martian, there was going to be trouble. Bliss recalled again that Earth had sent only the most aggressive young folk out to the Red Planet. He made up his mind then and there that he was somehow going to salvage for Earth its final half-century of peace. He said, "How many people do you plan to send here, Captain?" The ambassador hesitated. Then he said, "According to the computations of our experts, taking the population curve during the next 25 years into account, there will be 17,332,500, approximately." The figure was too large to be surplus, Bliss decided. It sounded to him as if humanity were about to abandon Mars completely. He wondered what the devil had gone wrong, decided this was hardly the time to ask. He offered Captain Yalstrom a drink, which was refused, then asked him if he would like to wash up. To his mild surprise, the ambassador nodded eagerly. "I shall be grateful," he said. "You have no idea how cramped spaceship quarters can be." "I can imagine," said Bliss dryly. He led the way into the black and gold washroom, was amused at the slight but definite popping of the ambassadorial eyes. Earth might be dying, he thought, but at least her destroyers would leave a heritage. He motioned toward the basin with its mermaid taps, and Captain Yalstrom hesitated, then began pulling off his black gauntlets. Bliss thought of something. "You mentioned 25 years, he said. "Is that Martian time or Earth time?" "Martian time," said the ambassador, letting the water run over his hands. 25 years Martian time. A Martian year was 1.88 Earth years. Bliss exhaled and said, "I think perhaps we shall be able to come to an agreement. It will take a little time, of course. Channels and all that." The Martian held up his hands in front of the air dryer. They were strong, brown hands with long, muscular fingers. Bliss looked at them and knew the whole story. For, like himself, Captain Yalstrom had 7 fingers on each. Man had done no better on Mars than he had done at home. The reason for such a desperate move as emigration was all too clear. Captain Yalstrom stood back from the bowl, then noticed the stall shower. He said, "What is this? We have nothing like it on Mars." Bliss explained its several therapeutic uses, then said, "Perhaps you'd like to try it yourself while I order us luncheon." "May I, Excellency?" the Martian legate said eagerly. "Go right ahead," said Bliss magnanimously. "It's all yours." The end of It's All Yours by Sam Merwin, Jr.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Sight Gag by Laurence M. Janifer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Intelligence is a great help in the evolution by survival. But intelligence without muscle is even less useful than muscle without brains. But it's so easy to forget that muscle, plain physical force, is important too. Downstairs, the hotel register told Fredericks that Mr. John P. Jones was occupying room 1014. But Fredericks didn't believe the register. He knew better than that. Wherever his man was, he wasn't in room 1014. And whoever he was, his real name certainly wasn't John P. Jones. P for Paul, Fredericks muttered to himself. Oh, the helpful Superman, the man who knows better, the man who does better. Fredericks had first known of him as FBI Agent 71-054P, under the name of William K. Brady. And what does the K stand for? Fredericks muttered, remembering. Killer? Brady wouldn't be the man's real name either. FBI operatives had as many names as they had jobs. That much was elementary. Particularly operatives like Jones, Brady, X. Special talents, Fredericks muttered. Psi powers, he said, making it sound like a curse. Superman. Upstairs in room 1212, the Superman sat in a comfortable chair and tried to relax. He wasn't a trained telepath, but he could read surface thoughts if there were enough force behind them, and he could read the red thoughts of the man downstairs. They worried him more than he wanted to admit, and for a second he considered sending out a call for help. But that idea died before it had been truly born. Donegan had told him he could handle the situation. Without weapons, forbidden to run, faced by a man who wanted only his death, he could handle the situation. Sure he could, he thought bitterly. Of course, if he asked for reinforcements, he would undoubtedly get them. The FBI didn't want one of its Psi operatives killed. There weren't enough to go around as it was. But calling for help, when Donegan had specifically told him he wouldn't need it, would mean being sent back a grade automatically. A man of his rank and experience, Donegan had implied, could handle the job solo. If he couldn't, why then he didn't deserve the rank. It was all very simple. Unfortunately, he was still fresh out of good ideas. The notion of killing Fredericks, using his telekinetic powers to collapse the hotel room on the man or some such, even if he wasn't allowed to bear arms, had occurred to him in a desperate second, and Donegan had turned it down very flatly. Look, the Psi section chief had told him, you got the guy's brother and sent him up for trial. The jury found him guilty of murder, first degree, no recommendation for mercy. The judge turned him over to the chair, and he fries next week. So let Fredericks take it out on the judge and jury, he said. Why do I have to be the sitting duck? Because, well, from Fredericks' point of view, without you, his brother might never have been caught. It's logic, of a sort. Logic hell, he said. The guy was guilty. I had to send him up. That's my job. And so is this, Donegan said. That's our side of it. Frederick has friends, his brother's friends, petty criminals, would-be criminals, unbalanced types. You know that. You've read the record. Read it? He said. I dug up half of it. Donegan nodded. Sure, he said. And we're going to have 6 more cases like Frederick's brother, murder, robbery, God knows what else, unless we can choke him off somehow. Crime prevention, he said, and I'm in the middle. That's the way the job is, Donegan said. We're not Superman. We've got limits just like everybody else. Our talents have limits. He nodded. So, Donegan said, we've got to convince Fredericks' friends, the unbalanced fringe, that we are Supermen, that we have no limits, that no matter what they try against us, they're bound to fail. Nice trick, he said sourly. Very nice, Donegan said. And what's more, it works. Nobody except an out-and-out psychotic commits a crime when he hasn't got a hope of success. And these people aren't psychotics. Most criminals aren't. Show them they can't get away with a thing. Show them we're infallible, all-knowing, all-powerful supermen, and they'll be scared off trying anything. But killing Fredericks would do that just as well, he began. Donegan shook his head. Now hold on, he said. You're getting all worked up about this. It's your first time with this stakeout business, that's all. But you can't kill him. You can't kill except when really necessary. You know that. All right, but if he's going to kill me, that doesn't make it necessary. Not this time, Donegan said. This vengeance syndrome doesn't last forever, you know. Block it, and you're through with it. And think how much more effective it is letting Fredericks go back alive to tell the tale. "Think how much more effective it would be," he said, "if Fredericks managed to get me." "He won't," Donegan said. "But without weapons—" "No Psi operative carries weapons," Donegan said. "We don't need them. We're Supermen, remember?" He twisted his face with a smile. "Easy for you to talk about it," he said, "but I'm going to have to go out and face it." "We've all faced it," Donegan said. "When I was an operative, I went through it too. It's part of the job. And I'm not going to tell you how to do the job," Donegan went on firmly. "Either you know that by now, or you don't belong here." He got up to leave slowly. "It's a fine way to find out," he said mournfully. Donegan rose too. "Good luck," he said, and meant it too. That was the chief for you, he thought. Send you out into God knows what with no weapons, no instructions, lots of help planted for the man who wanted to kill you, and then wish you good luck at the end of it. Sometimes he wondered why he didn't go in for some nice peaceful job or work, like rocket testing, for instance. Fredericks, downstairs, was deciding to do things the subtle way. The man upstairs, Jones, Brady, or whatever his name was, deserved what he was going to get. Psi powers were all very well, but there were defenses against them. Briefly, he thought of the man who had sold him the special equipment, and wondered why more criminals didn't know the equipment existed. It worked, he was sure of that. Fredericks knew enough of general psi theory to know when somebody was handing him a snow job, and the equipment was no snow job. A force shield, that was the basic thing. A shield with no points of entrance for anything larger than air molecules. Sight and sound could get through because the shield was constructed to allow selected vibrations and frequencies, but no psi force could crack the shield. Fredericks had sat through a long explanation. Psi wasn't a physical force. It was more like the application of a mental set, in the mathematical sense, to the existing order. But it could be detected by specially built instruments, and a shield could be set up behind which no detection was possible. It wasn't accurate to say that a psi force was blocked by the shield. No construct can block that which has no real physical existence. It was, more simply, that the shield created a framework inside of which the universe existed in the absence of psi. That wasn't very clear either, Fredericks thought. But mathematics was the only adequate language for talking about psi anyhow. It had been the theory of sets that had led to the first ideas of structure and rationality within the field, and the math had gotten progressively more complex ever since. Psi couldn't get through the shield at any rate, that was quite certain. And very little else could get in or out. There was only one point of exit. Unholstering his gun and aiming it automatically keyed the shield to allow passage of a bullet, and the point of exit was controlled by the gun's aiming. It was efficient and simple to handle. But Fredericks wasn't depending on the shield alone. There was a binder field, too, a field which linked him to the surrounding area quite tightly. That took care of the chance that the psi operative would try to pick him up, force shield and all, and throw him out a window or through the roof. With the binder field in operation, no psi force could move him an inch. A plug gas mask, too, inserted into the nostrils. The shield, plus the mask's pack, held 2 hours' worth of air, just in case the psi operative tried to throw poisonous molecules through the force shield or deprive him of oxygen. And then there was the blindfold, such a simple thing and so effective. Upstairs, the psi operative caught the sequence of thoughts. Did the FBI have to do such a thorough job, he wondered bitterly? The equipment, he knew, would do everything Fredericks thought it would do. It was important that Fredericks go up against the operative thinking he was completely protected. In that way, his final defeat would be most effective. He'd have guarded against every possible failure. So when he failed, there would be nothing to explain it, except the fact that the Psi operatives were supermen. He gritted his teeth. It would be nice, he reflected, to be a real Superman. But any talent has its limits. And even allowing for that, only Donegan and a very few others could handle the full theoretical potentials of their talent. In theory, a telekineticist could move any object with his mind that he could move with his hands. That was a rough rule of thumb, but it worked. The larger objects were barred by sheer mass. No matter what kind of force you're using, there's a limit to how much of it you can apply. The smaller objects, molecules, electrons, photons, simply took practice and training. First, the object had to be visualized and the general structure memorized. Then the power had to be controlled carefully enough so that you move just what you wanted to move and not, for instance, shift the Empire State Building while trying to lift a molecule out of its topmast. It was possible in theory to create full sensory hallucinations by juggling electron streams and molecules within the brain. But memorizing the entire structure of the brain was a lifelong task, since you also had to allow for individual variation, and that meant working with tracking molecules inside each brain before any work began. Most operatives stuck to one area, usually as most effective, sight or sound. He was a sight man. He could create any visual hallucination as long as the subject was within a 25-foot range. Beyond that, control of the fantastically small electrons and photons simply became too diffused. But Fredericks had a shield, and in case the shield didn't work, he was coming with a blindfold. The Psi operative had no weapons, no reinforcements, no chance to run, nothing except his Psi talent, which Frederick had defenses against, and his brains. But there had to be a way out. Didn't there? The desk clerk looked young and comparatively innocent. Fredericks ambled over, taking his time about it. The clerk looked up and smiled distantly. Yes, sir? You've got a man registered here, Fredericks said in crisp official tones. He gave the name of John P. Jones. The clerk was consulting a card file. Yes, sir, he said brightly. Room 1014. He's at work on an FBI matter, Fredericks said. Naturally, this is private and confidential. Naturally, the clerk said in a subdued tone. But I'm assigned to work with him, Fredericks said. You understand? Of course, sir, the clerk said, trying to look as if he did. Fredericks took a deep breath. I know he's here, but I don't know his room number, he said. Some red tape mix-up. He's in 1014, the clerk said hopefully. Fredericks shook his head. Not that, he said, the real room number. Look, I've got to get to him immediately. Of course, sir, the clerk said. Identification, sir? Fredericks grinned and fished in pockets. Naturally, he didn't come up with a thing. FBI identification was infrared tested, totally unmistakable, and unavailable to non-operatives under any circumstances whatever. Got it here someplace, he muttered. The clerk nodded. Of course, sir, he said. No need to waste time. I understand. Frederick stopped and stared. You what? The room, sir, is 1212, the clerk said. Would you like me to accompany you? No thanks, Fredericks breathed. I'll find it myself. The man was too easy to find, he thought savagely. It ought to be tough to find him. But it's easy. Remotely, that idea bothered him, but what difference did it make after all? He had all the protection in the world. He had all the protection he was going to need, and all the time to fire one shot. Doing it blindfolded was going to be tough, but not insuperably tough. Fredericks had spent a week practicing, and he could locate a fly by sound within 2 inches 19 times out of 20. That, he thought, was going to be good enough. Upstairs, the Psi Operative thought so too. There had to be a way out, he told himself desperately. But he couldn't find it. He couldn't even come close. On the way to room 1212, he flipped on the shield, the mask, the binder field. Now let the Superman try something, he thought wildly. Now let him try his tricks. He attached the blindfold as he got off the elevator. He could see room 1212, 3 doors down the corridor, 20 steps, and then the blindfold was on. From now on, he worked in the dark. He felt the skeleton key in his palm and flipped the shield off for a second. Then the key was in the lock, the shield back on, protecting him. The door opened slowly. He heard it shut behind him. Then there was silence. He drew his gun. "Go ahead," a muffled voice said from his right. "Go ahead and try something, Fredericks." He whirled and almost fired, but voices could be thrown. He listened again. There was silence. Not quite silence. A movement. A rustle. Breathing was faint but unmistakable. It gave him a new direction. Breathing couldn't be faked. He pictured the Psi Operative in one flash of imagination, trying to get through the shield, sweating as he strained helplessly against the force shield, the binder field, the mask, the blindfold. Oh, there was no way out for the poor Superman. No way at all. And Psi Operatives didn't carry weapons or anything else. They depended on their powers, and that was all. And he'd neutralized those powers. The breathing gave him the direction. He turned again, bringing the gun up, and fired 6 shots without a second's break between them. There was a sound like a gasp, and then nothing. Nothing at all. Grinning wildly, Fredericks whipped off the blindfold and switched off his shield in one triumphant motion. There, on the floor. There, on the floor, was a nice gray rug with nobody at all lying dead on top of it. In the half-second it took Fredericks to see that, the Psi Operative moved. Fredericks tossed the empty gun at him and missed. The man was coming too fast. He guarded his face, but the Psi Operative didn't go for the face. Instead, his hands went swinging up and out and back. The sides of the palms landed neatly on the twin junctions of Fredericks's arms and shoulders. Fredericks let out a shriek as his arms turned to acutely painful stone, and the Psi Operative stepped back and moved again in one blinding motion. This time the solar plexus was the target for one balled fist. And then, of course, it was over. "Of course it was simple," Donegan said. "Anyone could have thought of it, and I knew you would." "All the same," the Psi Operative said, "I nearly didn't." Donegan nodded. "If you hadn't," he said, "we'd station a man downstairs who memorized your room. He could have done the job, too." The operative blinked. "Who?" he said. "Desk clerk," Donegan said. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Now use your head," Donegan said. "If you had known you were all right, you never would have thought of the answer. You had to prove you could do it. Prove it to yourself as well as to me. And you had to prove you could beat him on his own grounds too, as well as yours," Donegan went on. "You had to take him, not only with Psi forces, but with the only weapons a Psi Operative is allowed to carry." "Fists," the operative said. "Sure, judo and karate are standard subjects. Every operative has to know them. What's so tough about that?" "Nothing," Donegan said. "Nothing at all. Except for Fredericks. He's been beaten on your ground and on his own. Now he knows he's licked. Standard operating procedure." "I guess so," the operative said. "And after all," Donegan said, "now that you're going up a grade." "Now that I'm what?" "That," Donegan said, "was your promotion test, friend, and you passed." There was a second of absolute silence. Then the operative said, "And it was all so simple." "Sure," Donegan said. "Simple enough that you get a promotion out of it, and Fredericks to get 60 days for attempted assault. Not ADW, assault with a deadly weapon, because we've got to keep up the myth," the operative said. "Psi operatives are untouchable. No such thing as a deadly weapon for a Psi operative." "Which is nonsense," Donegan said, "but necessary nonsense. I wonder if Fredericks will ever figure out how you got him." "I wonder," the operative said. "He'll know about karate, of course." "Karate's hand-to-hand fighting," Donegan said. "That was his field." "No, I mean our field. Psi." "It makes a nice puzzle for him, doesn't it?" the operative said and grinned. "After all, I didn't touch him. Couldn't in any way. He'd shield himself perfectly from any telekinetic force, and I had no weapons. I couldn't even get to him barehanded because of his shield in the binder field. He had me located. No tomfoolery about that. He fired 6 shots at me, point blank, at can't-miss range." "But you got him," Donegan said. "Sure," the operative said. "Simplest thing in the world." "All you had to do," Donegan began. "All I had to do," the operative finished for him, "was use my mind to move the bullets as he fired them." End of sight gag. Read by Paul Hampton.
Compatible by Richard R. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. There are many ways, murder included, in which husbands can settle certain problems. This was even more drastic. Compatible by Richard R. Smith. George stood by the fireplace, his features twisted into a grimace. "It's hell, I tell you. A living hell." I sipped my drink and tried to think of a subtle way to change the subject. I didn't like to hear a person's personal problems, and every time I visited George, he invariably complained about Helen. If it had been anyone else, I might have thought it wasn't entirely Helen's fault. But George and I had been roommates in college, and I knew him like a brother. He was a person who got along with almost everyone. Intelligent, easygoing, and likable. He lifted his glass and glared at me as if I were the guilty party. "She's a worrywart," he continued. "A hypochondriac, a neurotic, an escapist, and a communist." He studied the ceiling thoughtfully. "And sometimes I think she's a little crazy." "Don't worry about it. If things get worse, get a divorce." "Divorce? Ha! She won't give me a divorce if—" The door opened. Helen smiled half-heartedly, her pale face quickly resuming its unhappy expression, as if it tired her facial muscles when she smiled. "Hello, Ed. Nice to see you again." "Hello, Helen." I glanced at George and noticed he had closed his eyes as if the sight of his wife was unbearable. His lower lip was white where he gripped it with his teeth, and I silently hoped he wouldn't draw blood. Helen sank into a chair and raised her skirt to reveal her right leg. "Did George tell you about my legs?" she inquired. She stroked the leg affectionately. "Arthritis. George grafted a new one onto me. Feels 10 times better." My face blanched. The idea of replacing body parts from banks didn't nauseate me. If a man was in an automobile accident and loses an arm, and that arm can be replaced, I think it's marvelous. What sickened me was where the people who actually enjoyed having parts of their body replaced with a part from a criminal or a corpse. "No," I sat down. My knees were weak. I fell short of breath. "George didn't tell me. she interrupted with details of the operation. The details and list of her other ailments lasted half an hour, during which George drank steadily, and I waited for the lull so I could glance at my watch and say something about being late for an appointment. I saw George several times during the next few weeks, never at his house. I didn't visit him on my own initiative because Helen, as I had seen during my last visit, had passed from the stage of being unpleasant and reached the stage of being unbearable. I didn't want to be around her, or listen to her, and George must have realized my feelings, because he didn't invite me to his house for some time. But both of us had a habit of stopping at a club on the outskirts of town, and we met there often. Each time we met, George complained. Each time, he seemed to drink more and complain more. I worried about his job. He was a surgeon, one of the best, and a surgeon needs good nerves and steady hands when he performs delicate operations. I urged him to get a divorce, but he said he didn't want one. "I love Helen," he said one time. "Well, I don't exactly love Helen, but I love her body. It's like the old saying about marrying a girl because she's pretty is like picking a rose by looking at the stem. We're all different, you know, and we all have different tastes. When I first saw Helen, well, she's just right for me. To me, she looks as good as Marilyn Monroe looks to the average man. I like having her around, and I'd be lost without her. But at the same time, she's changed so damn much, she's making me sick." And here it was. He still wanted Helen, but she had changed into a personality that he hated. Over a period of years, she had changed into a morbid hypochondriac, an unpleasant woman who enjoyed, more than anything else, such things as having one of her legs replaced and sampling the latest pills and drugs. George said he had tried to get her to see a psychiatrist, but she refused. And you can't have a person committed to a mental institution because they have an unpleasant personality. It seemed as if there were no solution to his problem. Then, late one evening, I received a phone call from George. "Come over and have a few drinks," he said. "We'll have a party. Helen's changed. You should see her." I was interested in his problem, so I went. Helen greeted me at the door, and I had the surprise of my life. At one time she had been beautiful, but she had faded during the past few years. By staying indoors, she had grown pale, listless. As her personality changed, it had also changed her features, and her eyes had developed a sleepy, lifeless look, and deep lines had formed on her face. But the Helen who greeted me that night was not like that. Her face had a healthy flush, her eyes sparkled, and she seemed vibrant, bubbling, just like the Helen I had known so long ago. George and I had a good time that night. He laughed and joked for the first time in months. We drank, talked, played chess, then drank and talked some more. Every now and then, Helen would float by, a gorgeous creature, laughing at George's jokes, mixing our drinks, and smiling at George as if he were the most wonderful man in the world. When I couldn't bear it any longer, I whispered, "What happened?" George drained his glass and shouted across the room, "Come here, Helen!" She came. George said, "Promise not to tell anyone. It's very important." I couldn't imagine his reason for asking me that, but I said, "I promise." "Well," George explained, "I can't take all the credit. I'm a fairly good surgeon, but Lucas had the hardest job. We did it together. Do you know Lucas? He's an electrical engineer, a genius. He designed that electrical calculator at—" "Show him," Helen interrupted. "Show him." She was giggling, laughing, almost jumping up and down with joy. I thought, she's her old self again. cheerful, bubbling over. George said, I finally realized what she needed more than anything else. He raised Helen's soft brown hair and opened a small panel in the back of her head. In the recesses was a maze of tubes and electrical wiring. She needed a new head, George said. End of Compatible by Richard R. Smith.
Droozle by Frank Banta. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathaniel Adonisio. Droozle. Droozle was probably the greatest writer in the world. Any world. By Frank Banta. Gene Lanny could see that his girlfriend, Judy Stokes, thought it was the lamest excuse she had ever heard. If your ballpoint pen won't write as you want it to, your life doesn't stop, she probably was thinking. You just get yourself another pen. You don't call off a marriage. Skeptically, the girl with the long golden red hair pointed at his breast pocket. This Droozle I must see. And who's that other member of the partnership there beside him? An ever-sharp pencil named Blackie? No, that is the other end of Droozle. Permit me to introduce you. Blandly, the tall young artist slid Droozle from his breast pocket, straightened him from his U shape, and handed his 12-inch pen to her. A snake! She shrieked. What else? Why, I thought those ruby eyes were jewels. I must have squeezed right up against him when I kissed you, she cried indignantly. You did. I felt him squirm a little. Oh, and here I thought it was your heart beating wildly. Well, maybe it was. It does that sometimes. Let's try again. And this time, hold your snake behind you. The long-legged girl stood on tiptoe to reach him. It was your heart beating wildly, she decided a moment later, which makes me think you might not just be trying to get rid of me by a silly excuse. Believe me, I'm not, he urged. Droozle is the key to all of my fortunes. All right, tell me about it. But first, tell me where in the universe you got him. Oh, that was just after I graduated from art school. I was on my grand tour. We had an unexpected stopover at the Coffin Planetary System. I discovered ballpoint snakes are the chief export of Coffin 2. When we lifted ship, I had acquired my little puppy snake, Droozle. Is a puppy snake like a puppy dog? She asked, fascinated. I mean, do they have their little domestic troubles, such as the calls of nature? Oh, he was thoroughly pocket-broken before I acquired him, but he did like his little jokes, and I learned to leave him curled up in a circular ashtray until maturity sobered him. Well, I should say, you drew sketches with him, didn't you tell me? He nodded. At first, he had one color of ink, red, and if I sketched with him all day, he would commence to look wretchedly anemic. He took 2 days to refill, normally, but I could use him again in only 1 day's time, provided I didn't mind the top 3/4 of my pen laying on my arm. I hope his weight didn't get tiresome, she commiserated, holding in her amusement. I coped somehow, he answered sturdily. Later he learned, after I squeezed him on the liver a few times just to show him how, to switch to a lovely shade of ochre, which was delightful on pale green or pink paper. Why, what's the matter, Jody? Go on, she choked. Go, go, go. He beamed. I write my letters with him, too. Every day I wrote with him. First in red, then in ochre to give him a rest. He seemed to love to write more than to sketch. He would jump into my hand with tail happily pointed downward as I sat down to my writing desk. And when I later saw his dark green stripes turning pastel and knew that anemia was imminent, and started to lay him down for an earned rest, he would stiffen himself as if to say, "Oh, come, I'm good for half a page yet." It sounds as though he was a willing worker, but I still can't see why his malfunction makes our marriage impossible. I haven't got to his career as a novelist yet. There lies the heart of the tragedy. Please, proceed to the heart of the tragedy. It all began when I found him arched up one morning, writing by himself, with difficulty, it is true. His first message to the world was, "I hold that the supine viewpoint is seldom downward." I don't see how he could stand up on end to write for so long, even with such a magnificent philosophy to bolster him. What a terrible pun, Jean groaned. He couldn't stand up very long at first, but I saw he had talent. I gladly learned the skill of holding him upright in a relaxed manner so that he could express himself on paper. In no time at all, he had written what was to be his first, sensational, best-selling shocker, Naked Bellies in the Grass. That does sound sensational. Not for snakes. He neglected to mention his characters were snakes. I Fang You Very Much followed swiftly afterward and was just as successful. Mothers were amused with its lispy title and got it for their children. Sounds like a story with some meat in it. Yes, something you can get your teeth into. However, his next offering, A Snake Pit Full of Love, was by far the topper. It was banned in Boston. You haven't mentioned anything tragic so far, she observed. In fact, you have made a pot of money. Right. After my snake had filed his income tax returns, we still had enough money to purchase this house and to support us for a couple of years. The only trouble is his royalties have stopped coming in and that money is all used up. I still haven't been able to sell any of my landscape paintings, so we haven't any income. And that's why you and I can't marry for a long time yet, if ever. Her exquisite brows wrinkled with concentration. I don't understand. Has Droozle written himself out? Far from it, answered Jean, seating himself and parking Droozle on his knee. He's writing more than ever. The quality is gone, then? Jean shook his head. No, he's writing superlatively. Then what is the problem? She asked, now thoroughly mystified. He's writing classics, burst out Jean in baffled irritation. He won't write anything else. Easily seeing the approaching catastrophe, I wrote long persuading essays to him. It was pathetically useless. Proudly, he continued to write his Rise and Fall of the Western Plainsman in a lucid, passionate prose which would evoke an imperishable picture, but in 3,000 pages. I think classics are nice, protested Judy, and one of these days I'm going to read another one. Huskily, Jean told her the worst. Writing classics consumes paper by a ton. And if you ever get your 750,000 word story finish, you must then start shrinking it back to an acceptable 75,000 words. This is a nearly hopeless task. Of course, if you can get it back to 75,000 words, the digest magazines will have no trouble shrinking it to 15,000 words or 15 pictures. And you then get your fingers in the till. He paused, and all hope fled from his face. Droozle won't live nearly long enough to get all of that shrinking done. And, in the meantime, that scribbling snake is writing me out of house and home. Are you going to let him get away with it? The girl challenged. I don't know whether I am or not, replied the young artist, looking worried. I thought I had the problem solved at first. He got so sassy when we were arguing about him writing classics that I had no hesitation about applying a pinch of glue to his glittering little extremity. That put him out of the writing business until he came to terms. Well now, you were enterprising, she approved. It didn't do any good, though. Jean grumbled despondently, bowing his head. He wouldn't bargain? She asked incredulously. He didn't have to. He knew right where the cheese grater was. Oh! My sentiments exactly. But I don't know what to do with him now. You're all out of ideas. Oh, we could sell this house and move down to Skid Row where the rents are cheap, he flung out airily, but quite plainly worried sick. I've got a much better idea than that, she said cheerily, getting a pad and pencil from her red handbag. How about giving Droozle this ultimatum? As she wrote, Jean read over her shoulder. Suggest you begin writing fiction pleasing both to you and your master, or we shall be forced to hand you over to the dog catcher. Jean drew back amazed. Why, he would do no such thing. I know it, silly. I'm just negotiating. No, he grumped, ready to be angry with her. He got up and strode around the studio. The dog catcher! We will not lie to that snake! Judy dropped the idea. I've just now thought of another one. Here's an ultimatum we could give him and mean it, too. No more writing until we reach an agreement. Or we will take away all his writing paper and reading matter for good. I'd thought of doing that, Jean conceded. But isn't that a monstrous way to treat a literary genius? Not at all, she protested. By taking on a work that will require more time than his lifetime, he is defeating himself. There's that way of looking at it, agreed the artist. All right, Droozle, he called. You heard us talking, and you know we mean it. No more writing until we reach an agreement, or else. Droozle quit writing at once. While the girl and the young artist watched anxiously, Droozle first wandered about uncertainly for a few minutes, and then curled up on a newspaper and went to sleep. He slept all evening. He has beaten us again, Jean Lanny told Judy Stokes resignedly when she arrived at his studio the following evening. He watched Droozle fascinatedly as the snake moved his restless tail over the margins of newspapers spread on the floor. He doesn't know yet that I know. I discovered the fraud only by the merest accident. He isn't writing? She asked, perusing the newspapers for signs of Droozle's elegant script. He most certainly is. Where? Look at him! Jean exclaimed, ignoring her question. He's doing it again! Droozle had ceased wriggling for the moment and lay there shaking violently, as though he had malaria. Then the paroxysm passed, and he took up his restless movements again. The poor genius, mourned Judy. He must be sick with frustration. Sick my eye! That snake has learned to centrifuge part of his blood while it is in his body, so that the hemoglobin is separated out. The result is invisible ink. Why, I'll tell that Droozle off, raved Judy. Here I sat feeling sorry for the little crumb. Droozle did not mind. While she ranted, he brazenly began writing in visible ink once more. How did you catch him at it? she asked. I used a piece of his newspaper to pick up a hot saw blade. The heat turned the invisible ink brown. Droozle, said the girl passionately, looking down at the writer, you know your master is in great need of funds. Where is your sense of loyalty and self-sacrifice for the one who has cared for you? Droozle wrote poetically, is there joy or any other good thing in abnegation? Is there beauty in sacrifice? What handsome purpose do these serve a being in his race with time? His days will soon be spent, and they will come no more. Thus, my criterion. Is this the most joy-gathering, awareness-touching, beauty-sensing act of which he is capable? None other is worthy of his time. Men are not so selfish, objected Jean. I am not a man, wrote Droozle simply. Jean turned staunchly to the girl. Judy, he has convinced me. I have been wrong about him. From now on he can write whatever he likes. Goodbye to our hopes, then? For the present, yes, assented Jean stoically, as he brought fresh sheets of paper from his desk for Droozle. My landscapes might begin to sell after a while, he added without conviction. Rotten little crumb. Judy fumed, glaring balefully at the snake. But Droozle wrote serenely on, his ruby eyes glowing enigmatically. Jean interposed magnanimously. I see now that I have been inexcusably selfish with Droozle. I've kept him cooped up here, not wanting to bother him while I was out on my painting trips. True, he was busy writing, but most of his knowledge of Earth comes from books. He can't write classics about living things unless he sees living things. As she picked up his trend of thought, Judy's face lost its resentful expression, and something like seraphic righteousness spread over it. I see what you mean. Just how did you plan to make up for this shut-in feeling that poor Droozle must have been suffering so much from for all these years? Oh, Judy, I am so glad you asked me. He threw wide his arms to the world. Out into the wind and the rain we shall go, and there I will draw my pictures while he observes. Then into the roaring, brawling taverns we shall go, where life thrives in all its abundance. I've been robbing him by shutting him up here. Jean, look at Droozle, the girl exclaimed, pointing. He has stopped in the middle of a page and is starting on a fresh one. Droozle wrote, Please, not out into the wind and the rain. Please, not into the roaring, brawling taverns where life thrives in all its abundance. I loathe, shudder, and tilt. Loathing is no reason to turn away from reality, Droozle, admonished the artist. Things are not nearly so bad as they used to be anyway. In all justice, shudder and tilt requires far less body English than its ancestor, rock and roll. Droozle argued carefully. You will recall I heard some of it once when you took me into a particularly dirty bar over in the west end of town. I feel, as a result, that I have observed this type of data to the extent that I can write of it competently without further study. Oh, but that was months ago, enthused Jean. The tunes have all changed by now. New POWs appear on the tapes every week. You have missed countless socceroos already, being cooped up here. You will bless me once you get accustomed to the realities of life. See, if you don't. Hi-ho to the wind and the rain! The snake shuddered. Careful, you'll centrifuge, Judy warned. Jean added reflectively, studying the ceiling. Day by day, month by month, year by year, The reality of everyday existence etches deeply into our consciousness, if we will but have the fortitude to expose ourselves to it. Droozle unavoidably centrifuged this time, but did manage with laborious lateral movements to mix the hemoglobin back with the plasma again. He complained, "It is cruel of you to condemn me to this ugliness. I want only to read my books and hear a few simple fugues by Bach." "It is not cruel. You will have exactly the same existence I have chosen for myself as an artist. It is fundamental that if you are to write serious literature, you must rub your nose against the realities of life." Droozle wriggled unhappily for a moment. Finally, he wrote, "Actually, my writing may not be as serious as the title implies. Misunderstandings conceivably arise over titles. Instead of The Rise and Fall of the Western Plainsman, how about changing it to Those Low-Down Scaly Rustlers?" "That's really getting down to earth," cried Jean, concealing his elation. "But if you aren't going to write serious literature, who will I get to go on my painting trips with me?" "Take that female of yours," suggested Droozle. "If she refuses to go, inform her that we shall be forced to hand her over to the dog catcher." "Do you suppose he means that?" wondered Jean. "Of course not, silly," said Judy, bright-eyed. "He's only negotiating." Frank Banta. End of Droozle by Frank Banta. Recording by Nathaniel Adonisio.
This Way to the Egress by Andrew Fettler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. He heard children's voices, but there couldn't be any children. Not in that terrible place. This Way to the Egress by Andrew Fettler. "In the middle of the night," the man said to the landlady over a soft-boiled egg and slice of toast. "Right under my window." He leaned forward. "You know how children talk to themselves?" "Was it the same voice you heard the first 2 nights?" Mrs. Tilton asked. "I'm not sure about the first night. Might have been another voice that first night." "And now it was a child?" "Yes." Mrs. Tilton rose up to get the coffee. "Are you quite sure? You don't think I'm imagining?" "We have no children," she said. Neighbors, no doubt." "There isn't a child in the whole village, Mr. Coate." "That's what puzzles me. Don't you think we ought to report it?" "I'll get your coffee," she said, and went into the kitchen. "I didn't actually see a child," he called to her, "but I'm sure I heard the voice." The woman brought the cup of coffee. She had poured it in the kitchen. The first 2 mornings, he remembered, she had set the coffee pot on the table. "Aren't you having any?" he asked. "I had mine, thank you. Will you want anything else?" He could see past her into the kitchen, the corner of a large wood-burning stove, a row of brass pots. The floor was flagstoned, and a hand pump stood over a sink. "Do you really grow your own strawberries?" he asked. "Yes. Would you like some?" "Very much." Mrs. Tilton went to get the berries. She had forgotten to serve cream with the coffee. The coffee had a bitter taste and a faint smell of iodine. But he was not used to natural coffee, and without cream. He took another sip and slowly stretched his stiff legs. In the window he saw lilac bushes in bloom. "Picked this morning," Mrs. Tilton said, setting a bowl of strawberries before him. "Oh, thank you." He sniffed at the berries. "They smell of earth," he said, smiling at her. You might like a walk after breakfast, Mrs. Tilton suggested. Then you could have a restful nap at noon. Good idea, he said. Excuse me, but the coffee seems bitter. Mrs. Tilton looked at the old man as if she did not understand. I'm afraid I'm a nuisance, he apologized, but I take cream with my coffee. I'm sorry, I forgot. She brought a small cream pitcher. The old man turned the pitcher in his hand. It was lopsided and made of inferior clay. Do you make your own pottery, too? Such as it is. Charming. He set down the pitcher and leaned back with a sigh. You know, I pretended I did not want a rest, but I could hardly wait to see the country again. You weren't born in the city? I was born in a village no larger than this. Of course, it's all gone now, swallowed up by the city. But in those days, it was an hour's heli ride from the city. I remember a thing or two. Mrs. Tilton watched him drink the coffee. Not many people left who remember those days, he said. For instance, did you know that unadjustables, they called them criminals then, were actually electrocuted, strapped down to a horrible chair? Don't you want the strawberries, Mr. Coate? He looked down at the strawberries in the bowl. Just imagine. But he forgot what he had wanted to say. The woman went into the kitchen. He had just finished drinking the coffee when he heard a child's voice in the lane outside the window. The same voice. He crossed to the window and looked out. The lane was empty. Mrs. Tilton? He heard no answer. He went into the kitchen. The door to the garden stood open. He saw her working in a vegetable patch. Psst! Psst! She looked up. Did you see the child? He called. It must have turned into the garden. Mrs. Tilton straightened herself, holding her back with both hands. The child? The voice. I just heard it again. I'll be with you in a moment, Mr. Coate. He looked round the kitchen, the antique flagstone, the brass pots, the stove, the hand pump. There was only one anachronism. On the wall by the door, stuck behind a cluster of radishes, was a World Union telegram. Out in the vegetable patch, he saw Mrs. Tilton was looking about for something. On an impulse, he took down the telegram and read, Redcoat, if voices persist to third morning, proceed euthanasia. Suggest using coffee formula to advise office of Chief Psych, WMA. He stuck the telegram behind the radishes and looked out the door. Mrs. Tilton was coming with a basket in her arms. You heard the child again, Mr. Coate? Perhaps I was mistaken. Strange, I saw nobody. She put the basket on the kitchen table. It was filled with peas. Do you have enough coffee? He nodded. Aren't you feeling well? I am fine, yes. The executioner looked as if she could not make up her mind about him. Then she smiled. She brought out a wooden bowl and sat down at the table to shell the peas. Why don't you take your walk now? You'll enjoy our little marketplace. Yes. Such a nice day, he thought, shuffling to the window. Spring. He had enjoyed the market yesterday until he had noticed that there were no children about. No children at all. Only adult primitives and a few well-trained functionaries like Mrs. Tilton. In the sky, in the window, he saw a rocket cutting a thin line as it left the atmosphere. I'll have your bed ready for your noon nap, she said. He turned from the window. Noon? You'll want a nice restful nap then. He had imagined the poisoned coffee now working faster. His heart beating, he said. Those are peas, aren't they? She nodded. Her hands were busy shelling. "I hung your cane on the coat rack," she said. "If you don't mind, Mrs. Tilton, I'd rather not go out today. I'd very much like to shell peas for you." "Why, of course. Pull up a chair, why don't you?" Sitting down, he reached his trembling hands into the basket and came up with a handful of green wonders. Mrs. Tilton moved the basket nearer him. "After a while, I'll go up to my room," he promised. "I feel a little tired already." "Certainly." He split a shell and slid his thumb under the peas. They rolled into his hand. He counted 9. He dropped them in the bowl, then put one in his mouth and chewed it. It had a sweet taste. "Thank you, Mrs. Tilton." "Not at all, Mr. Coat." The end of This Way to the Egress by Andrew Fettler.
The Peacemaker by Alfred Koppel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathaniel Adonisio. The Peacemaker by Alfred Koppel. The legends of Jack Merrill are legion, but legends. Hark ye, then, to the true story of the pirate benefactor of mankind. The Peacemaker by Alfred Koppel. Illustrated by Bob Martin. We humans are a strange breed, unique in the universe. Of all the races met among the stars, only Homo sapiens thrives on deliberate self-delusion. Perhaps this is the secret of our greatness, for we are great, in power if not in supernal wisdom. Legends, I think, are our strength. If one day a man stands on the rim of the galaxy and looks out across the gulfs toward the CT suns of Andromeda, it will be legends that drove him there. They are odd things, these legends, peopled with unreal creatures, magnificent heroes, and despicable villains. We stand for no nonsense where our mythology is concerned. A man becoming part of our folklore becomes a fae, one-dimensional shadow image of reality. Jack Merrill, the Jack Merrill of the history books, is such an image. History, folklore's jade, has daubed Merrill with the rouge of myth, and it does not become him. The Peacemaker, the chronicles have named him, and that, at least, is accurate in point of fact. But it was not through choice that he became the Peacemaker. And, when his peace descended over the worlds of space, Merrill, the man, was finished. This I know, for I rode with him, his lieutenant, in a dozen or more bloody fights that earned him his ironically pacific laurels. Not many now living will remember the Wall Decade. History, ever pliable, is rewritten often, and facts are forgotten. When it was gone, the Wall Decade was remembered with shame, and so was expunged from the record of time. But I remember it well. It was an era compounded of stupidity and grandeur, of brilliant discovery and grimy political maneuver. We, the greedy men of space, and that includes Jack Merrill, saw it end with sorrow in our hearts, knowing that we had killed it. If you will, think back to the years immediately preceding the age of space, you may remember the Iron Curtain. Among the nations of the earth a great schism had arisen, and a wall of ideas was built between East and West. Hydrogen bombs were stockpiled, and armies marched and countermarched threateningly. Men lived with fear and hatred and distrust. Then suddenly came the years of spaceflight and the expanding frontiers. Luna was passed. Mars and Venus and the Jovian moons felt the tread of living beings for the first time since the dawn of time. The larger asteroids were taken, and even the cold moonlets of Saturn and Uranus trembled under the blast of Terran rockets. But the Iron Curtain still existed. It was extended out into the gulf of space, an intangible wall of fear and suspicion. Thus was born the Wall Decade. Jack Merrill was made for that epoch. Ever in human history there are those who profit from the stupidity of their fellows. Jack Merrill so profited. He dredged up the riches of space and took them for his own, and his weapon was man's fear of his brothers. It was in Yaki, down canal from the Terran settlement of Canalopolis, that Merrill's plan was born. His ship, the Arrow, stood on the red sands of Syrtis Major, waiting for a payload to the outer system. It stood among a good many like it, the Moon Maid, the Gay Lady, the Argonaut, and my own vessel, the Starhound. We, the captains, had gathered in the Spaceman's Rest, a tinkling gin mill peopled with human wrecks and hungry-eyed, dusty-skinned women who had come out to Mars hoping for riches and had found only the same squalor they had left behind. I remember the look in Merrill's eyes as he spoke of the treasures of space that would never be ours, of the gold and sapphires, the rubies and unearthly gems of fragile beauty and great price. All the riches of the worlds of space passing through our hands and into the vaults of the stay-at-homes who owned our ships and our very lives. It seemed to me that Merrill suffered as though from physical pain as he spoke of riches. He was nothing if not rapacious, greedy, venal, ruthless, all of that. 5 of us, he said in a hard voice, captains all with ships and men. We carry the riches of the universe and let it slip through our fingers. What greater fools could there be? Oh, he was right enough. We had the power to command in our hands without the sense to grasp it firmly and take what we chose. And mark you, my friends, Merrill said, a wall has been built around Mars, a wall that weakens rather than strengthens. A wonderful, stupid wall. He laughed and glanced around the table at our faces, flushed with wine and greed. With all space full of walls, he said softly, who could unite against us? The question struck home. I thought of the 5 ships standing out there on the rusty desert across the silted canal. 5 tall ships against the stars. We felt no kinship to those at home who clung to creature comforts while we bucketed among the stars, risking our lives and more. We, the spacemen, had become a race apart from that of our home planet. And Merrill saw this in our faces that night so long ago, and he knew that he had spoken our thoughts. Thus was born the Compact. Gods of space, but I must laugh when I read what history has recorded of the Compact. Merrill, filled with the wonder of his great dream, spoke his mind to the captains. He told them of the sorrow in his heart for his divided fellow men, and his face grew stern when he urged them to put aside ideology and prejudice and join him in the Compact. So speaks Quintus Bland, a historian of the age of space. I imagine that I hear Merrill's laughter even as I write. Oh, we put aside ideology and prejudice all right. That night in Yaki, the 5 captains clasped hands over the formation of the first and only compact of space piracy in history. It was an all-or-nothing venture. Our crews were told nothing, but our pockets were emptied, and their pittances joined with ours. We loaded the 5 ships with supplies and thundered off into the cobalt Martian sky to seek a stronghold. We found one readily enough. The chronicles do not record it accurately. They say that the fleet of the compact based itself on Eros. This is incorrect. We wanted no base that would bring us so close to the home planet every year. The asteroid we chose was nameless, and remained so. We spoke of it seldom a space, but it was ever in our minds. There was no space wall there to divide us one from the other. It was a fortress against the rest of mankind, and in it we were brothers. When we struck for the first time, it was not at a Russian missile post, as the histories say. It was at the Queen of Heaven, an undefended and unsuspecting merchantman. The records of Earth say the Queen was lost in space between Uranus and Mars, and this is so, but she was listed lost only because no Russian or American patrol found her gutted hulk. I imagine that at this very moment she hangs out beyond Pluto, rounding the bend of the long ellipse we sent her on that day we stripped her bones. She carried gold and precious stones, and more important yet, women being furloughed home after forced labor in the mines of Soviet Umbriel. The Starhound and the Arrow bracketed her 1,000,000 miles above the plane of the ecliptic near Saturn's orbit, and killed her. We drew abreast of her and forced her valves. We boarded her and took what we chose. Then we slaughtered her men and sent them on their long voyage. That was the beginning. The attack against Corfu was our next move. This is the battle that Celia Whitmar Day has described in verse. Very bad verse. Corfu slumbered, gorged and proud, while Arrow, Hound, and Maid marshaled freedom's might above the tyrant's ground, and rained down death. There is much more, of course, brave phrases of emotion and fanciful unreality written by one who never saw the night of space agleam with stars. There was no talk of tyranny or liberty aboard the Hound that day we leveled with the Maid and the Arrow 1,000 miles over the Russian base of Corfu. There was talk of the bullion stored under the fortress's turrets. Merrill's face appeared in my visor screen, superimposed on the image of the grimy little asteroid floating darkly against the starfields. Their radar has picked us up by now, and they're wondering who we are, he said. Take the Hound out on tangent left and join the Maid. Cover my attack and stand by to put a landing party aground. I watched the image of the Arrow, a sliver of darkness against the crescent of Corfu, lancing down at the fortress. Her forward tubes were glowing with the familiar pre-discharge emanation. Below us, confusion reigned. For the first time in memory, an asteroid base was under attack. Merrill brought the Arrow in to within 50 miles and then unleashed the fury of his forward tubes. Hellfire coruscated over the steel turrets and stone walls of Corfu. It splashed like a liquid flame over men and metal and twisted the towers and buttresses into spidery tendrils of glowing thread. Corfu died without firing a shot. We put a party from the Hound aground 10 hours later. Even then, we had to wear insulated suits to walk in that still molten inferno. Charred bodies had become one with the stuff of the fortress, and nothing living was left within the keep. We looted Corfu's treasure and lifted into space heavy with gold. Time passed in an orgy of looting for the men of the Compact. We grew rich and arrogant. For in space, we were kings. Torn by suspicion of one another, America and Russia could do nothing against us. They had built an iron curtain in space, and it kept them divided and weak. Endymion felt our blasts, and Clio. Then came Tethys, Re, Iapetus. We cared nothing for the flag these bases flew. They were the gathering points for all the gold and treasure of space, and we of the Compact took what we wished of it, leaving a trail of blood and rapine behind us. No nation claimed our loyalty. Space was our mother, and lust our father. Thus, the Peacemakers. For 5 full years, the long years of the Outer Belt, the Arrow, the Starhound, the Moon Maid, the Lady, and the Argonaut were the scourges of the space lanes. No patrol could find us, and no defense could contain us. I recall how we laughed at the angry sputtering of Earth's radio. Vast sums were spent in searches and new weapons to protect the meek and the mutually distrustful from Merrill and the men of the Compact. Budgets, already strained to the breaking point by generations of the Cold War, creaked and groaned as Russians and Americans spent furiously to build up their defenses against our depredations. But, though we were few, and they were many, space was large, and it hid us well. And then, one darkling day, Jack Merrill and I stood on the thin methane snow that carpeted our base's landing ramp, waiting under our own blue-black sky for the return of the Argonaut. Merrill had sent her sunward to strike at the mines of Loki, an asteroid where Russian commissars rolled in mountains of blood-red rubies. We waited through the day and into the sable night, but the Argonaut did not return. For the first time since the formation of the Compact, we had lost a ship. And something like unease crept into our hearts. The carousal that night had no gaiety, and there was the sound of bereaved women weeping. Merrill could learn nothing of the Argonaut's fate. It was as though she had dropped through a hole in the fabric of space itself and vanished from the ken of men. To me he said, "I fear a new weapon." But to the rest he kept his peace and let the work of the Compact continue. There was nothing else to be done. Our wall decade was waning, and when a man or a Compact outlives the age that gave him or it birth, there is nothing to do but go forward and meet the new day dawning. So it was with the Compact. We lived on as we had lived before, looting and killing and draining the wealth of space into our coffers. But in the back of our minds a shadow was lurking. On the next raid, the lady was lost. I saw it happen, as did Merrill. There was nothing we could do to help her, and she died, spilling men into the void as she ruptured in her last agony. It was off Hyperion, whence we had come to loot the trove built there by the prospectors off the Saturnian moons, and it was a trap. The Arrow, the Hound, and the Lady circled the moonlit, swinging inward to the attack. It was the Lady who was to put aground the raiding party, and her valves hung open while men readied the assault boats. Our radar screens showed nothing of danger. There was only the bloated giant in the sky, a ringed monster of yellow gold against the starry velvet of space. The lady dropped her boats, the Hound and the Arrow hovering by to watch over their sister. And suddenly, the jagged moonscape below erupting, belching streaks of fire that sought us like probing fingers. I knew in one single instant of terror that this was the new weapon that had killed the Argonaut. For it sliced into the lady's flanks as though the steelite hull were cheese. She bulged, glowing like ember. There was a sudden nimbus of snow about her as her air escaped and froze. And then she rolled into her death dance, open from bow to stern, spilling scorched corpses into the void. The Arrow and the Hound drove off into space like furies, leaving the spinning body of their sister ship behind, not waiting to watch her crash down onto the rocky face of Hyperion. And now the 5 of the compact were only 3. And again, there was the sound of weeping among our women. 2 months after that engagement, a single assault boat returned to base. It was the lone survivor of the ladies' landing party. By some miracle, the 3 men aboard had escaped the Holocaust. They had landed and been captured, and then they had fought their way free and into the void once more. They were half dead from starvation and exposure, but they had brought word to Merrill that the wall that had so long protected us was crumbling. Merrill sought me out, his lean, hard face grim and set. "There was a Russian among the Americans on Hyperion," he said. "A prisoner?" It was my hope that spoke so, not my sure knowledge of what was to come. Merrill shook his head slowly. "A technician. They developed the beam that killed the Argonaut and the lady together." His voice was harsh and bleak. Then suddenly he laughed. "We've touched them," he said. "Touched them on their tender spot, their purses." He bowed low, filled with bitter mockery. "Behold the diplomats, the men who are accomplishing the impossible." And I knew that his words spelt doom. Doom for the compact and for the wall decade that was our life. Yet we did not stint. In that year we raided Dione, Io, Ganymede, and even the American naval base on Callisto. We gutted 6 Russian and 4 American rockets filled with treasure, and we ventured sunward as far as the moons of Mars. We dared battles with patrol ships and won. We killed the destroyer Alexei Tolstoy off Europa, and we shattered an American monitor over Syrtis itself, and watched the wreckage rain down on Yaki, the place where the compact was born. And we lost the Moon Maid. The radio told us the story. Other new weapons were being developed against us, and here and there American and Russian spacecraft were seen in company for the first time in the history of the age of space. Convoys were formed from ships of both flags to protect spatial commerce from the imagined Great Fleet of the Compact. None knew that only the Arrow and the Starhound, small ships, weary ships, were left to face the slowly combining might of Earth. And then at last, the pickings, growing slimmer always, diminished to the vanishing point. Merrill stood before us and gave the assembled crews their option. "The treasure hunt is over," our captain told us, "and those who wish may withdraw now. Take your women and the space boats and return to Mars. You have your shares, and you can live in comfort wherever you may choose. If you wish it, go now." Some few did go, but most remained. I watched Merrill's face and saw one last plan maturing there. Then he spoke again, and we all understood. One last raid to take Luna and command the world. Still, the unity of mankind was not secure, and Merrill, filled with impatience for his great dream, decided on one final stroke. He would descend on Luna Base itself with his fleet, and commanding all Earth, he would drive man together, even though it might mean his own death. With this plan of self-immolation in his heart, the Peacemaker ordered his hosts and sought the pumice soil of the mother planet's moon. This was the way Quintus Bland, historian and scholar, puts it down for posterity. I, one of his hosts, would say it another way. We had gutted the solar system of its treasure, and at last men were uniting against us. Our fleet was reduced to 2 small ships, and a bare handful of men and women to fight them. Jack Merrill could see the handwriting on the wall, and he knew that all must be gambled on one last throw of the dice. Only with Terra herself under our guns could we hope to continue sucking the juice of the worlds into our mouths. It was all or nothing, for we had grown used to our life, and we could no longer change it to meet the demands of the dawning age of Soviet-American amity. Side by side, the Arrow and the Hound slanted sunward, Mars behind us. Ahead lay the Earth-Moon system. 10 years had passed since any of us aboard the compact ships had seen the home world, and though we no longer felt a part of it, the sight of the silvery cloud-specked globe touched our hearts. Touched them as the sapphires of Mimas or the gold of Corfu touched them. We saw the planet that gave us birth, and we were filled with hunger for it, to own it, to command it, make it our own. Luna's mountains were white and stark under our keels as Merrill led us across the curve of the southern horizon, seeking to put us into position to attack the UN moon base in Clavius from the direction of the moon's hidden face. We swung low across unnamed mountain ranges and deep sheer valleys steeped in shadow. The voice of the ranger in the Arrow came softly through the open intercom into the tiny control room of the Hound, a woman's voice, tense with excitement, but disciplined and controlled. Range 500 miles, 475, 450, and then Merrill's voice, calm and reassuring, giving heart to all the untried ones aboard with his steady, conning commands. 4 o'clock jet. Easy. Hold her. Drivers up 1/2 standard. Steady goes. Meet her. Steady. Line astern now, the 2 ships flashing low across the jagged lunar landscape, and a world in the balance. An alarm bell ringing suddenly, and my screen showing the fleeting outline of a Russian monitor above, running across our stern. My own voice, sharp with command. Gun pointer! Here, sir! Get me that gunboat! The Hound's turret wound about with agonizing slowness as the monitor reached for the sky, clawing for altitude and safety. And then there came a searing blast of fire, and the fragments of the Russian gunboat raining down lazily, seeking their eternal rest in the pumice of Luna's hidden face. But they had been warned at the UN base. The monitor had left one dying shriek in the ether. And the waiting garrison had heard. Merrill knew it, and so did I. We moved forward calmly into the jaws of hell. The Arrow attacked from 10 o'clock, low on the horizon. The Hound from 12 o'clock high. We swept in over the batteries of pulsating projectors, raining down our bombs. The ground shuddered and shook with the fury of exploding uranium, and the sky was laced with a net of fiery death. The Hound shrieked her protest as I swung her about for another attack. There was a sickening swerve and the smell of ozone in my ship. Somewhere, deep within her, a woman screamed, and I felt the deck under me give as one of the questing beams from the fortress below cut into the hull. Airtight doors slammed throughout the wounded vessel, and I drove her to the attack again, hard. The last of the bombs clattered out of the vents, sending mushrooms of pumice miles into the black sky. One battery of guns below fell silent. The arrow vanished into the night above, and as suddenly reappeared, her forward tube spewing red fire onto the base below. Then Merrill pulled her up again and disappeared among the pale stars. The hound's hurt was mortal. I could feel her dying under my hands, and tears streaked down my face. Below decks she was a shambles where the cutting beam from the ground had torn part of her heart out. Still, I fought her. There was no retreat from this last raid, nor did I wish any. There was a madness in us, a bloodlust as hot and demanding as our lust for gold and treasure might have been. I lashed the face of the fortress with the hound's forward tubes, frantically filled with a hateful anguish. I felt my ship losing way, twisting and seeking rest on the jagged ground below, and thinking he had deserted us, I cursed Merrill in an ecstasy of blind fury. Again and again the hound was hit. I knew then that Merrill's plan had been madness, a last gesture of defiance to the new age of unity among men. The hound fell at last, spitting fire and gall in a futile dance of death. She struck on a high plateau, grinding into the pumice, rolling with macabre abandon across the face of the high tableland. Then at last she was still, hissing and groaning fitfully as she died, her buccaneering days gone forever. I donned a suit and staggered, half-dazed, out into the lunar night. A half-dozen men and women from the crew had survived the impact, and they stood by the wreckage, faces under the plastic helmets turned skyward. They were one and all stunned and bleeding from the violence of the hound's end, but they looked neither back nor around them. Their eyes were filled with the insane glory of the drama being enacted in the sky. The arrow had returned. She lanced down out of the night like a spear of flame, vengeful and deadly. Straight into the mouth of the screaming guns she dove, death spilling from her tubes. She bathed the moon base in fire, searing the men within, Russian and American alike, into the brotherhood of death. Miraculously, she pulled up, out of her encircling net of flame. We watched in open-mouthed wonder as she reached with sobbing heart for the sky just once again, and then, failing, crippled and dying, she hung above the crater's rim, framed with deadly beams from below, but radiant in her own right, gleaming in the light of the sun. This was defeat. We knew it as we stood by the tangled pile of steelite that had been the hound and watched the arrow die. But nothing in this life that I have lived ever told me so grandly that the wall decade was ended, and our life of buccaneering with it, as the thing that happened next. The arrow's valve opened, and a tiny figure stepped out into space. I did not need to be told that Jack Merrill was coming to meet the men he had welded together against him. Lazily, unreally, the tiny shape twisted over and over as it fell, until at last it vanished amid the raw welter of craters and ridges beyond the razor wall of Clavius. I have told a true tale, though one that will not be believed. I have taken the Peacemaker of the histories and painted him as he was. But men are ashamed, and the chronicles of history must be rewritten to hide their weaknesses. Jack Merrill has become a legend, and the man that I knew is forgotten. Merrill, pirate, fighter, grandiose dreamer. That was my captain. Not the colorless, do-good creature of the legend. Merrill fought for lust and greed. And these are the things that will one day take men to the stars. He knew this truth, of course, and that was the substance of his great dream. Because of it, there are no longer walls in space, and the men who united to fight the Peacemaker will one day rule the universe. Meanwhile, chroniclers will write lies about him, and Jack Merrill's laughter will echo in some ghostly Valhalla beyond the farthest star. The End. End of The Peacemaker by Alfred Koppel. Recording by Nathaniel Adonisio.
Touch the Sky by Alfred Koppel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Touch the Sky by Alfred Koppel. The sign said, "Ride the rocket twice around the universe for 25 cents, which was cheap enough, Pete Moore thought. Cheap enough at twice the fare. Glory giggled and pulled at his arm. "Let's ride, Pete. Let's see what you're in for." He smiled down at her thinly, because it wasn't really anything for her to giggle about. But that was Glory for you. She was young enough, gay enough, to be able to make a joke of it. And that was good, and he shouldn't spoil it. Not many other wives would feel like that. Not many other wives would want to spend his last night at home on the Midway, for that matter. And then again, that was Glory. He listened to the tinny carousel music, and the babble of the crowd, and laughter, and the mingled drone of barkers. He smelled the tang of roasting popcorn, and the hot-doggy stink of the lunch counters. He looked at the Ferris wheel, and the crazy swoop of lights that was the scenic railway, and the people crowding along the boardwalk with Kewpie dolls and spun sugar candy cones in their hands. Question, his mind demanded. Is this reality? Answer, of course, what else? I've been too long away from cities, he thought. Too many silent nights in the desert. Too many high flights in the cold blue air. Too long away from Glory. He felt guilty and depressed at the thought. It wasn't the way for a man to feel, not before the great adventure. Still, he couldn't avoid the almost homesick longing for the deep darkness of the desert and the silver ship waiting there. Soon, he thought. 3 days. 3 days and a few hours. He felt a tug on his arm. Pete! Glory was smiling up at him, half aggrieved, half loving. He looked again at the garish painted sign. Ride the rocket. Let's ride it, Pete, Glory said. Let's. There was something in her smile that touched him. Pride, that, and love and youth. To her, he was the man. For her, and for all the world. The one who was going to reach out beyond the far horizon and touch the sky, and bring back the pot of gold for everyone. She thinks no one else can do it, he told himself. That's love. There were a dozen qualified men, and yet the moonshot was his. Ride the rocket. All right, baby, he said. As he paid their fare for the rocket ride, Pete found himself looking at the girl in the booth. Tired eyes and stringy headed hair. No dreams there. He had an impulse to tell her that soon he'd really be riding the rocket, and that from then on things would be different. New frontiers and new dreams for everybody. Up and up. The girl's eyes met his, and it was Pete who looked away. You don't talk frontiers to pale, worn faces, and eyes bleached of color by the tinny music, and the stakes, and men. They walked up a wooden ramp to where the little metal bullet on rails waited. The paint, once bright, was all scuffy. A sour-faced attendant in grayish coveralls stood by a large lever. "Fasten your seat belts, Mac." "We're off to the sky," Glory said. Somewhere, old machinery wheezed. The little bullet began to move along the rails toward a hinged trapdoor in a wall painted to look like clouds. "Hold my hand, Pete," she said breathlessly. Glory, Glory, he thought. Young and simple and in love with life. Any kind of life, real or unreal. Glory with a bubbling laughter, a zest, a faith. Maybe it was really for her that he was taking the big flight. If only he could bring back the pot of gold. If only he could tell weary man that the sky was all his. He thought of the strained, unhappy faces in the streets, the fear-filled eyes. If he could return and say to them, "Here's your new frontier." Yes, by God, it was worth the work. And the risk. Glory was right. There was something to be proud of. "I'm going to the moon. Me, Pete Moore, to the moon. There it is, Pete." They had bumped through the painted door into a musty semi-darkness. The walls were perforated with holes for stars, and from somewhere below a huge yellowish moon was rising. Off a short way to the right was a glowing papier-mâché globe, painted with broad bands slightly askew, and behind that was another with rings. A loudspeaker whistled tinnily, and overhead, on wire runners, an electric globe crossed the dim chamber, pieces of yellow and white crepe paper fluttering feebly behind. "Oh, Pete, a comet?" "Sure enough, Glory," he said. The rumbling little bullet skirted the walls, and Pete could see the electric lights behind the holes. Stars, he thought sardonically. Close enough to touch. Lucky us. "There's Mars, Pete," Glory said, squeezing his hand. I'm getting disenchanted, he thought. A red ball, all painted with canals and white polar caps, far too big. They should have had a technical advisor on this project, he thought. Paging Palomar. The bullet began its second circuit of the papier-mâché universe, and the moon was high now, projected on the wall by some kind of lantern-slide lamp. There was a face on the moon. It began then, just a tiny bead of fear way down inside his belly. But it grew. He felt suffocated, claustrophobic, oppressed by fakery and cheapness. Gloria was laughing with delight. "Oh, it's wonderful!" "Shut up," Pete thought savagely. "Shut up, shut up." With an effort, he got hold of himself. "I've been working too hard. I'm jittery thinking about the moonshot, and all this seedy burlesque just irritates me. There is nothing to get heated up about. Calm down. But why am I suddenly afraid?" He looked again at the ridiculous moon with its smirking face. He saw that plaster had fallen from the wall in places, peeling away, leaving the bare hexagons of wire and laths. My God, he thought, a chicken wire sky. He thought again of the girl in the ticket booth, and of the tired, frightened people all laughing too much and shoving and running outside. The bullet started down at last, toward the hinged door. On this side, it was painted to look like Earth, with a distorted map of North America. All wrong somehow. Pete felt ill. It was as though someone were making ill-tempered fun of the dreams and the tall silver ship waiting out in the desert, cheapening it, laughing nastily. The little bullet bumped through the seedy, scruffy earth and out into the night of the Midway, out into the crowd sounds and music and hot-doggy smells. "That was fun, Pete," Glory said. He helped her out onto the rickety platform. He had the insane notion that the girl in the ticket booth and the lounging attendant were laughing at him. "It sure was, honey," he said wearily, still feeling the illogical fear of he knew not what inside himself. "Real fun." Glory looked up at him, eyes alight and almost feverishly gay. "I did what you were going to do. I touched the sky." New frontiers, new lands in the sky, new hope. It was quiet. The jet was still, and no sound was anywhere in the ship. Now a soft tick from the timer, a whisper from the questing radar scope, and again the stillness. We've done it, Pete thought. We've really done it. The hard part is over. Ride the rocket. He remembered the pain of the takeoff and the absolute panic that had welled up in him when the irrevocability of his actions came home. He remembered riding a tail of red fire up out of the hot desert air of New Mexico into the still blue, and then the silence and the almost unnerving thrill of the realization that the moonshot was going to succeed. The radio hissed at him with a voice of the desert base half around the world. "Hello, Moonshot. This is Base. All's okay. Stage 1 landed in the Gulf. Stage 2 just reported floating off the Azores. Good show." Pete lifted himself from the acceleration couch and felt a moment of nausea and panic as he floated toward the ceiling of the tiny cell. Free flight. He steadied himself and checked the flow of telemetered information binding the ship to the glowing curve far below. All okay. Except that you're still afraid, he told himself. Not just the normal fear of falling afraid that the psychs told you about. Afraid like before, in that silly damn carnival ride. Afraid of the dark? No, not quite that. More a closed-in, cheated feeling. Premonition? Nonsense. He clung to the radar scope, trembling. With every rushing mile upward, outward, his fear was growing. It wasn't right, and it didn't make sense. But he felt as though he were rushing straight at a brick wall, head down, eyes closed. He lit the telescreen. The stars looked funny, he thought uneasily. The timer ticked. The radar whispered, searching. Time passed, and his fear grew thicker, less reasonable. His fingers dug hard at the metal of the instrument panel as the night slipped by outside the hull. The ship's orbital ellipse, Kepler's contribution to the new frontier, was established. Pete thought, something's wrong. Very wrong. The stars look queer. The constellations in the telescreen were distorted, and there was something ahead of the ship where there should be nothing but emptiness. It showed in the screen for just an instant, and was lost. A ringed sphere. I must be dreaming, Pete thought. But then, what is reality? That sphere was Saturn, and it was 100 yards across. Reality? Insanity? I'd better check with base, Pete thought, and tell them I've gone off my rocker, that I'm suffering hallucinations. But he did nothing except cling shaking to the panel, watching the distorted stars on the screen. They were blurring now, streaks of light that seemed to be very close to the ship. And then came the moon. It came and went very quickly, pocked and scarred, and with only one face. And small, and very close. Pete felt closed in, suffocated. The radar alarm was screaming at him that something was near, too near. Pete clamped down savagely on himself. There was an explanation somewhere. He had to find it. He had to think. Item: the stars, distorted, blurred. Item: Saturn, 100 yards across. Item: a tiny replica of the moon, like a pimple on the inside of an egg. Replica? No. The moon, the only moon. Reality. Hypothesis: say that space was not as men imagined it. Say that it was an illusion without light years, without great suns, without huge planets. Say, for the sake of argument, that it was a shell with holes in it, and light outside, and the sun itself was an illusion of heat and power, and... Say that this hollow shell is man's new frontier, a fraud, a toy for things outside. The alarm screamed at him. The ship was plunging toward the blurry light of the stars. With an icy hand on his heart, Pete Moore turned to look at the telescreen behind him. A misty blue ball swam in the mushy darkness. The oceans gleamed in the light of the sun. Cloud masses whitened it, and the wrinkled face of the land looked unreal. He began to laugh. Tears streaked his cheeks as he pounded his bloody fists against the instrument panel in time to the clanging of the alarm. The earth. The earth. It did look like a papier-mâché. He touched the sky. The end of Touch the Sky by Alfred Koppel.
Am I Still There? By James R. Hall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathaniel Adonisio. Am I still there? Which must, in essence, of course, simply be the question, what do I mean by I? By James R. Hall. Illustrated by Leo Summers. Lee slid off the examining table and began buttoning his shirt. He had had a medical examination every 6 months of his adult life, and it always seemed strange to him that, despite the banks of machines the doctor had which could practically map a man from a single cell outward, each examination always entailed the cold end of a stethoscope against his chest. He tucked his shirt into his pants and turned to the examining doctor who was writing on a chart. "Well?" Lee asked him. "Sound as $1, replied the doctor. "Of course, Dr. Flotman or Dr. Roberts might turn up something on their electronic monsters, but I see no reason why we can't go ahead on schedule." Lee felt relieved. Even while being examined by technicians, MDs and biologists, he had been conscious of the hundreds of little dull pains which had nibbled like mice in every corner of his brain. Sometimes he felt like a piece of his brain was being completely smothered, a horrible sensation of having a part of his head severed from him. This would go away, but would appear again in a different area, usually in about 15 to 30 minutes. Well, the doctor said he was fit for surgery. That would end his nagging pain, just as it always had in the past. If you're ready now. Lee became aware the doctor was speaking to him. Oh, Lee said. He had no idea what the doctor was talking about. I'm sorry. I guess I didn't hear what you said. The doctor smiled tolerantly. I said you can see Dr. Letzmiller this afternoon to get the final okay. Letzmiller? Who's he? I thought you said I was ready to go. Lee knew he sounded a little petulant, but he was tired from all these examinations, and besides, his head hurt. The doctor, Gorse, Lee thought his name was rather young, but seemed used to this kind of thing. He turned on his tolerant smile again. Dr. Letzmiller is chief of the familiarization and post-operative adjustment section. He can explain himself better when you see him. Is he the last one? Lee asked. He was already following Dr. Gorse out the door and down a corridor. Dr. Gorse stopped before a door marked Dr. C. L. Letzmiller and opened it. The last one. You take these. He handed Lee a thick manila folder. And tell the girl Dr. Gorse sent you for your interview. He waited until Lee had entered, then closed the door and left. Evidently, Dr. Letzmiller had been expecting him, for very shortly Lee found himself sitting at the doctor's desk, comfortably seated in a brown leather armchair. He was facing a rather pudgy man who was leafing through the manila folder Lee had given him. Finally, Dr. Letzmiller looked up. Well, well now. Mr. Lee, suppose you first tell me about yourself, and then I'll tell you about me. Tell you about me? Lee asked. Dr. Letzmiller smiled. It was another tolerant smile, but it seemed more sincere than Gorse's. I suppose the best way would be for me to review these facts on your medical history. You are Vincent Bernard Lee? Yes, sir. Date of birth? August 11th, 1934. That would make you 409 years old. Lee hesitated. He never really thought of his age. It had long ago ceased to be of any importance to him. Of course he remembered his birth date. It was one of those facts that always appears on your records, like your social security number. He did some calculation in his head, as rapidly as the constantly shifting blank spots in his thinking would allow him. Yes, sir. It shows here that you first underwent replacive surgery in 1991, correct? Yes. Remember what it was for? Yes, I had heart trouble. They fixed me up with one of those big jobs requiring my carrying batteries under my armpit. One of those early models. And this shows that at various times since then you have undergone replacive surgery some 87 times, including 3 replacements of a pulmonary nature. Again, Lee hesitated. The number of times he had had a worn organ or tissue repaired or replaced was more than a little hazy. After the novelty of the first few times when he found himself with a new stomach or liver or muscle, he had started to take these things as a matter of course. He gave a little nervous laugh. If that paper says so, I suppose so, Doctor. Yes, well, everything seems to be functioning properly now, doesn't it? With the exception of your head, of course. Yes, I feel fine otherwise. Lee was feeling uncomfortable. Doctor, could you tell me what this is all about? I must have answered these questions half a dozen times before to those other people. In just a moment. First, I need to know you a little better. Your medical history lists your occupation as cabinet maker. That's right. Lee was becoming more and more uncomfortable. The extensive examinations had tired him, and repetition of the answers to all these questions was making him edgy. Doctor, can't you at least tell me what type of operation I'm going to have? What do you think it will be? I
I don't know, some sort of repair on my head, I guess.
Mr. Lee, this isn't going to be a matter of repair. We have found it necessary to replace the entirety of what could roughly be called your brain, as well as part of the spinal cord.
My whole brain? Lee sat, stunned, comprehension slowly filtering into him. He voiced the only coherent thought which materialized. Why, that will mean there won't be anything left of me at all. Dr. Letzmiller regarded him.
What do you mean?
Doc, you've got my records there. At one time or another, since they first put a new heart in me, every single inch of me has been replaced by an artificial part. I mean, all of me. There's not one bit of me, heart, eyes, toenails, nothing, that is me. That bothered me quite a bit when this left eye was put in. I mean, I thought, well, this isn't me. This is my brain walking around in a jumble of artificial flesh. I tell you, it bothered me. But I went to a doctor, a psychoanalyst, and he convinced me that as long as I had what he called a sense of identity, that I was me. Lee stopped. How could he explain it? But Letzmiller seemed to understand.
And you think that your brain is all that is left of you?
Doc, it's a funny feeling. Like this. Lee raised his hands, brought them together, and touched his fingertips. See that? I can raise those hands. I can make them touch each other. I can feel them touching each other. But it is just not quite right. It's just a little bit off-key, like one trumpet player out of 20. About 1/16 of a note flat. Know what I mean?
I think I do,
said Dr. Letzmiller, nodding slowly.
Now, just what does that have to do with your operation?
Doctor... Lee had to stop, for the patchwork quilt of blank spaces was dancing in his head. The helplessness went away, slowly, like smoke drifting from a fire. As his mind cleared, he realized that he didn't know why he was being interviewed by this doctor.
Anything wrong?
Dr. Letzmiller asked. Lee knew he wasn't being too coherent, jumping about with the conversation this way, but he asked the question anyway. Doc, why am I seeing you?
You haven't guessed?
No. The doctor paused to light a half-gone cigar.
My job here at Merkin's Replacive is to deal with just such fears as you have expressed. I'm an MD, and a psychologist, and...
Letzmiller smiled to himself.
A kind of historian.
Historian?
Well, you see, I was supposed to give you the regular formal lecture on history of replacive surgery when you first came in. Like to hear it?
Lee nodded, so Letzmiller continued.
Replacive surgery is actually quite old. Old as medicine itself, I suppose. Very early attempts at dentures were tried, though with little success. And, of course, peg legs and hooks for persons who had lost their hands might be called replacive surgery, though they were very crude. Later on came more refined dentures, artificial limbs, corrective lenses, skull plates, hearing aids, plastic or cosmetic surgery, blood transfusion, all types of skin grafts, etc. The 1950s saw the beginning of bone and corneal transplants, use of plastics in arteries, those huge heart, lung, and kidney machines, implantation of electrodes in the heart to steady its beat, many things which were mostly emergency or stopgap measures. All through the late 1900s, refinements continued to be made. But it wasn't until 1988 that the fathers of replacive surgery, Dr. Mills, Levinson, and McCarty, made the breakthrough that revolutionized the whole concept. In very simplified language, they unlocked the key to producing specialized living tissue through a bombardment of an extremely complex carbon compound with amino acids and electricity, then making it selective in function by a fantastically intricate application of radiation. That pulmonary replacement you received in 1991 was undoubtedly one of the first successes. You were quite lucky, you know. Up until 2017, only about 5% of their synthesized hearts lasted more than 30 days. At any rate, the principle was established, and it was proven that it could work. Most of our work from then till a few years ago has been improving and refining the work those 3 good doctors did over 300 years ago.
Letzmiller's cigar had gone out, and he discarded it in favor of a cigarette.
That would be the end of my history lecture, if it were not for the nature of your trouble.
Lee looked at him closely. Why's that?
Well, Mr. Lee, the big thing missing in that summation is the seemingly impossible task of synthesizing nerve tissue, especially that of the cerebral cortex. It's been approximated, at any rate, closely enough to give us good enough results to allow an artificial tissue to respond to brain signals about 98%, as well as the original could. But actual duplication? No. At least, not until about 3 years ago. To tell you the truth, it is barely out of the experimental stage.
Experimental?
Yes. This will be the first complete replacement of a human brain. Oh, of course it has been done with animals, and it has been successful with partial replacements on humans, but you will have the honor of being the first human with a complete substitution.
Lee could not contain himself. Doc, that's just it! There won't be a single atom of me except what you fellows have conjured up. Letzmiller broke in mildly.
I think conjured is hardly the proper word, Mr. Lee.
Well, of course I didn't mean that. But don't you see what I'm driving at? You could just as well start from scratch and duplicate me without bothering about going about it piecemeal. And what does that make me? The doctor had been looking at Lee intently, studying him through his outburst.
I think I see what you mean, and I can't answer you. The question you raise may be philosophical or metaphysical, but it certainly isn't medical. And from a doctor's point of view, complete substitution is the only course open, risky as it may seem.
Lee mulled this over. Of course he knew surgery was the only solution to his decaying mentality, actually the only alternative to his becoming a virtual idiot, and, shortly after that, dead. And he did not want to die. He had lived a long time, but thanks to the methods of Letzmiller, Gors, and all their predecessors, he was as full of juice as he had been at 35. But the question that kept plaguing him, Letzmiller seemed determined to avoid. He didn't understand very much about replacive surgery. Really didn't care to. If Letzmiller said it could work, then he wasn't worried about that. Well, he guessed he really didn't have much choice. With this realization, he had only one more question for Letzmiller. Doc, if I'm not me when this is over, do you think I'll know it? Letzmiller looked at Lee's troubled face.
Do you think that you would want to?
Lee answered slowly. No, I guess not. Letzmiller rose from his chair.
I'll talk to you again after the operation. Do you think you're ready to go to your room now?
Lee nodded, and obediently followed the doctor. Lee was asleep when the nurse came, but with the efficiency of all good nurses since time immemorial, she woke him to give him the sedative to prepare him for surgery. She chattered brightly as she prepared the hypodermic. You know, you have all the nurses speculating, Mr. Lee. I mean, we're wondering just what Dr. Lakin, he's the anesthesiologist, is going to use for you when you won't have any brain for the anesthesia to work on. She stopped, the needle poised above Lee's arm, realizing the inaptness of her remark. "Oh, I shouldn't have said that."
"No, it's all right," said Lee. "I've already reconciled myself to being the Headless Horseman for a while."
He had too, although it was wonderfully strange to think of himself lying on the operating table with a cavity where he right now thought, felt, knew that he was a person. Lee didn't actually lie on the table in the literal sense. The table was inclined to about 45 degrees, with his head exposed and supported by a clamp on the cheek and jawbones. His arrangement was necessary to allow the waiting machinery access to the area where it would perform. Physicians, surgeons, biologists, and the like were gathered in the amphitheater to see a bit of medical history. Actually, there wasn't much to see. A team of technicians, radiologists, and surgeons were working around Lee. Some were attaching electrodes to parts of Lee's body to maintain the electrical impulses necessary to keep his vital processes in motion while the main switchboard was out of commission. Others were sensitizing the exposed brain, from which the skull had already been removed, to guide the delicate fingers of the huge automatic operating, recording, and calculating complex through its precisely programmed steps. Letzmiller was among those in the amphitheater as a spectator, drawn both by professional curiosity and a desire to know the answer to Lee's question. "Doc, what will there be left of me?" Of course, he couldn't find out even part of the answer for some weeks. Even the ORC complex, now being fitted to Lee's unconscious brain, adjusted and activated, would not finish with its job for something like 32 hours. The synthesizer would reconvert the data, translate it into countless chemical and electrical formulae, and apply it to the raw materials of carbons, amino acids, proteins, and other components. When the basic organ had been reconstructed, a process requiring another week and a half in the synthesizer, it would be grafted back. The nerve lead-ins would then be reconnected, one by one, spaced at intervals to avoid shock. Lee would be unconscious the whole time, of course. Or rather, Lee would be unconscious part of the time. Most of the time he wouldn't have the capacity for either consciousness or the lack of it. Dr. Letzmiller observed the huge ORC complex for a time, but there wasn't anything to see. It simply sat over Lee, doing its job. Unwanted, the thought came to Letzmiller that the machine looked like a frog, with a long worm dangling from its mouth. Lee was the worm.
"You can talk to him now,"
Olden Reed, surgeon in charge, addressed Letzmiller outside Lee's room where he had just finished his examination.
"Personally, I think things went exactly as they should. All physical and mental responses check out. I guess here's where I'm finished, and you go to work."
Lee was sitting up in bed as Letzmiller entered. He looked just like he had in Letzmiller's office before the operation, except for the small white bandages around his head to protect his healing skull.
"Well," the doctor said, "how do you feel? Your head hurt?"
Letzmiller checked at Olden Reed's office, and was admitted to give his report, as had been planned.
"Well?"
asked Olden Reed. Letzmiller lit the end of his cigar before answering.
"I wholly agree with you. Everything seems to have worked out exactly according to plan. I found him essentially the same as he appeared to me during his pre-operative interview. Of course he's a little foggy yet, but I suppose that's just the post-operative shock." "Yes, that will clear up in a few days." "He seems alert, responsive, full memory. I don't think there will be any difficulty with my part of his post-operative treatment, except... Doctor, have you ever listened to a group of violins and just sensed, not actually heard, that one of them seemed about a quarter of a note flat?"
Olden Reed looked at him strangely as Letzmiller left the office and closed the door. End of Am I Still There by James R. Hall. Recording by Nathaniel
Adonisio.
One out of 10 by J. Anthony Verlaine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Television quiz programs, with an aspect of having just staged a raid on Fort Knox, are very much in the news these days. Certainly, the prizes to be won are astronomical, and the contestants scarcely less so. Step right up, little lady, and tell us why your eyes look so strange. What's that? You want us to read this astounding science fiction documentary by J. Anthony Verlaine first? Well, perhaps we should play it safe while the flying saucer folks are watching us. 1 out of 10 by J. Anthony Verlaine. There may be a town called Mars in Montana, but little Mrs. Frida Dunny didn't come from there. I watched Don Phillips, the commercial announcer, out of the corner of my eye. The camera in front of me swung around and lined up on my set. "And now, on with the show," Phillips was saying. "And here, ready to test your wits, is your quizzing quizmaster, smiling Jim Parsons." I smiled into the camera and waited while the audience applauded. The camera tally light went on, and the stage manager brought his arm down and pointed at me. "Good afternoon," I said to the camera. "Here we go again with another half hour of fun and prizes on television's newest, most exciting game, Parlor Quiz. In a moment, I'll introduce you to our first contestant. But first, here is a special message to you mothers." The baby powder commercial appeared on the monitor, and I walked over to the next set. They had the first contestant lined up for me. I smiled and took her card from the floor man. She was a middle-aged woman with a faded print dress and old-style shoes. I never saw the contestants until we were on the air. They were screened before the show by the staff. They usually tried to pick contestants who would make good show material, an odd name or occupation, or somebody with 20 kids, something of that nature. I looked at the card for a tip-off. Mrs. Frida Dunny, the card said. Ask her where she comes from. I smiled at the contestant again and took her by the hand. The tally light went on again, and I grinned into the camera. "Well now, we are all set to go. And our first contestant today is this charming little lady right here beside me, Mrs. Frida Dunny." I looked at the card. "How are you, Mrs. Dunny?" "Fine, just fine." "All set to answer a lot of questions and win a lot of prizes?" "Oh, I'll win all right," said Mrs. Dunny, smiling around at the audience. The audience tittered a bit at the remark. I looked at the card again. "Where are you from, Mrs. Dunny?" "Mars," said Mrs. Dunny. "Mars," I laughed, anticipating the answer. "Mars, Montana? Mars, Peru?" "No, Mars, up there," she said, pointing up at the air. "The planet Mars, the fourth planet out from the sun." My assistant looked unhappy. I smiled again, wondering what the gag was. I decided to play along. "Well, well," I said, "all the way from Mars, eh? And how long have you been on Earth, Mrs. Dunny?" "Oh, about 30 or 40 years. I've been here nearly all my life. Came here when I was a wee bit of a girl." "Well," I said, "you're practically an Earthwoman by now, aren't you?" The audience laughed. "Do you plan on going back some day, or have you made up your mind to stay here on Earth for the rest of your days?" "No, I'm just here for the invasion," said Mrs. Dunny. "When it's over, I'll probably go back home again." "The invasion?" "Yes, the invasion of Earth. As soon as enough of us are here, We'll get started." "You mean there are others here, too?" "Oh, yes. There are several million of us here in the United States already, and more are on the way." "There are only 170 million people in the United States, Mrs. Dunny," I said. "If there were several million Martians among us, 1 out of every 100 would have to be a Martian." "1 out of every 10, said Mrs. Dunny. "That's what the boss said just the other day. We're getting pretty close to the number we need to take over Earth." "What do you need?" I asked. 1 to 1? 1 Martian for every Earthman? "Oh, no," said Mrs. Dunny. 1 Martian is worth 10 Earthmen. The only reason we're waiting is we don't want any trouble." "You don't look any different from us Earth people, Mrs. Dunny. How does one tell the difference between a Martian and an Earthman when one sees one?" "Oh, we don't look any different," said Mrs. Dunny. "Some of the kids don't even know they're Martians. Most mothers won't tell their children until they've grown up. And there are some children who are never told because they just don't develop their full powers." "What powers?" "Of telepathy, thought control, that kind of thing." "You mean Martians can read people's thoughts?" "Sure, that's no trouble at all. It's very easy, really, once you get the hang of it." "Can you read my mind?" I asked, smiling. "Sure," said Mrs. Dunny, smiling up at me. "That's why I said I would know the answers. I'll be able to read the answers from your mind when you look at that sheet of paper." "Now, that's hardly sporting, is it, Miss Dunny?" I said, turning to the camera. The audience laughed. "Everybody else has to do it the hard way, and here you are reading it from my mind." "All's fair in love and war," said Mrs. Dunny. "Tell me, Mrs. Dunny, why are you telling me about all this? Isn't it supposed to be a secret?" "I have my reasons," said Mrs. Dunny. "Nobody believes me anyhow." "Oh, I believe you, Mrs. Dunny," I said gravely. "And now let's see how you do on the questions. Are you ready?" She nodded. "Name the one and only mammal that has the ability to fly," I asked, reading from the script. "A bat," she said. "Right. Did you read that from my mind?" "Oh, yes, you're coming over very clear," said Mrs. Dunny. "Try this one," I said. "A princess is any daughter of a sovereign. What is a princess royal?" "The eldest daughter of a sovereign," she said. "Correct. How about this one? Is a Kodiak a kind of simple box camera, a type of double-bowed boat, or a type of Alaskan bear?" "A bear," said Mrs. Dunny. "Very good," I said. "That was a hard one." I asked her 7 more questions, and she got them all right. None of the other contestants even came close to her score, so I wound up giving her the gas range and a lot of other smaller prizes. After we were off the air, I followed the audience into the hall. Mrs. Dunny was walking toward the lobby with an old paper shopping bag under her arm. An attendant was following her with an armful of prizes. I caught up with her before she reached the door. "Mrs. Dunny," I said, and she turned around. "I want to talk to you." "When do I get the gas stove?" she said. "Your local dealer will send it to you in a few days. Did you give them your address?" "Yes, I gave it to them. My Philadelphia address, that is. I don't even remember my address at home anymore." "Come now, Mrs. Dunny, you don't have to keep up that Mars business now that we're off the air." "It's the truth, and I didn't come here just by accident," said Mrs. Dunny, looking over her shoulder toward the attendant who was still holding the prizes. "I came here to see you." "Me?" Mrs. Dunny set the paper bag down on the floor and dug down into her pocketbook. She took out a dog-eared piece of white paper and bent it up in her hand. "Yes," she said finally, "I came to see you. And you didn't follow me out here because you wanted to. I commanded you to come. Commanded me to come? I sputtered. What for? To prove something to you. Do you see this piece of paper? She held out the piece of paper in her hand with the blank side toward me. My address is on this paper. I am reading the address. Concentrate on what I am reading. I looked at her. I concentrated. Suddenly, I knew. 251 South 8th Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, I said aloud. You see, it's very easy once you get the hang of it, she said. I nodded and smiled down at her. Now I understood. I picked up her bag and put my hand on her shoulder. Let's go, I said. We have a lot to talk about. The end of 1 out of 10 by J. Anthony Furlane.
Firegod by August Budrus, writing as William Scarfe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Howarth. Firegod by August Budrus. Your Majesty, Dai Mersu, Emperor of all the suns, protector of the galaxy, looked up calmly as his Prime Minister burst into the room. His lean, brooding face did not change expression as he watched the pale and perspiring man cross the flagstoned floor with a sharp, nervous patter of leather. "Gently, Tors, gently," he said quietly, his eyes mocking under their overhang of dark eyebrow. "You're Prime Minister now, remember that. A Prime Minister doesn't come blundering into the palace looking as though the sky was falling. It creates unrest in the population. Try to remember that we're no longer a pair of obscure rabble-rousers trying to overthrow the crown. We are the crown now. Try to act like it." "Dai, the sky is falling," Tors burst out unheedingly. "I have word that the Earthmen are driving beyond the rim and into the heart of the Empire itself. Their ships are irresistible. They're winning battle after battle, and the people are restless. They say it's time the false Emperor's rule was overthrown. Some of the garrisons are rebelling." Still the Emperor's expression did not change. "So," he said calmly, "the Earthmen were not bluffing when they said they'd maintain the rights of the old Emperor." "Yes, you said they wouldn't, Dai. What are we going to do?" "I was wrong, Tors," Mersu said evenly. "No matter. As for what we are going to do, why, I suppose you'd better arrange for another broadcast. Tell the people we have weapons ready if the situation becomes serious, that they have nothing to fear." "But the situation is serious. And what weapons?" "No weapons, Tors," Mersu explained patiently, "but the story will serve to keep the people calm, and perhaps make them think twice about revolt. Now go. Hurry." The Prime Minister's feet pattered over the floor again. The door to the room closed. Mersu smiled quietly. He rose and opened the concealed door behind his chair. Closing it behind him, he slipped into a passage of which no one knew, and 10 minutes later he was in a private tubeway that led halfway across the continent, into the heart of an old and barren mountain range. As he sat comfortably in the padded upholstery of the tube car, Mersu smiled again. Poor Tors, so excitable, always the hysteric, a perfect rabble-rouser perhaps, but not a clever man. No, never a clever man. A clever man knew when the game was over, and Mersu laughed. The game had been worth it. 5 years ago he had been a revolutionary, slinking through the alleys at night, always in danger, and always clever. 4 years of that, and then empire, absolute rule over the greater Magellanic Cloud. Now he was once again in danger, but it was a danger he had long ago foreseen and planned for, and the past year had been worth it. He laughed again. Poor, addle-witted Tors, left with the empty bag in his hands. The spaceship rested like a crouching bullet in its chamber. As he slid the tubeway door shut behind him, Mersu admired the savage sleekness of its lines once again. Even more, he admired his cleverness in having it built. A clever man always has a back door. He crossed the hangar floor unhurriedly and climbed into the ship. The control room was small but efficient. 100 controls lay closely around the padded chair, some of them for the standard drive, others for the hyperspatial warp. The hyperspatial warp. Mersu smiled. There was his escape, and more. Here was the means for his future rulership over nothing so small as the cloud. Here were entire galaxies waiting for his hand. Hyperspace. There was something to make a man think. Another universe, not beyond, but alongside his own, hidden in the complex byways of Riemann geometry and the mathematics of Einstein. A universe where time itself ran slower, where a year of normal time encompassed centuries. A ship could twist itself into that universe and travel just below the speed of light, the limit which, in normal space, was the barrier no ship could cross. But in hyperspace, while the same barrier existed, a man from normal space could travel for centuries, covering great distances, while for him only a few months passed. Mersu chuckled. Behind him, stored in the great holds of the ship, were working models of every machine and weapon the cloud civilization possessed. There were plans, manuals, instructions, all translated into basic symbology that any intelligent being could understand. Packed into this ship was an entire civilization, ready to be brought to whatever people Mersu chose. He had only to enter hyperspace and lose himself where no Earthman or rebel could follow, and there he would find a primitive race, barely beginning to rise out of the mud. He would bring them civilization. In return, he would have godhood. They would worship him, those primitive people. He would be Mersu the Firegod, thundering out of the sky, bringing with him the gift of civilization. And once the gift was given, he would climb back into the sky on a pillar of fire, promising to return when his people were ready. He laughed aloud, the deep bass sound echoing through the control chamber. Why not? He could fly back into space and spend a year, waiting, while centuries passed on the primitive world. When he returned, that world would be his, and soon afterward the entire universe would bow before the name of Mersu, the immortal fire god, for there is no force so strong, no loyalty so great, as that of men for their gods. Still laughing, he blasted the ship out of its hangar into the blackness of space, and a little later into hyperspace, while the big blue ships of Earth smashed his discarded empire behind him. In a month he had found his planet and his people. They were almost human in appearance, but shorter. So much the better. He was like them, but just different enough to be a god. He brought his ship roaring down through the atmosphere, trailing a streamer of flame. As he passed over the sea that covered most of the world, the wash of his jets kicked the water into froth, and the sound of his passage echoed through the sky. The village rested on the shore of the sea. The mud huts trembled as his ship sank down, resting on its jet stream until it settled slowly to the ground. Smiling faintly, Mersu put on his spacesuit, strapping his anti-gravity harness on over it. He flew out of his upper airlock, carrying a gun in his hand. He hovered in the air above the village. He pointed the gun into the air and fired. A cone of flame shot toward the sky. He pointed the gun at the sea, and towering curtains of steam rose to hang over the village. Mersu descended, and found his people grovelling in the mud. Weeks passed. A stream of men carried the ship's cargo into a great sprawling building that Mersu carved out of a stone cliff with a subatomic cutter. The lintels of the building were sanctified with the blood of virgins. A new class of people arose in the village. the priests of Mersu, the Firegod. And as the ship rose up into space again on its journey back into the normal space where Mersu would wait his year and the centuries would pass for his people, the priests chanted over their altars, "He will return. Mersu goes to his kingdom in the sky, but he will return, bearing flame in his hands. Mersu the Firegod, Mersu the immortal bringer of fire, will return." And the centuries passed. Mersu brought his ship out of the sky, tearing the air as he came, the growl of his jets thundering over the mighty city on the sea. The sound echoed back from the carved face of the temple of Mersu and beat against the spreading buildings. The ship settled to earth. Mersu strapped on his anti-grav suit and flashed out into the air above the city. He fired his gun into the sea, and the steam curtain rose once more. He pointed the gun skyward, and the heavens danced with flame. A low, snarling car, bearing the sign of Mersu's priesthood, drove up to him as he touched the ground. 2 men got out and walked towards him, one of them dressed in the sombre black of the priesthood. Mersu stood waiting, his eyes lighting with triumphant fire. "Who are you?" the priest asked. Mersu stared, the pose broken. "Who am I? Kneel, fool! I am Mersu, the Firegod." The 2 men looked at him speechlessly for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Mersu?" The priest wiped his eyes. The other man's laughter trailed into anger. "Watch your tongue, blasphemer," he said curtly, drawing a gun from his holster. "Mersu?" the priest repeated. "You're the fool, stranger. At least the others who've tried to claim his godhood had the sense to disguise himself to resemble his pictures." "Pictures change, rash priest," Mersu thundered. "I am the Firegod. Look at my power." Once more he fired into the sea, and once more the steam pillars arose. "I am the god of fire. I fly on hands of flame. I walk on the air. I burn the land and the sea. I am Mersu." The priest's face lost its tolerant amusement. His mouth twisted in scorn. "Walk on the air, do you? In a Mark 11 anti-grav belt, yes. Burn sea and land, eh? With a sun gun, certainly. Fly on hands of flame? If you wish to be picturesque about it, yes. But so does every drunken fool of a spaceman." "I tell you, I am Mersu!" Mersu screamed. "Bow down and worship!" "Silence!" The priest's voice was dangerous. "You will come with us to the temple. There you'll see how we worship impostors." "I'll kill you!" Mersu shouted, raising his gun. The priest motioned with his hand. The man with him blew Mersu's head off. "Blasphemer!" the priest spat disdainfully, his voice filled with disgust. He and his retainer turned back to the car, leaving the body to be carted away later. Every evening at sunset, the priests of Mersu stand over their altars and intone the words, "He will return. Mersu, the Firegod. Mersu, the immortal bringer of fire. He will return." And the people of Mersu's world intone in reply, "He will return." Throughout the galaxies of hyperspace, wherever the people of Mersu's world may wander, there are other priests and other races that respond, but the ritual is always the same. He will return. And the city waits. The planet waits. And the other planets around the other stars through all the galaxies of hyperspace wait. They always will. End of Firegod by August Budrys. Recording by Barry Howarth, Brisbane, Australia.
The Irritated People by Ray Bradbury. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Irritated People by Ray Bradbury. Charles Crossley president of American jet-propelled ships, felt himself spread-eagled in his favorite living-room chair. The voice on the televisor moaned. Europe. Crossley twitched. Secret atomic factories. Crossley jerked. Semi-dictatorships. Crossley sweated. Political pressures. War. Crossley writhed. His wife shut the televisor off indignantly. She stared at her limp husband. Tri-Union hasn't any weapons. We haven't any. Neither has Russia, Britain, or anyone else. That was all settled and forbidden ages ago. When was it? 1960? Crossley stroked his receding hairline, sighing. They're making atomic bombs in secret, he said. He littered the rug with cigar ash. Stop that! Cried his wife. My nice rug! The rug, oh, the confounded rug, he said, and muttered away, closing his eyes for a long minute. Then he opened one eye. He looked at his wife. He looked at the rug, the cigar in his hands, the fallen ashes. The rug? He shut his eyes again. 5 minutes later, he leapt up with an explosion sound of, The rug! I've got it! I've got it! He seized his wife, kissed her. You are brilliant. I love you. That's it. That is it. He rushed madly off in the general direction of Europe. Thus began the Tri-Union American War of the year 1989. The small jet-propelled ship crossed the Atlantic in fiery gusts. In it was Charles Crossley, a man with an idea. Behind it, 3,000 other ships tore along, putting space behind. They were his ships. They belonged to his company. He employed the men. This was his own private war. Ha! Mr. Crossley laughed quite obviously. The radio cut in on him. Crossley? Crossley answered. Speaking. This is the President, Crossley. The voice was sharp, and it fairly heated the interior of the ship. Turn back in the name of common sense. What are you up to? I'll seize your company. This can't wait, Mr. President. We've been sweating it out for months. The Tri-Union won't admit it's setting up a fascist skeleton in Europe. We can't find any proof they are, but there are rumors. We've got to get it out in the open. We can't wait. I'm sorry, I have to act alone. Bombardiers? Ready? 3,000 voices. Crossley, shouted the President far away. Here comes Vienna. Crossley jerked his hand down. Bomb loads release. Released, 3,000 voices. Crossley, the President. Bang, said Crossley. Pink confetti tumbled down through the clear, cool summer air. Tons and tons of pink, whirling confetti. Confetti by the bomb load. 3,000 cargoes of very pink, very fine confetti. Pink confetti tumbled down through the air. And to think, mused Crossley happily as he turned his ship homeward, to think the entire idea came from spilling ashes on a rug. Hi-ho! The President of the United States shook his fist. You bombed them? Crossley yawned. There is no law against dropping waste paper, he said quietly. You attacked the people of the Tri-Union States? No one was injured, said Crossley calmly. No explosives, no bruises, no fatalities. Did anyone even get a piece of confetti in his eye? The answer is no. A 2-letter word. Crossley lit a cigarette. 50,000 housefrows and 100,000 children swept sidewalks. Men flooded the employment offices in Vienna for the street-sweeping jobs. But, that clever, devilish confetti. It was electrically and chemically impregnated. It vanished when touched by human hands. It reappeared when humans withdrew from the immediate vicinity. Rooms helped little. When disturbed, the confetti had a curious habit of jumping like tiddlywinks or jumping beans. Sensitive little things. I dare say it'll be some weeks before Vienna is clean. That is what I have done to the Tri-Union. The World Organization forbids an attack. Was this an attack, sir? Confetti on the wind? Eh? The World Organization forbids war, cried the President. This is not war. Crosley leaned forward, tapping the desk earnestly. Suppose we drop confetti every day, causing the Tri-Union population to pluck and curry their lawns 365 days a year. And there are other things we can do, Mr. President. Little irritating things. Imagine it, Mr. President, will you? The President imagined it for quite a while. Then slowly he began to smile. It was a sweet day, a morning in the Tri-Union state of Brugge. The sky was blue, the clouds were nicely white, and upon the rolling green hills a picnic was spread, with thousands of tossed paper napkins, hundreds of bread heels, crusts, can openers, sardine tins, dropped eggs, and wadded cardboard cartons. The picnic, like a river of several thousand parts, engulfed the park-like hills. One small boy running through the dells paused to leave his semi-digested lunch. Laughter, wine bottles gurgling, songs. The President of the United States and Mr. Crosley clinked glasses, heading the picnic, drank gustily, refilled, drank again. Others yelled, screamed in delight, played tag, threw away bottles. And on 20,000 other Tri-Union hills, 20,000 other small family ships landed. 20,000 more picnic riots began. 60,000 napkins, well wadded, were dropped from wiped lips. 100,000 shattered eggshells were spilled. 60,000 shiny soup cans were left gleaming in the sun. 300 million ants rushed out to welcome them. And the 30 million people of Greater Brugge glared at the invasion, knowing not what to do. What was the world coming to? At nightfall, the last little boy had emptied himself of his brackish contents, and the last little girl plucked bawling from a poison ivy nest, the last sardine dispatched, the last beer bottle left a foamy vacuum. Flying away into the night, the American invaders sent back their war cry, which sounded remarkably like, and probably was, a belch. General Krauss, personal representative of Brugge, the new semi-dictator of Europe, shouted out of the televisor. Mr. President, you were seen by reliable witnesses to peel an egg and, bit by bit, throw the shell under 100-year-old linden tree. Crosley and the President stood together in the White House inner sanctum. The President spoke. Mr. Krauss, the peace laws specify no nation may manufacture weapons for killing, wounding, or destruction of another's national populace or property. We are helpless to attack you. Therefore, all the while, you in secret make weapons. You can't prove that. Make weapons, said the President grimly. So, in last recourse, we use weapons which are no weapons at all. We have destroyed nothing and no one. Aha! Krauss's eyes snapped on the visor. His face vanished. A new scene replaced it, showing a green meadow. Krauss's voice crackled behind it, in comment. Property damage to Greater Brugge. Listen, rough estimate, 65,000 ants, large and small, both black and red, biting and non-biting, were trodden on at your picnic. The scene dissolved to yet another. Hark! 10 million grass blades, approximately. 10 million trampled and crushed. 2,000 pretty flowers, picked. That was an error, apologized Crosley. The children got out of hand. 2,000 flowers, repeated Krauss savagely. Picked. Krauss took time to get hold of himself. He cleared his throat and continued. Approximately 30 billion atomic particles of wood brushed off Greater Bruges sycamores, oaks, elms, and lindens by adults playing tree tag. And 65 million particles scraped from Greater Bruges fences by young men escaping angered Greater Bruges bulls. And, he thundered, the scene dissolved once more, and a most interesting view was revealed. And 16,000 cubic feet of A1 first-class forest moss crushed, rolled upon, and otherwise malpracticed by young lovers idling in the thickets. There you are, the proof, the proof! This is war! The first tri-Union airships flew over New York a week later. From them, on parachutes, little boxes floated. Crosley, in his garden resting, preparing new methods of attack on the enemy, was astonished as one of the devices hovered by the red brick garden wall. A bomb, he cried, and leapt into the house, sorry he had started this infernal war. Edith, his wife, peered from the rear window. Oh, come back, she said. It's only a radio. They listened. Music. Blues music. From back in the mad 40s when I wore pigtails, said Edith. Said Crosley. The music, if such it could be called, concerned a lady afflicted with, I got those mad about him, glad about him, but I'm so sad about him, blues. Interesting, said Crosley. Yes, she said. The song ended. They waited. The song began again. Is that all it plays? Said Edith. I don't see any dials to change the record with. Oh, said Crosley and shut his eyes. I think I began to see the light. The song ended and started a third time. That's what I expected, said Crosley. Here, give me a hand. The song flowed into its fourth, fifth, and sixth renditions as they poked at the dangling machine. It dodged like a hummingbird. Radar sensitive, said Crosley, giving up. Oh, pff. Edith covered her ears with her hands. Oh, Charles, she said. They went into the house and shut the door tight, and shut the windows tighter. Nevertheless, the music penetrated. After dinner, Crosley looked at Edith and said, What do you make it? She counted on her fingers. This next time will be the 113th repeat, she said. That's what I counted, he said, handing her wads of cotton. He worked feverishly that night. He made plans for war using confetti, toothpaste tubes that refused to function, a chemical that dulled razors at the first scrape, and, let's see. His young son, aged 12, was doing his homework in the next room. Oblivious to the awful music, said Crosley in admiration. Kids are marvels, can concentrate anywhere. He crept up on his son, looking over his shoulder. The boy was writing a composition. Poe offered the cast of the Amontillado, Mask of the Red Death, and I got those mad about him, glad about him, but I get so sad about him. Blues, Crosley said. He turned. Edith, pack the suitcases. We're leaving home. They piled into the family helicopter. As the helicopter lifted into the sky, Crosley's small son said, looking down at the music box in the garden, 200th time. Crosley hit him. It was useless to flee. The hovering radios were everywhere, bawling. They were in the air, on the ground, and under bridges. They could not be shot down. They dodged. And the music played on. Edith glared at her husband, who was somewhat responsible for all this. His son tentatively eyed Crosley's shins for a kicking. Crosley called the president. "You!" screamed the president. "Crosley!" "Mr. President, I can explain." So the war progressed. The World Organization hunched forward tensely, awaiting the moment when one side got out of bounds, fired a shot, or committed a murder. But normal, civilized pursuits continued. Imports and exports flowed. Food, clothing, raw materials were exchanged. If either country had broken relations, made guns, knives, grenades, the World Organization would have leapt in. But not a gun was fashioned, not a knife was sharpened. There were no murders, wounded or bruised. The World Organization was helpless. There was no war. Well, almost none. "Heinrich!" "Yes, my wife?" "Come look at this mirror." Heinrich, chief deputy of the police department in the greater Brucha village, came slopping in his easy slippers, holding his clay pipe like a small, tame bird in his hand. Heinrich looked into the mirror that was ridiculous, like at a carnival. What has happened to it overnight, he wondered. Look at me. Ha! I look like an idiot. He chuckled. My face stretches like rubber, shivers, is distorted. Well, the mirror is warped. You are warped, shouted his wife. Do something about it. I will buy a new one. In the meantime, the one upstairs is also warped, she snapped. How will I get my hat on straight, or see that my lipstick is drawn fine, or my powder neat? Clumsy idiot, hurry and fetch a new one. Go, get, rush. Crosley had his orders. Find a way out, or arrange a truce. If these next attacks by the United States did not produce results, the United States must bargain for peace. Peace, yes, peace from that abominable woman singing the abominable blues 20 times an hour, night and day. The American public would hold the line as long as possible, said the president, but time was short, and puncturing everyone's eardrums seemed a most unlikely way out. Crosley was to get in there and pitch. Crosley pitched. His jet plane streaked over Europe in the Great Offensive. 3,000 bomb loads of something or other was dropped by his order, and then the 3,000 company ships curved and shot home. He lingered on, cruising the length of Europe, awaiting results. He got them. A large, unseeable beam took hold of his ship and drew it steadily down into the dark mountains of Greater Perugia. Well, said Crosley, adventure. The entire capture was quiet, convivial. When he stepped from his grounded craft, he was politely escorted into a city of ultra-modern buildings and avenues between the mountains. And there, in a small edifice, in a small room, he met his enemy. Krauss sat behind the desk as Crosley entered. Crosley nodded and bowed. Hello, Krauss. You'll be prosecuted for kidnapping. You're free to go any time, snapped Krauss. This is an interview. Sit. The chair was shaped like a low pyramid. You could sit, but you slid in all directions. The ceiling, where Crosley was expected to sit, was very low. He had to choose between backache or slithering around on a pyramidal chair. He chose to slither. Krauss reached over and pinched Crosley. Ouch, said Crosley. Krauss did it again. Stop that, said Crosley. All right, said Krauss. Under Crosley, the chair exploded. Gibbering, Crosley leapt up. He banged his head on the ceiling. He held his back end with one hand and the head with the other. Mr. Crosley, shall we talk of peace? Yeah, said Crosley, bent over. When you stop making secret weapons. Otherwise, more confetti, more picnics, More pig knuckles. And more music in America. Eh, Mr. Crosley? Another pinch. Ow! We can stand the music long enough to use our next weapon. We always did have it over you, stuffed shirts over here. You were the inventors of psychological warfare, but we gave it a few improvements. Can one improve over music, Mr. Crosley? We'll find a way. Ouch! Keep that away from me. I'll detail our plans, Crosley. First, an oversupply of mosquitoes in America. Hungry ones. Then a chemical which causes all men's shoes to squeak with each step. Third, electrical pulses that make alarm clocks ring an hour early every morn. Crosley was professionally interested. Not bad. All within the peace rules. All harmless. Except those mosquitoes. Merely skin irritatives. Still, the World Org might rule against it. Out with the mosquitoes, then. Ouch! Did I hurt you? Sorry. Well, let's see if we can hurt you a bit more. This paper on my desk. It's a radio report of your death 5 minutes ago. Your plane crashed, says the report. I have only to broadcast it, and then make sure you live up to the facts contained herein. You see? Crosley grinned. I'm to report to the President every hour. No report, immediate World Org investigation. Do you see? Your plane crashed. No soap. The Brindley Connors motors never conk. And the new reactive propellants on my ship prevent bad landing. So. Krauss fidgeted. We'll think of some way. It's time for me to phone the President, may I? Here. A phone was handed him. Crosley took the phone. Electricity shot up his arm into his chest. Jeepers! He dropped the thing. I'll report you. You have no proof. We both play this irritation game, do we not? Go ahead, the phone. This time, Crosley got the President. Crosley, you've heard the news, haven't you? What news, sir? The chewing gum, you moron, the chewing gum. In the streets, sir? The President moaned. In the streets, the roofs, the dog's fur, the cars, the shrubs, everywhere. Big as golf balls and sticky. Krauss gloated, listening. Crosley said, Courage, Mr. President. Use the croquet hoops. Croquet hoops? Krauss seized Crosley's arms. Invisible croquet hoops. Crosley smiled. No, Krauss trumpeted. People will stumble, be hurt, even killed by them. The World Org would stop you. Oh, said Crosley, his face fell. Look, Mr. President, about those hoops. Forget them. Proceed with Plan 40 and 45 instead. Another phone rang. Krauss picked it up and answered it. Your wife, Herr Krauss. All right, put her on. I'm okay, Mr. President. Had a little engine trouble. What? Darling, the most terrible trouble. Katrina, I have no time. There is much to do. This is important, you fool. It's horrible. Well, what is it, my Liebchen? I'm busy. Answer me, Crosley. Were you shot down? Not exactly, Mr. President. They're trying to figure out a way to kill me. Haven't hit on one yet. Mr. Crosley, please, not so loud. I can't hear my wife talking. Yes, darling? Hans! Hans! I have dandruff. Say that again. I have so much noise here, Katrina. I'll call you again in an hour, Mr. President. Dandruff, Hans, dandruff. 500,000 flakes on my shoulders. You called to tell me this, woman? Goodbye. Bang. Crosley and Krauss hung up in unison. Krauss on his wife, Crosley on the President. Where were we? Said Krauss, sweating. You were going to kill me, remember? Again the phone. Krauss swore and answered it. What? Hans, I've gained 10 pounds. Why do you insist on calling me with these things? Mrs. Lieber, Mrs. Krenschnitz, Mrs. Schmitz, they too have gained 10 pounds. Oh? Krauss hung up, blinking. So, he glared at Crossley. That's what it is. All right, Crossley, we also can be subtle. Doctor? The door slid open in the wall. There stood an evil-looking rascal, sleeves rolled high, testing a hypodermic on his own emaciated arm, enjoying it. He looked up at Crossley and said, "Practice." "Get him!" cried Krauss. Everybody jumped on Crossley. Darkness. "How do you feel, Crossley?" How was he supposed to feel? All right, he guessed. He lifted himself from a kind of operating table and looked at the doctor and at Krauss. "Here, doctor," said Krauss, "explain to Mr. Crossley what he may expect 10 years from now." 10 years? Said Crossley in alarm. The doctor placed his thin fingers together, bowing. He whispered daintily, 10 years from now you may expect a little trouble. It will commence 1 year from now, unobtrusively. Here and there a slight gastric upset, a cardiac disturbance, a minor intra-irritation of the lung sacs, occasionally a headache, a sallowness to the complexion, an earache, perhaps. Crossley began to sweat. He held on to his knees. The doctor continued slowly, pleased with himself. Then, as the years pass, a small flicker, like bird wings, of the heart. A pain, as if stabbed in the groin. A twitching of the peritoneum. A hot sweating, late of nights, drenching your bedclothes. Insomnia, night after night, cigarette after cigarette, headache after headache. That'll do, said Crossley bleakly. No, no, the doctor waved his hypodermic. I'm not finished. Temporary blindness. I almost forgot that. Yes, temporary blindness. Fuzzy lights in your head. Voices. Paralysis of the lower limbs. Then your heart, in one last explosion, lasting 10 days, will beat itself into a bruised pulp, and you'll die exactly. He consulted a mental calendar. 10 years, 5 months, and 14 days from today. The silence in the room was touched only by Crossley's ragged breathing. He tried to lift himself, shivered, fell back. Best of all, there will be no evidence of what we have done to you, said Krauss. Certain hormones and molecular impurities were put into your body. No analysis now or after death would reveal them. Your health will simply fail. We will not be held responsible. Clever, is it not? The doctor said, You may go now. Now that we have fixed you like a time bomb to die later, you are free to go. We would not want to kill you here. That would make us responsible. But 10 years from now, in another place, how can that be due to us? The phone. Your wife, Herr Krauss. My hair is falling out. Now, be patient, my wife. My skin is yellowing. Do something. I'll be home in an hour. There will be no home here, then. You? We must go on to victory, my sweet. Not on a pane strewn with my golden hair. Yes, my wife, I will say hello to the doctor for you. Hans, don't you dare hang up on me. Don't you? Krauss sat down, fluttering his hands weakly. My wife called for me to say all is well. Ha! Said Crossley weakly. Krauss reached over and pinched him. Ow! There, said Krauss. Speak when you're spoken to. Crossley stood up, laughing. The doctor looked at him as if he were insane. I've got it. I'm going to commit suicide. You're crazy, said Krauss. 10 years from now, I die, so why not commit suicide here, thus bringing an investigation by the World Organization? Eh, Mr. Krauss? You can't do that, said Krauss, dumbfounded. I won't permit it. I'll jump off a building, perhaps. You can't hold me here for more than another hour, or the organization will come to see what ticks. And the minute you let me go, I'll jump off a building. No! Or crash my ship purposely on the way home. Why not? What have I got to live for? And if it causes your trial, so much the better. Yes, I've decided. I'll die. We'll hold him here, said the doctor to Krauss. We can't, Krauss said. Release him, said the doctor. Don't be silly, said Krauss. Kill him. Sillier still, gasped Krauss. Oh, this is terrible. Which way, said Crosley. To the tallest building in town. You go down to the next corner, said the doctor, and stopped. No, stop. We must stop him. Get out of the way, said Crosley. Here I go. But this is preposterous, screamed Krauss. Doctor, we must think of something. Women sobbed in the streets, their hair trembling in their hands, detached from their heads. Puddles formed wherever women met to weep. See, 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 my beautiful hair, fallen. Your hair, your butcher's mate, what of mine? Mine. Yours was hempen rope, a horse's tail. But mine, ah, mine, like wheat in a high wind falling. Crossley led the doctor and Krauss along a wide street. What goes on? He asked naively. Beast, you know very well, whispered the doctor fiercely. My wife, my beauteous Thickle, her blonde hair'll be a ruin. Speak roughly to me again, threatened Crossley, and I'll hurl myself before this next bus. Don't, no, cried Krauss, seizing his arm. To the doctor, fool, is your wife more important than hanging? My wife is as good as your wife, snarled the doctor. Katrina and her henna rinses. Crossley led the way into the building and up an elevator. They walked onto a terrace on the 13th floor. It is a riot, moaned the doctor, surveying the street below. The women storm the beauty salons demanding help. I wonder if my Thickle is with them raging. In huge clusters, the women of the city held their heads in their hands, as if they might topple and fall plunk on the ground. They argued, phoned their husbands in high government circles, sent telegrams to the leader, pummeled and kicked a bald man who laughed at them in their misery. Pardon me, Krauss, said Crossley. There, he flicked a constellation of dandruff from Krauss's lapel. My hair, said Krauss in realization. My lovely hair. Will you sign peace terms, or shall I jump from this building and let you and your wrathful wife become bald? My wife, sobbed Krauss. Bald. Ah, heaven. Turn over all the secret officers of your plan. Admit your guilt in full, and the attack will stop. You will keep your hair, said Crossley, and cure me of my fatal illness. That, said Cross, we cannot do. The illness, I mean. But the peace terms, ah, my sweet balding wife, the peace terms. I reluctantly accept. Peace it is. Fine, said Crossley, but one more term. He grabbed the doctor, held him out over the edge, as if to drop him. Stop! Frantically, the doctor squirmed. I lied. We did nothing to you. It was psychological. You'd have worried to death in 10 years. Crossley was so surprised, He let go. He and Krauss stared down at the dwindling doctor, falling. "I didn't really mean to drop him," said Crosley. "Squish," muttered Krauss a moment later, looking down. Crosley pushed his jet ship homeward. "Edith, it's over. The music'll be off in an hour." "Darling," she radioed, "how'd you do it?" "Simple. They thought it enough to irritate people. That was their error. They didn't strike psychologically deep enough. Their type of irritant only touched surfaces, made people mad. And sleepy. But we attacked their ego, which was something else. People can stand radios, confetti, gum, and mosquitoes, but they won't take baldness or turning yellow. It was unthinkable." Edith ran to meet him as he landed. The radio still hung in the garden, drifting, singing. "What do you make it now?" he cried. She kissed him. Pulling back, she counted swiftly inside her head, glanced at the floating radio and said automatically, "That makes 200,310. The end of The Irritated People by Ray Bradbury.
The Heads of Apex by Francis Flagg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathaniel Adonisio. I looked into the face of a girl about to be bled. The Heads of Apex by Francis Flagg. Far under the sea floor, Solino's submarine carries 2 American soldiers of fortune to startling adventure among the vampire heads of Apex. Justice Miles was sitting on a bench in the park, down at the heels, hungry, desperate, when a gust of wind whirled a paper to his feet. It was the advertising section of the New York Times. Apathetically, he picked it up, knowing from the past week's experience that few or no jobs were being advertised. Then, with a start, he sat up. For in the center of the page, encased in a small box and printed in slightly larger type than the ordinary advertisement, he read the following words. Wanted, soldier of fortune, young, healthy, must have good credentials. Apply 222 Reuter Place, between 2 and 4. It was today's advertising section he was scanning, and the hour not yet 1. Reuter Place was some distance away, he knew, a good hour's walk on hard pavement and through considerable heat. But he had made forced marches in Sonoras, badly shod and on even an emptier stomach. For Justice Miles, though he might not have looked it, he was a bona fide soldier of fortune, stranded in New York. 5'8" in height, he was, loose and rangy in build, and with deceptively mild blue eyes. He had fought through the World War, served under Kemal Pasha in Turkey, helped the Rifts in Morocco, filibustered in South America, and handled a machine gun for revolutionary forces in Mexico. Surely, he thought grimly, if anyone could fill the bill for a soldier of fortune, it was himself. 222 Reuter Place proved to be a large residence in a shabby neighborhood. On the sidewalk, a queue of men was being held in line by a burly cop. The door of the house opened, and an individual, broad shoulders and with flaming red hair, looked over the crowd. Instantly, Justice Miles let out a yell, "Rusty! By God, Rusty!" and waved his hands. "Hey, feller, who do you think you're shoving?" growled a hard-looking fellow at the head of the line, but Justice Miles paid no attention to him. The man in the doorway also let out an excited yell.
Well, well, if it isn't the kid! Hey, officer, let that fellow through. I want to speak to him.
With the door shut on the blasphemous mob, the two men wrung each other's hands. Ex-Sergeant Harry Ward, known to his intimates as Rusty, led Justice Miles into a large office and shoved him into a chair.
I didn't know you were in New York, kid. The last I saw of you was when we quit Cedino.
And I never expected that 222 Rooter place would be you, Rusty. What's the lay, old man? And is there any chance to connect?
You bet your life there's a chance. 300 a month and found. But the boss has the final say-so, though I'm sure he'll take you on my recommendation.
He opened a door, led Justice Miles through an inner room, knocked at a far door, and ushered him into the presence of a man who sat behind a roll-topped desk. There was something odd about this old man, and after a moment's inspection, Justice Miles saw what it was. He was evidently a cripple, propped up in a strange wheelchair. He had an abnormally large and hairless head, and his body was muffled to the throat by a voluminous cloak, the folds of which fell over and enveloped most of the wheelchair itself. The face of this old gentleman, though the features were finely molded, was swarthy. Its color was almost that of a Negro, or an Egyptian. He regarded the two men with large and peculiarly colored eyes that probed them sharply.
Well, Ward, what is it? The man you advertised for, Mr. Salino.
Salino regarded Justice Miles critically.
You have been a soldier of fortune?
He asked. He spoke English with the preciseness of an educated foreigner.
Yes, sir. Rusty, that is, Mr. Ward, knows my record. I was his sergeant in France, sir. Saw fighting with him in Morocco, Turkey, Nicaragua. You can vouch for him, then. His character, courage. You couldn't get a better man, sir. If I had known he was in town, I would have sent for him.
Very well. That is sufficient. But Mr. Miles, did you say,
understands he is embarking on a dangerous adventure with grave chances of losing his life.
I've faced danger and risked my life before this, said Justice Miles quietly. The other nodded.
Then that is all I am prepared to tell you at this time.
Justice Miles accompanied Ward to his room, where the latter laid out for him a change of clothing. It was luxurious to splash in warm water and bath salts after the enforced griminess of weeks. The clothes fitted him fairly well, the two men being of a size. Lounging in his friend's room after a substantial meal and smoking a Turkish cigarette, he questioned Ward more closely.
Who is the old fellow? I don't know. He hired me through an advertisement and then set me to employing others.
But surely you know where we are going.
Hardly more than you do. Salino did say there was a country, a city, to be invaded. Whereabouts is a secret. I can't say I care for going in blind, but neither do I like starving to death. I was in about the same shape you were when you applied. Desperate.
Justice Miles stretched himself comfortably.
A spiggity by the looks of 'em, he said. Negro blood, no doubt.
Well, fighting's my trade. I'd rather cash in fighting than sit on a park bench. I suppose the old boy will tell us more in good time. And until then we're sitting pretty, with good eats to be had, so why worry? And yet, if Justice Miles had been able to look ahead, he might not have talked so blithely. During the week that followed his employment, he saw nothing of Salino. Though Ward met the old man for a few moments every day to receive his instructions.
It puzzles me, he confessed to Miles, how the old chap lives. There's a private exit to the street from his rooms, but I could swear he never goes out. How could he in that wheelchair? No attendant. And yet he must. How would he get food? Justice Miles smiled lazily. No mystery at all, Rusty. We're gone for hours at a time. What's to prevent him from phoning to have his meals brought in? But I've questioned them at the restaurant, and they say, good Lord, is there only one restaurant in Manhattan? Yet Justice Miles himself could not help feeling there was something mysterious about Celino. But just how mysterious he did not realize until one evening. He stood with a half-dozen of his fellow adventurers on a lonely spot on the Long Island coast and watched the darkness deepen around them. We shall wait, said Celino presently, until the moon comes up. The moon rose at about 9 o'clock, flooding the beach and the heaving expanse of water with a ghostly light. From the folds of Celino's cloak, close about his muffled throat, a peculiar ray of green light flashed out over the water. In answer, a green light flashed back, and presently something low and black, like the body of a whale half submerged, stole towards the beach. Scarcely a ripple marked its presence, and the nose of it slid up on the sand. "Good Lord!" whispered Miles, grasping Ward by the arm. "It's a submarine!" But the craft on which the surprised soldiers of fortune gazed was not an ordinary submarine. In the first place, there was no conning tower, and, in the second, from the blunt nose projected a narrow gangway, bridging the few feet of water between the mysterious craft and the dry beach. But the men had little time to indulge in amazement. "Quick," said Celino. "Load those boxes onto the gangway. No need to carry them further." He himself wheeled his chair into the interior of the submarine, calling back, "Hurry, hurry!" The adventurers accomplished the loading in a few minutes. "Now," came the voice of their employer, "stand on the gangway yourselves. Steady. Don't move." Under their feet they felt the gangway vibrate and withdraw from the land. For a moment they were in utter darkness. Then a light flashed up and revealed a long, box-like room. The opening through which they had come had closed, leaving no sign of its existence. In the center of the room stood a mechanism, like a huge gyroscope, and a plunging piston, smooth and black, went up and down with frictionless ease. In front of what was evidently a control board sat a swarthy man with a large hairless head and peculiarly colored eyes. The adventurers stared in surprise, for this man, too, sat in a wheelchair, seemingly a cripple, but unlike Mr. Celino, he wore no cloak, his body from the neck down being enclosed in a tubular metal container. The body must have been very small, and the legs amputated at the hips, since the container was not large and terminated at the seat of the peculiar wheelchair to which it seemed firmly attached. Celino did not offer to introduce them to the man at the control board, who, aside from a quick look, paid them no attention. He ushered them ahead into another, though smaller cabin, and after indicating certain arrangements made for their comfort, withdrew. From the slight sway of the floor under their feet, and the perceptible vibration of the craft, the adventurers knew they were under way. "Well, this is a rum affair, and no mistake about it," said one of them. "A freak! A bloomin' freak!" remarked another whose Cockney accent proclaimed the Englishman. "You're sure right," said a lean Texan. "That hombre out there had no legs, nor hands neither." Miles and Ward glanced at one another. The same thought was in both minds. Neither of them had ever seen Mr. Celino's hands. A rum affair, all right. Hours passed. Some of the men fell to gambling. At intervals they ate. Twice they turned in and slept. Then, after what seemed an interminable time, Celino summoned Miles and Ward to his presence in the control room. "It is time," he said, "that you should know more of the enterprise on which you have embarked. What I say you can communicate to the other men. A year's salary for all of you lies to your credit at the Chase Bank of New York, and this money will not be your sole reward if you survive and serve faithfully." "Thank you, sir," said Ward. "But now that we are well on our way to our destination, could you not tell us more about it? You have said something of a city, a country. Where is that country?" "Down," was the astounding answer. "Down?" echoed both men. "Yes," said Celino slowly. "Down. The gateway to that land is at the bottom of the ocean." As the two men gaped at him, incredulous, an awful thing happened. With an appalling roar and a rending of steel and iron, the submarine halted abruptly in its headlong flight, reared upward at an acute angle, and then fell forward with a tremendous crash. The adventurers were thrown violently against the steel bulkhead and slumped down unconscious. How long they lay there insensible they never knew. Justice Miles was the first to come to, and he found himself in Stygian blackness. "Rusty!" he called, feeling terribly sick and giddy. Only silence answered him. "Good God," he thought, "what has happened?" His hand went out and recoiled from something soft and sticky. Gingerly he sat up. There was a lump on his head. His body felt bruised and sore, but it was evidently sound. He recollected the small but powerful flashlight in his pocket, and drew it forth and pressed the button. A reassuring pencil of light pierced through the gloom. Even as it did so, someone groaned, and Ward's voice uttered his name. "Is that you, kid?" "It's me, all right." "You ain't hurt?" "Nothing to speak of. How about you?" "Okay, I guess. An awful headache." "Can you stand up?" "Yes." Ward's face appeared in the ray of light, pale and blood-streaked. "I wonder what happened." "It sounded like a collision." They stared at one another with fearful eyes. A collision while underseas in a submarine is a serious matter. "Where's Celino?" Justice Miles ran the beam of his torch this way and that, and saw that the room was in a fearful confusion. The gyroscopic mechanism had broken from its fastenings and rolled forward. Somewhere beneath its crushing weight lay the control board and the swarthy operator. Then they saw Celino, still in his overturned wheelchair, and cloak drawn tightly about himself and it. But the top of his head was crushed in like an eggshell. Justice Miles had touched that head when he reached out his hand in the darkness. He and Ward had been saved from death as by a miracle. Over their heads the great piston had hurtled, killing Celino, and tearing through the steel partition into the chamber beyond, visiting it with death and destruction. One hasty examination of that place was enough. The men in there were dead. Sick with horror, the two survivors faced the stark reality of their terrible plight. Trapped in an underwater craft, they saw themselves doomed to perish even more miserably than their companions. As the horrible thought sank home, a cool breath of air suggesting the smell of stagnant salt water blew through an opening created by the crushing of the plates in the vessel's hull, an opening larger than the body of a man. Miles and Ward stared at it with puzzled eyes. With such a hole in her hull, the boat should have been admitting water and not air. However, they approached the gap and examined it with their torches. "Here goes," Ward said after a moment's hesitation, and clambered through the opening, followed by his friend. When they were able to make out their surroundings, they saw that they were in a vast tunnel or cavern, the extent of which was shrouded in darkness. How the submarine had left the ocean and penetrated to this cavern it was impossible to say.
But evidently it had come so far over a shining rail, a break in which had caused the disaster. The cavern or tunnel was paved with disjointed blocks of stone, which once might have been smooth and even, but which now are disarranged by time and slimy with dampness and sea growths. In the clammy air, Miles involuntarily shuddered. "Good Lord, Rusty, we're certainly up against it. The only fellow who could tell us our whereabouts is dead." Ward's jaw tightened. "That rail leads somewhere. It's our only hope. But first, let us get our guns and some food." They were fortunate enough to discover several thermos bottles unbroken. Hot coffee revived their fainting spirits. Treating their bruises and cuts as well as they could, they left the submarine, or car. It seemed to have been convertible for use either in water or on rail, and trudged ahead. Beyond the break that had caused the wreck, the rail stretched away into illimitable darkness. Over rough stones, stumbling into shallow pools of water, the light of their torches serving but faintly to show the depressing surroundings, the two men plunged. Neither of them was without fear, but both possessed the enduring courage of men, habituated to facing danger and sudden death without losing control of their faculties. Time passed, but they had no means of telling how much, since their wristwatches no longer functioned. But after a while they noticed that the grade was upward, and the going easier. At the same moment, Ward called attention to the fact that, even without electric torches, it was possible to see. All around the two Americans grew a strange light, a weird phosphorescent glow, revealing far walls and massive pillars. Now they could see that they were in a vast chamber, undoubtedly the work of human hands, a room, awe-inspiring to behold, and even more than awe-inspiring in the reflections it forced upon their minds. Passages radiated on either hand to mysterious depths, and great bulks loomed in the spectral light. Justice Miles gave a low cry of amazement when a closer investigation revealed those bulks to be the wrecks of mighty and intricate machines, the use of which it was vain to conjecture. He looked at Ward. "Celino spoke of a city down in the ocean. Can this be it?" Ward shook his head. "Everything down here is old, abandoned. Look, what is that?" The figure of a giant creature, carved either from stone or marble and encrusted with phosphorus, stood lowering in their path. It was that of a winged beast with a human head. Its features were negroid in character, and so malignant was the expression of the staring face, so lifelike the execution of the whole statue, that a chill of fear ran through their veins. It was in Ward's mind that this gigantic carving was akin to the ones he had seen in Egypt, and as old, if not older. Beyond the statue the rail curved and the grade leveled, and, rounding the bend, they were amazed to come upon a sort of yard where the rail stopped. In that enclosure, on several sidings, were submarine cars similar to the wrecked one they had abandoned. But that was not the sight which brought them to a breathless halt. Beyond the sidings stood what appeared to be a small building of gleaming crystal. After a moment of breathless wonder, they cautiously approached the bizarre structure. No dampness or phosphorus impaired the clarity of its walls. The material composing them felt vibrantly warm to the touch. It was not glass, yet it was possible to look without difficulty into the interior of the building, which appeared to be one large room, containing nothing but a central device not unlike the filaments of an electric bulb. In fact, the whole building, viewed from the outside, reminded the two adventurers of a giant light globe. The filaments radiated a steady and somehow exhilarating light. The door, they knew it was a door because an edging of dark metal outlined its frame, gave admittance to the room. "Shall we?" questioned Miles, and Ward answered doubtfully, "I don't know. Perhaps?" But at last they turned the golden knob, felt the door give to their pressure, and stepped through the entrance into the soft radiance of the interior. Unthinkingly, Ward released his hold on the knob, and the door swung shut behind them. Instantly there was a flash of light, and they were oppressed by a feeling of nausea. And then, out of a momentary pit of blackness, they emerged to find that the room of crystal had oddly changed its proportions and opaqueness.
"Quick!" cried Ward. "Let us get out of this place!"
Both men found the door and staggered forth. Then, at sight of what they saw, they stood rooted to the spot in sheer amazement. The gloomy tunnel and the sidings of submarine cars had vanished, and they were standing in a vast hall, an utterly strange and magnificent hall, staring up into the face of a creature crudely human and colored green. The Green Man was almost of heroic proportions. He was clad in but a breech clout, and was so broad as to appear squat in stature. He carried a short club, and appeared almost as dumbfounded as the two Americans. A moment he regarded them. Then, with a ferocious snarl of rage, he hurled himself upon the startled Ward and half clubbed, half pushed him to the floor. Recovering from his momentary inaction and realizing the danger in which his friends stood, Miles shouted and leaped upon the Green Man's back, fastening his sinewy fingers around the giant's throat. But the latter was possessed of incredible strength, and straightening up, he shook off Miles as a bear might shake off an attacking dog, and threw him heavily to the floor. Then the Green Giant whirled up his club, and it would have gone hardly with Miles if Ward had not remembered his automatic and fired in the nick of time. As if poleaxed, the Green Man fell, and both the adventurers recovered their feet. "Look out!" shouted Ward. Through a wide entrance came charging a dozen greenish giants. Miles fired both his pistols. The leader of the greenish men paused in mid-leap, clawing at his stomach. "This way, kid!" yelled Ward. "This way!" Taking advantage of the confusion in the ranks of the attackers, the two sprang to where an exit in the far wall promised an avenue of escape. Down a broad passage they rushed. Seemingly the passage ended in a cul-de-sac, for a wall of blank whiteness barred further progress. Behind them came charging the greenish giants, uttering appalling cries. Desperately, the two Americans turned, resolved to sell their lives as dearly as possible. But at that moment happened a sheer miracle. The blank wall divided, revealing a narrow crevice through which they sprang. Noiselessly, the crevice closed behind them, shutting out the green pursuers. And a voice said, a voice in precise but strangely accented English, "We have been expecting you, gentlemen, but where is Celino?" Never would Miles and Ward forget the amazement of that moment. They were in a place which looked not unlike a huge laboratory. Then they saw it was a lofty room containing a variety of strange mechanisms. But it was not on these their eyes focused. Confronting them in odd wheelchairs with hairless heads projecting from tubular containers like the one they had seen encasing the man at the control board of the submarines, were all of 100 crippled men. "Good Lord!" exclaimed Miles. "I must be seeing things." "Where is Celino?" demanded the voice in strangely accented English. Ward saw that the question came from an individual in a wheelchair a few feet in front of them. "Celino is dead," he answered. "Dead?" A ripple of sound came from the oddly seated men. "Yes, the submarine car was wrecked in the tunnel, and everyone aboard was killed, save us two." The hairless men looked at one another. "This is Spiro's work," said one of them, still in English, and another said, "Yes, Spiro has done this." Miles and Ward were recovering somewhat from their initial astonishment.
"What place is this?" asked the former. "This is Apex, or, rather, the Palace of the Heads in Apex." The Palace of the Heads. The two Americans tried to control their bewilderment.
"Pardon us if we don't understand. Everything is so strange. First the submarine was wrecked. Then we entered the crystal room and the tunnel vanished. We can't understand how this place can be at the bottom of the Atlantic."
"It isn't at the bottom of the Atlantic."
"Not at the bottom, then where?"
"It isn't," said the voice slowly, "in your world at all." The import of what was said did not at first penetrate the minds of the Americans. "Not in our world?" they echoed stupidly.
"Come,"
said the crippled man, smiling inscrutably.
"You are tired and hungry. Later I shall explain more."
His strangely colored eyes bored into their own. "Sleep," said his voice softly, imperatively. And though they fought against the command with all their strength of their wills, heaviness weighed down their eyelids, and they slept. From dreamless sleep they awakened to find that fatigue had miraculously vanished, that their wounds were healed, and their bodies and clothes were free of slime and filth. All but one of the crippled men, for so in their own minds they termed the odd individuals, had gone away. That one was the man who had first addressed them.
"Do not be alarmed," he said. "In our own fashion we have given you food and rest, and attended to your comfort."
Ward smiled, though a trifle uncertainly.
"We are not easily frightened," he replied.
"So, that is good.
"But now listen. My name is Zorro, and I am chief of the Heads of Apex. Ages ago we Heads lived on a continent of your Earth, now known to scholars as Atlantis. When Atlantis sank below the waves, in your sacred book that tragedy is known as the Flood, all but a scattered few of its people perished. I and my companions were among the survivors."
The Americans stared at him unbelievingly.
"But that was 100,000 years ago!"
exclaimed Ward. 300,000, corrected Zorro. They stared at him dumbly.
"Yes," said Zorro, "it sounds incredible to your ears, but it is true. Mighty as is the industrial civilization of your day, that of Atlantis was mightier. Of course, the country wasn't then called Atlantis. Its real name was Azuma. Azuma ruled the world. Its ships with sails of copper and engines of brass covered the many seas which now are lands. Its airships clove the air with a safety and speed your own have still to attain. The wealth of the world poured into Azuma, and its rulers waxed vainglorious and proud. Time after time the enslaved masses of Azuma and of conquered countries rose in great rebellions. Then against them marched the Iron Belas, breathing death and destruction, and from the air mighty ships poured down the yellow fog."
Zorro paused, but presently went on.
"So we ruled for 10,000 years, until the scientists who begot those engines of destruction became afraid, because the serfs themselves began to build secret laboratories. We of the priesthood of science saw the inevitable disaster. Long ago we had put off our bodies."
Zorro smiled at the American's amazement.
"No," he said. "I am not a cripple in a wheelchair. This tubular container holds no fleshy body. Inside of it is a mechanical heart which pumps artificial blood purified by a process I will not describe, through my head. It also contains certain inner devices under my mental control. Devices that take the place of human hands and feet. Only by accident or through lack of certain essentials can I die."
His listeners stared at him in awe.
You mean
faltered Miles. "That, save for your head, you're all machine?"
"Practically, yes. We priest-scientists of the inner mystery prolonged life in such fashion. It was 3,000 years old when... But enough. I will not weary you with the recital of how the slaves burrowed the bowels of Azuma, and of how the masters loosed against them the forces of the atom. Suffice it to say that on an island we built our vast system of buildings, or tunnel, as you chose to call it, and seated them away from the outside world. Entrance being made by submarines through automatically controlled locks. At this time our experiments opened up another realm of existence, manifesting at a vibratory rate above that of Earth. To this new realm we brought workers who built the city of Apex and the palace you are in. But, unfortunately, we brought with us no weapons of offense, and in the new world we had neither the material nor the delicate mechanisms and factories to reproduce them. However, for countless ages there was no rebellion on the part of the workers who, even in Azuma, had worshipped us as gods. They were born, grew old, and died, but we abode forever. Besides, in the city of Apex they were freer than they had ever been before, merely having to furnish our laboratories with certain raw materials and the wherewithal to sustain the blood supply on which our lives depend. But, as of late, they have made common cause with the original inhabitants of this plane, the Green Men.
The Green Men! As if the words were a signal, a dreadful thing happened. Out of a far shadow leaped a lean and hideous monster. To Miles's startled eyes, it seemed to grow as it leaped. Thin, unbelievably thin it was, yet swelling at the head. From between two goggle eyes writhed a rope-like trunk. 12 feet in the air, its head towered over Zorro. "Look out!" screamed the American. Zorro's chair seemed to jump. Too late. Around the tubular container wrapped the snake-like trunk, plucking the wheelchair and its occupant from the floor, dangling them high in the air. "Shoot!" cried Zorro. Miles shot. His bullet plowed through the unbelievably thin body and ricocheted from a pillar beyond. Ward fired with better effect. One of the goggle eyes shattered like glass. Under a fusillade of bullets, the monster wilted, giving expression to a weird shrill cry. Zorro dangled head downwards. To drop from such a height on his skull would probably be fatal. But the monster did not drop him. Instead, in its death agony, its grip tightened, and the Americans witnessed an incredible sight. Before their very eyes, the monster began rapidly to shrink. Its tenuous body telescoped together, becoming thinner and thinner in the process, until on the floor there lay the lifeless body of a snake-like creature not more than 6 inches in length. "Good Lord!" breathed Miles. Zorro, who had escaped unscathed from his perilous plight, regarded it with his peculiarly colored eyes. "It is a Ta'ala," he said, "and must have entered the room at the same time you did. The Green Men often capture and train them for hunting. When about to seize their prey, their bodies have the power of enormously stretching." Outwardly he seemed unaffected by the danger safely past, and waved away several of his fellows who had wheeled to the spot, attracted by the noise of the pistols. The Americans were more shaken. "Perhaps," said Ward, "there is danger of—" "None," replied Zorro. "I know there are no other Ta'alas inside these rooms, since it is the nature of these beasts to rush to each other's aid when they scream. And as for outside attacks, the laboratories are insulated against any insurgent workers can make. Their weapons are poor. The Green Men use but clubs. But it is not their attacks we fear, but their refusal to furnish us with supplies.
They worshipped us as gods, and the giving of supplies was long a religious rite. But now they doubt our divinity, and, since they no longer listen to or obey our decrees, we have no means of punishing them. Spiro is responsible for this."
"Spiro?"
questioned the two men. "He whom we raised to the divinity of Godhead on the accidental death of Baku, causing a deep sleep to fall upon him in the temple and grafting his head upon the mechanical body left by the latter. Twice before we had done this with citizens of Apex, and how were we to know that Spiro would resent it? True, he was in love with Aida, but the physical passions of men die with the organisms that give them birth. For 3 years he dwelt with us in the laboratories, learning the wisdom of the heads. And then," Zoro's face became forbidding, "he denounced us to the people. Though there was more or less discontent, they would never have dared defy us save for him. He told them that our curses could do no harm, that we were merely the heads of men like himself and would die if they refused to give us the wherewithal to renew blood. But this refusal of theirs is an evil thing," he cried, looking at the Americans with his strangely colored eyes. "It violates the custom of ages, and strikes at the very roots of our existence. So we held council, and sent 2 of our number to Earth after men and weapons to enforce our demands. For years we had watched Earth, seen its myriad civilizations rise and fall, studied the coming of America to power and importance. So it was to America that Solino went, by way of the tunnel that still exists under the Atlantic."
"And hired us," interrupted Ward, "and brought us to the tunnel in the submarine car where we—"
"Stepped into the crystal chamber," finished Zoro. "That chamber is a revibrating device of certain rays and chemicals. The shutting of the door closed the switches and hurled your bodies to where a receiving station on this plane integrated them again."
So they were not at the bottom of the ocean. They were, stupendous thought, living in a new world of matter.
"Spiro suspected our plans," continued Zoro. "He isolated us in our laboratories, and, by means of a crystal tube, went through to the tunnel, tore up a section of track, and wrecked the submarine car. But his act was only partially successful. You 2 escaped death. You are here. You are ready to keep faith and fight in our service."
"We are ready to fight," assented Miles and Ward. The situation was certainly an unusual one, and one they did not clearly understand, but theirs was the simple code of the mercenary soldier. They would fight for whoever hired them, and be loyal as long as their wages were paid.
"Then there is no time to lose," exclaimed Zoro. "Already our blood grows thin. You must go back to the wrecked submarine and retrieve your weapons."
"But how?"
"There is a sending tube in the next compartment."
They followed Zoro through lofty rooms filled with amber lights until they came to one wherein were assembled the rest of the heads. Zoro spoke to them swiftly in a strange flowing tongue. Then he conducted the 2 Americans to a crystal chamber at the end of the room and bade them enter it. The vibrant light caressed their limbs.
"When I close this door," he said, "you will find yourselves back in the tunnel. Board one of the submarine cars on the siding and proceed to the wreck."
He gave them detailed instructions how to operate the car.
"Then get your weapons and return. Do you understand?"
They nodded.
"The workers possess no arms the equal of machine guns and bombs. They will be at your mercy. Remember that you are fighting for our lives and that, if you save them, your reward will be great. Fear nothing."
The door closed. After a moment there was a blinding flash, a moment of swooning darkness, and then they were staring through transparent walls into the phosphorescent gloom of the undersea's crypt. Suddenly, what they had recently undergone seemed the product of an illusion, a dream. Ward shook himself vigorously.
"I guess it was real enough," he said. "Let us see if the car works."
They ran out to the wreck and returned without trouble. The machine gun was mounted for action and the gas bombs slung over their shoulders in convenient bags.
"All right," said Miles tensely. "Let us go."
Again they entered the crystal chamber. Again there was the flash of light and the cessation of falling into darkest space. Then, in a moment it seemed, they were stepping into the hall from which they had fled pursued by the green men, only for the second time, to be confronted by a crowd of hostile giants.
"Don't fire, kid!" yelled Ward. "It's no use to kill them uselessly. Give them the bombs."
Disconcerted by the attack of tear gas, the green men broke and fled.
"After them!" panted Ward. "We've got them on the run."
Thrilling to the lust of battle, the two Americans emerged into an open square. They had little time to note the odd buildings and strange statues. Coming towards them with leveled weapons, the nature of which they did not know, was a band of short men, that is, short in comparison with the greenish giants. Behind this company appeared still another and another. Tear gas was useless to stop their onward rush.
"All right,"
yelled Miles. "It's lead they want." The machine gun spat a hail of bullets. Before the first withering blast, the swarthy men recoiled in confusion. Then a second volley scattered them like chaff. Miles and Ward were conscious of no pity for the dead and wounded lying on the pavement of yellow stone. This was their profession, the stern business of which they were masters. In France they had seen worse sights, and in Nicaragua and Mexico. They swept destructively out of the square and into a long tree-lined avenue. This might be another world or dimension, but its trees looked not unlike those of tropical America. In a short while the radiating streets were cleared of crowds and the cries of the mob died away. Miles and Ward paused in the shadow of an overhanging wall and wiped their faces.
"That was quick work, all right,"
said Ward. And, even as he said it, the wall seemed to fall upon their unprotected heads and crush them into unconsciousness. Out of a sick darkness they came. At first, they thought they were confronting Zorro. Then, as the mists of unconsciousness cleared from aching heads, they perceived that they were in a vast hall crowded with swarthy men in short tunics, and with greenish giants wearing nothing but breech-clouts and swinging short clubs. The fierce eyes of the greenish giants were upon them, and the vengeful ones of the swarthy men. But the desire of both to rend and tear was held in check by the dominant head emerging from a tubular container mounted upon a wheelchair. The Americans stared. This was not the head of Zorro. No. The head of Spiro, thought Miles and Ward with sinking hearts. They had fallen into the power of the leader of the insurgent workers. Spiro, for it was indeed he, regarded them with pitiless eyes. His English was slower and not as fluent as that of Zorro, and his words harder to understand. "You Americans, beings of another world, have come here at the bidding of the heads to slay and kill for gold." He paused. "I, who for 3 years studied your country, earned its language, history, did not believe men of your race could be so vile." He paused again, and Ward broke out hotly. "It is true that we came here to fight for gold, but who are you to speak of vileness? Have you not turned on the heads, your benefactors, now your brothers who raised you to their height? Are you not leading a revolt of the workers which would deny them the means of sustaining life? Are you not seeking to perpetuate
Murder? Spiro regarded him slowly. Is it possible you are in ignorance of what those means are? Listen, then, while I tell you the hideous truth. Since the dawn of our history until the present moment, the heads have maintained their lives by draining blood from the veins of thousands of Apexans yearly.
The Americans' faces whitened.
What do you mean? Breathed Ward. I mean that the artificial blood pumped by mechanical hearts through the brains of the heads. Yes, and that is now being pumped through our own, cried Spiro bitterly, is manufactured from human blood. Human blood is the basis of it, and to get that blood every Apexan must yield his quota in the temple. Slowly but surely this practice is sapping the vitality of the race. But though the Apexans realized this, they were afraid to speak against the custom, for the heads were worshipped as gods, and when the gods spoke, blasphemers died horribly.
Miles and Ward shuddered.
Even I, went on Spiro, denounced blasphemers and thought it holy that each should yield a little of his blood to the almighty ones. Then I woke from darkness to find myself ahead. At first I could not understand, for I was in love with Aida, and can a machine mate? But it is true that love is largely desire, and desire of a body. With the death of the body, desire died. And it may be that pride and ambition took its place. But, for all that, there were moments when I remembered my lost manhood and dreamed of Aida. Yes, the laboratory of the heads revealed wonders of which I had never dreamed. Though I looked into your world and studied its languages and history, though I was worshipped as a god and endless life stretched ahead of me, nevertheless, I could see that the strength of my race was being sapped, its virility lost.
His voice broke.
In the face of such knowledge, what were immortality and power? Could they compensate for 1 hour of life and love as humanity lived it? So I brooded. Then one day in the temple I looked into the face of a girl, about to be bled, and recognized Aida. In that moment, hatred of the fiends posing as gods and draining the vitality of deluded worshippers crystallized and drove me to action.
Spiro's voice broke, died. Miles and Ward stared at him, horrified. And after a while, Miles exclaimed, "We never suspected! We would never have fought to maintain such a thing had we known."
"Nonetheless," said Spiro inflexibly, "you fought for it, and many people died and more are afraid. Superstition is a hard thing to kill. Already there are those who murmur that truly the heads are gods and have called up demons from the underworld, as they threatened they would, to smite them with thunder until once more they yield blood in the temple. But I know that without blood the heads must die miserably, and the people be freed from their vampire existence. It is true that I too shall die, but that is nothing. I die gladly. Therefore, to keep the people from sacrificing blood, to show them that you are mortal and the heads powerless to save the demons they have raised, you must be slain in front of the great palace. Yes, you too must die for the people."
Bound and helpless, lying on their backs and staring into the gloom of the small chamber into which they had been thrown, Miles and Ward had time to ponder their desperate situation. Spiro was delaying their death until the workers of Apex would have time to gather and witness it. At first, they had struggled to loosen their bonds, but such efforts served only to tighten them. Then they had tried the trick of rolling together so that the fingers of one might endeavor to undo the knots securing the other. On a memorable occasion in Turkey, they had freed themselves in this manner. But the attempts proved fruitless now. The floor of the chamber was smooth, nor could they find any rough projection on which to saw the cords. Exhausted, they finally desisted. The same thought was in both minds. Were they doomed to die in this strange world, fated never to see Earth again? Well, a soldier of fortune must expect to meet with reverses. Still, it was a tough break. After a long silence, Ward said, "How were we to know that the heads lived on the blood of the people?" "Would it have made a difference if we had known?" asked Miles. "Perhaps not." Ward tried to shrug his shoulders. "After all, we have fought to maintain systems not much better. There is little difference, save in degree, between draining the lifeblood of a race and robbing it of the fruits of its labor." "But sometimes we fought to liberate people," protested Miles. "Yes, I like to think of that. It's good to have something to our credit when we cash in, and it looks," he said pessimistically, "as if our time to do so has come." They ceased talking. Time passed cheerlessly. Finally, both of them fell into a heavy slumber from which they were aroused by a sudden flashing in their eyes of a bright light, bright only in comparison with the former intense darkness. "What's that?" cried Ward, startled. "Shh, shh," said a soft voice warningly. And when their eyes became accustomed to the illumination, they were amazed to perceive the slender form of a young girl carrying a torch. She was marvelously lovely to look at, with her blue-black hair brushed straight back from a low, broad forehead, and her smooth skin as dark as that of an Egyptian. Nor was she dressed unlike pictures Miles had seen of people of ancient Egypt. The embroidered plates covering the small breasts shone and glittered. Bracelets and bangles flashed on bare arms and shapely ankles, while from the waist to below the knees was a skirt of rich material. On the small feet were sandals of intricate design. Beside the torch, the girl carried a slim, gleaming knife, and for a moment the adventurers were guilty of imagining she had come to slay them where they lay, but her manner quickly dispelled their fear. Sinking on her knees beside them, she said, "Do not be afraid. Aida will not harm you." So this was Aida, the girl of whom Spiro had spoken. Miles and Ward devoured her loveliness with their eyes. Her coming flooded their bosoms with renewed hope. She continued speaking. Her English was not at all fluent, and she was often compelled to make it clear with expressions in her own tongue and with explanatory gestures. But to Miles and Ward, who knew nothing of temple training, her speaking English at all was a miracle. "Is it true that you are men from another world?" "Yes." "And you came to make the people give their blood to the heads?" "No, that is not true. We were in ignorance of what it was we fought for. Had we known the truth, we would have refused to fight for the heads." "Then if I were to set you free, you would go back to your own world and not fight my people any more?" They nodded vigorously. "Oh, I am so glad!" exclaimed the girl. "I did not want to see you die." She looked at Miles as she spoke. "I saw you before Spiro this afternoon. Poor Spiro," she murmured as she cut their bonds. It was some time before circulation was restored to their limbs. Miles asked anxiously, "How many guards are there at the door?" 12, said the girl. "But they are playing Wong Wo in the room outside and drinking Sula." She pantomimed their meaning.
I came here through a secret passage beyond. She indicated by a wave of her hand. And now that you can walk, let us hurry. Shyly she took Miles's hand. The warm clasp of her fingers made the blood course faster in his veins. Through a long passage they glided to another room. There were several confusing turns and dark hallways, and twice they had to cower in shadowy corners while Aida boldly advanced and held converse with the occasional persons encountered, though for the most part the way was silent and deserted. At last they came to a low door opening on a narrow street, and the girl put out her torch.
To return to our own world, we must first reach the Palace of the Heads, said Ward.
The girl nodded.
I will guide you there, but we must hurry. The workers will soon be gathered.
Never were Miles and Ward to forget that breathless flight. The girl led them through narrow and devious byways over which dark buildings leaned. Evidently avoiding the more direct and open thoroughfares, it seemed as if they were to escape without hindrance when, suddenly, out of a dimly lighted doorway lurched the gigantic figure of a green man carrying a flare. This flare threw the figures of the fugitives into relief.
"Ho!"
roared the green man, and came at them like a furious bull. It seemed characteristic of his kind to attack without parley. The torch dropped as he came. There was no resisting that mighty bulk. Unarmed and with scant room to move backward, the two Americans went down. And that would have been the end of the battle if Aida, who had shrunk to one side out of the way of the combatants, had not snatched up the still flaming torch and held it against the naked back of the greenish giant. With a scream of anguish, the latter ceased throttling the Americans, clapped his hands to his scorched back, and rolled clear of them. Instantly they staggered to their feet and fled down the roadway after the light-footed Aida. Behind them, the screams of the green man made the night hideous.
"Damn him!"
panted Ward.
"He'll have the whole town on our heels."
Providentially, at that moment, the road debouched into a great square. This they crossed at a run, and so, for the last time, entered the Palace of the Heads. Its wide halls and chambers were practically deserted. Past the crystal chamber where they had first materialized into this strange world they dashed, and through the far door and down the corridor to the blank hall, already in the rear could be heard the sound of pursuit. The rising clamor of the mob. Ward hammered on the wall with both fists.
"Zorro! Zorro! Let us in!"
Now the first of the mob had entered the corridor.
"Zorro! Zorro!"
Noiselessly and just in time, the wall parted and they sprang through, Miles half carrying the slender form of Aida. The wall closed behind them, obliterating the fierce cries and footbeats of their pursuers. In front of them was Zorro, his hairless head projecting from the tubular container. Aida shrank fearfully into Miles's embrace. All the other heads were ranged back of Zorro, but there was something odd about them. The massive craniums lolled loosely to one side or another, and the curiously colored eyes were glazed or filmed. Zorro held his head erect, but only with an effort, and his features were drawn and ghastly looking.
"Yes," he said in a feeble voice, "the heads are dying. You need not tell me that you have failed. In the end, force always fails. No longer will the veins of the people yield their blood to us, and without their blood we cannot live. Soon 300,000 years of intelligence will be no more."
His voice faltered. Miles and Ward had learned to feel nothing but horror and detestation of the heads. But now, in the face of their tragic end, hearing the dying words of Zorro, awe and sympathy struggled with other emotions in their hearts. These mighty intellects had lived before the days of the flood. Their eyes, filming now in death, had seen the ancient empires of earth rise and fall. Sumeria, Babylon, stupendous thought, and yet
In the face of death, 100,000 years of life was of no more importance than that of a day. Suddenly, Ward sprang forward and shook the fainting head.
Zorro, Zorro, what of us? We served you faithfully and would now return to Earth.
Visibly, Zorro made a great effort to reply.
Go to the crystal tube in the laboratory beyond, he said at last. It still works. I have told you how to run the car, mend the tracks. The locks open automatically and let the car into the ocean when it strikes the switch. Your rewards in...
The words died away. Then, with a sudden influx of strength, the hairless head straightened, the strangely colored eyes cleared, and in a loud voice Zorro called out something in an unknown tongue and then collapsed. Out of that chamber of death the Americans fled, suddenly afraid of its weird occupants. In time, the workers of Apex would break into that strange laboratory and find the vampires of the ages dead, and in a very short time Spiro himself would die. Spiro the Avenger. At the crystal tube, Miles paused.
Aida, he said softly, we return to Earth, but I shall never forget you. Never!
A moment he hesitated, and then bent and kissed her swiftly. Instantly she was in his arms, clinging to him passionately.
I too, she cried. I too.
She means, said Ward, that she wants to go back with us. What do you say?
God knows I am tempted to take her, said Miles. But would it be right? What does she know of Earth?
Nothing, said Ward. But I believe she loves you. And have you thought that after helping us to escape, she may not be safe among her own people?
Miles bowed his head.
Very well, he said. So be it. I swear to make her happy.
So there were 3 of them who entered the crystal tube. End of The Heads of Apex by Francis Flagg. Recording by Nathaniel Adonisio.
The Draw by Jerome Bixby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Draw by Jerome Bixby. Stories of the Old West were filled with bad men who lived by the speed of their gun hand. Well, meet Buck Tarrant, who could outdraw them all. His secret? He didn't even have to reach for his weapon. Joe Doolin's my name, cowhand. Work for old Farrell over at Lazy F beyond the pass. Never had much of anything exciting happen to me. Just punched cows and lit up on payday, until the day I happened to ride through the pass on my way to town and saw young Buck Tarrant's draw. Now Buck had always been a damn good shot. Once he got his gun in his hand, he could put a bullet right where he wanted it up to 20 paces, and within an inch of his aim up to 100 feet. But Lord God, couldn't draw to save his life. I'd seen him a couple of times before in the past, trying to. He'd face a tree and go into a crouch, and I'd know he was pretending the tree was Billy the Kid or somebody, and then he'd slap leather, and his clumsy hand would wallop his gun butt, he'd yank like hell, his old Peacemaker would come staggering out of his holster like a bear in heat, and finally he'd line up on his target and plug it dead center. But the whole business took about a second and a half, and by the time he ever finished his fumbling in a real fight, Billy the Kid or Sheriff Ben Randolph over in town or even me, Joe Doolin, could have cut him in half. So this time, when I was riding along through the pass, I saw Buck upslope from me under the trees, and I just grinned and didn't pay too much attention. He stood facing an old elm tree, and I could see he'd tacked a playing card about 4 feet up the trunk, about where a man's heart would be. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him go into his gunman's crouch. He was about 60 feet away from me, and like I said, I wasn't paying much mind to him. I heard the shot, flat down the rocky slope that separated us. I grinned again, picturing that fumbly draw of his, that wild slap at leather, the gun coming out drunk-like, maybe even him dropping it. I'd seen him do that once or twice. It got me to thinking about him as I rode closer. He was a bad one. No one said any different than that. Just bad. He was a bony runt of about 18, with bulging eyes and a wide mouth that was always turned down at the corners. He got his nickname Buck because he had buck teeth, not because he was heap man. He was some handy with his fists, and he liked to pick ruckuses with kids he was sure he could lick. But the tip-off on Buck is that he'd bleat like a 2-day calf to get out of mixing with somebody he was scared of, which meant somebody his own size or bigger. He'd jaw his way out of it, or just turn and slink away with his tail along his belly. His dad had died a couple of years before, and he lived with his ma on a small ranch out near the pass. The place was falling to pieces because Buck wouldn't lift a hand to do any work around. His ma just couldn't handle him at all. Fences were down, and the yard was all weed-grown, and the house needed some repairs. But all Buck ever did was hang around town, trying to rub up against some of the tough customers who drank in the Once Again saloon. Or else he'd ride up and lie around under the trees along the top of the pass and just think. Or like he was today, he'd practice drawing and throwing down on trees and rocks. Guess he always wanted to be tough, really tough. He tried to walk with tough men, and as we found out later, just about all he ever thought about while he was lying around was how he could be tougher than the next two guys. Maybe you've known characters like that. For some damn fool reason, they just got to be able to whoop anybody who comes along, and they feel low and mean when they can't, as if the size of a man's fist was the size of the man. So that's Buck Tarrant, a half-sized, poisonous, no-good kid who wanted to be a hard case. But he'd never be, not in a million years. That's what made it funny, and kind of pitiful, too. There wasn't no real strength in him, only a scared hate. It takes guts as well as speed to be tough with a gun, and Buck was just a nasty little rat of a kid who'd probably always counterpunch his way through life when he punched at all. He'd kite for cover if you lifted a lip. I heard another shot and looked up the slope. I was near enough now to see that the card he was shooting at was a 10 of diamonds, and that he was plugging the pips one by one. I always could shoot, like I said. Then he heard me coming and whirled away from the tree, his gun holstered, his hand held out in front of him like he must have imagined Hickok or somebody held it when he was ready to draw. I stopped my horse about 10 feet away and just stared at him. He looked real funny in his baggy old Levi's and dirty checkered shirt, and that big gun low on his hip, and me knowing he couldn't handle it worth a damn. "Who you trying to scare, Buck?" I said. I looked him up and down and snickered. "You look about as dangerous as a sheep herder's wife." "And you're a son of a bitch," he said. I stiffened and shoved out my jaw. "Watch that, runt, or I'll get off and put my foot in your mouth and pull you on like a boot." "Will you now?" he said nastily. "You son of a bitch." And he drew on me, and I goddamn near fell backwards off my saddle. I swear, I hadn't even seen his hand move, he'd drawn so fast. That gun just practically appeared in his hand. "Will you now?" he said again, and the bore of his gun looked like a greased gate to hell. I sat in my saddle, scared spitless, wondering if this was when I was going to die. I moved my hands away from my body and tried to look friendly-like. Actually, I'd never tangled with Buck, just razzed him a little now and then like everybody did, and I couldn't see much reason why he'd want to kill me. But the expression on his face was full of gloating, full of wildness, full of damn you recklessness. Exactly the expression you'd look to find on a kid like Buck, who suddenly found out he was the deadliest gunman alive. And that's just what he was, believe me. Once I saw Bat Masterson draw, and he was right up there with the very best. Could draw and shoot accurately in maybe half a second or so. You could hardly see his hand move. You just heard the slap of hand on gun butt, and a split second later the shot. It takes a lot of practice to be able to get a gun out and on target in that space of time, and that's what makes gunmen. Practice and a knack to begin with. And I guess the yen to be a gunman like Buck Tarrant always had. When I saw Masterson draw against Jeff Stewart in Abilene, it was that way. Slap, crash, and Stewart was three-eyed. Just a blur of motion. But when Buck Tarrant drew on me, right now in the pass, I didn't see any motion at all. He just crouched, and then his gun was on me. Must have done it in a millionth of a second, if a second has millions. It was the fastest draw I'd ever seen. It was, I reckon, the fastest draw anybody's ever seen. It was an impossibly fast draw. A man's hand just couldn't move to his holster that fast and grab and drag a heavy Peacemaker up in a 2-foot arc that fast. It was plain damn impossible, but there it was. And there I was. I didn't say a word. I just sat and thought about things, and my horse wandered a little farther up the slope and then stopped to chomp grass. All the time, Buck Tarrant was standing there poised, that wild, gloating look in his eyes, knowing he could kill me any time, and knowing that I knew it. When he spoke, his voice was shaky. It sounded like he wanted to bust out laughing, and not a nice laugh either. "Nothing to say, Doolin?" he said. "Pretty fast, huh?" I said, "Yeah, Buck, pretty fast." And my voice was shaky too, but not because I felt like laughing any. He spat, eyeing me arrogantly. The ground rose to where he stood, and our heads were about on a level. But I felt he was looking down. "Pretty fast," he sneered. "Faster than anybody." "I reckon it is at that," I said. "Know how I do it?" "No." "I think, Doolin. I think my gun into my hand. How do you like that?" "It's awful fast, Buck." "I just think, and my gun is there in my hand. Some draw, huh?" "Sure is." "You're damn right it is, Doolin. Faster than anybody." I didn't know what his gabbling about thinking his gun into his hand meant. At least not then I didn't. But I sure wasn't minded to question him on it. He looked wild enough right now to start taking bites out of the nearest tree. He spat again and looked me up and down. "You know, you can go to hell, Joe Doolin. You're a lousy, goddamn white-livered son of a bitch." He grinned coldly. Not an insult, I knew now, but a deliberate taunt. I'd broken jaws for a lot less. I'm no runt, and I'm quick enough to hand back crap if some lands on me. But now I wasn't interested. He saw that I was mad, though, and stood waiting. "You're fast enough, Buck," I said. "So I got no idea of trying you. You want to murder me? I guess I can't stop you. But I ain't drawing. No, sir. That's for sure." "And a coward to boot," he jeered. "Maybe," I said. "Put yourself in my place and ask yourself why in hell I should kill myself." "Yellow," he snarled, looking at me with his bulging eyes full of meanness and confidence. My shoulders got tight, and it ran down along my gun arm. I never took that from a man before. I won't draw, I said. Reckon I'll move on instead, if you'll let me. And I picked up my reins, moving my hands real careful-like, and turned my horse around and started down the slope. I could feel his eyes on me, and I was half waiting for a bullet in the back, but it didn't come. Instead, Buck Tarrant called, "Doolin!" I turned my head. Yeah? He was standing there in the same position. Somehow he reminded me of a crazy runt wolf. His eyes were almost yellowish, and when he talked he moved his lips too much, mouthing his words, and his big crooked teeth flashed in the sun. I guess all the hankering for toughness in him was coming out. He was acting now like he'd always wanted to. Cocky, unafraid, mean. Because now he wore a bigger gun than anybody. It showed all over him like poison coming out of his skin. "Doolin," he called. "I'll be in town around 3 this afternoon. Tell Ben Randolph for me that he's a son of a bitch. Tell him he's a dunghead sheriff. Tell him he'd better look me up when I get there, or else get out of town and stay out. You got that?" "I got it, Buck." "Call me Mr. Tarrant, you Irish bastard." "Okay, Mr. Tarrant," I said, and reached the bottom of the slope and turned my horse along the road through the pass. About 100 yards further on, I hipped around in the saddle and looked back. He was practicing again. The crouch, the fantastic draw, the shot. I rode on toward town to tell Ben Randolph he'd either have to run or die. Ben was a lanky, slab-sided Texan who had come up north on the drive 10 years before and liked the Arizona climate and stayed. He was a good sheriff, tough enough to handle most men, and smart enough to handle the rest. 14 years of it had kept him lean and fast. When I told him about Buck, I could see he didn't know whether he was tough or smart or fast enough to get out of this one. He leaned back in his chair and started to light his pipe, and then stared at the match until it burned his fingers without touching it to the tobacco. "You sure, Joe?" he said. "Ben, I saw it 4 times. At first I just couldn't believe my eyes, but I tell you, he's fast. He's faster than you or me or Hickok or anybody. God knows where he got it, but he's got the speed." "But," Ben Randolph said, lighting another match, "it just don't happen that way." His voice was almost mildly complaining. "Not overnight. Gun speed's something you work on. It comes slow, mighty slow. You know that. How in hell could Buck Tarrant turn into a fire-eating gunslinger in a few days?" He paused and puffed. "You sure, Joe?" he asked again through a cloud of smoke. "Yes, and he wants me." That's what he said. Ben Randolph sighed. "He's a bad kid, Joe, just a bad kid. If his father hadn't died, I reckon he might have turned out better. But his mother ain't big enough to wallop his butt the way it needs. You took his gun away from him a couple of times, didn't you, Ben?" "Yeah, and ran him out of town, too, when he got too pestiferous. Told him to get the hell home and help his ma. Guess that's why he wants you." "That, and because I'm sheriff, I'm the biggest gun around here, and he don't want to start at the bottom, not him. He's got to show the world right away. He can do it, Ben." He sighed again. "I know. If what you say is true, he can sure show me anyhow. Still, I gotta take him up on it. You know that. I can't leave town." I looked at his hand lying on his leg. The fingers were trembling. He curled them into a fist, and the fist trembled. "You ought to, Ben," I said. "Of course I ought to," he said a little savagely. "But I can't. Why, what'd happen to this town if I were to cut and run? Is there anyone else who could handle him? Hell no. A crazy galoot like that? I said slowly. If he gets too damn nasty, he's bound to get killed. I hesitated. Even in the back, if he's too good to take from the front. Sure, Ben Randolph said. Sooner or later. But what about meantime? How many people will he have to kill before somebody gets angry or nervy enough to kill him? That's my job, Joe, to take care of this kind of thing. Those people he'd kill are depending on me to get between him and them, don't you see? I got up. Sure, Ben, I see. I just wish you didn't. He let out another mouthful of smoke. You got any idea what he meant about thinking his gun into his hand? Not the slightest. Some crazy explanation he made up to account for his sudden speed, I reckon. Another puff. You figure I'm a dead man, Joe, huh? It looks kind of that way. Yeah, it kind of does, don't it? At 4 that afternoon, Buck Tarrant came riding into town like he owned it. He sat his battered old saddle like a Rajah on an elephant, and he held his right hand low beside his hip in an exaggerated gunman's stance, with his floppy hat over at a cocky angle, and his big eyes and scrawny framed. He'd have looked funny as hell trying to look like a tough hombre. Except he was tough now, and everybody in town knew it because I'd warned them. Otherwise, somebody might have jibed him, and the way things were now, that could lead to a sudden grave. Nobody said a word all along the street as he rode to the hitch rail in front of the once again and dismounted. There wasn't many people around to say anything. Most everybody was inside, and all you could see of them was a shadow of movement behind a window there, the flutter of a curtain there. Only a few men sat in chairs along the boardwalks under the porches, or leaned against the porch posts, and they just sort of stared around, looking at Buck for a second, and then looking off again if he turned toward them. I was standing near to where Buck hitched up. He swaggered up the steps of the saloon, his right hand poised, his bulging eyes full of hell. You tell him? He asked. I nodded. He'll look you up, like you said. Buck laughed shortly. I'll be waiting. I don't like that lanky bastard. I reckon I got some scores to settle with him. He looked at me and his face twisted into what he thought was a tough snarl. Funny. You could see he really wasn't tough down inside. There wasn't any hard core of confidence and strength. His toughness was in his holster, and all the rest of him was acting to match up to it. You know, he said, I don't like you either, Irish. Maybe I ought to kill you. Hell, why not? Now, the only reason I'd stayed out of doors that afternoon was I figured Buck had already had one chance to kill me and hadn't done it, so I must be safe. That's what I figured. He had nothing against me, so I was safe. And I had an idea that maybe, when the showdown came, I might be able to help out Ben Randolph somehow, if anything on God's earth could help him. Now, though, I wish to hell I hadn't stayed outside. I wished I was behind one of them windows, looking out at somebody else get told by Buck Tarrant that maybe he ought to kill him. But I won't, Buck said, grinning nastily, because you done me a favor. You run off and told the sheriff just like I told you, just like the goddamn white-livered Irish sheep herder you are. Ain't that so? I nodded, my jaw set so hard with anger that the flesh felt stretched. He waited for me to move against him. When I didn't, he laughed and swaggered over to the door of the saloon. Come on, Irish, he said over his shoulder. I'll buy you a drink of the best. I followed him in, and he went over to the bar, walking heavily, and looked old Menor right in the eye and said, Give me a bottle of the best stuff you got in the house. Menor looked at the kid he had kicked out of his place 12 times, and his face was white. He reached behind him and got a bottle, and put it on the bar. 2 glasses, said Buck Tarrant. Menor carefully put 2 glasses on the bar. Clean glasses. Menor polished 2 other glasses on his apron and set them down. You don't want no money for this liquor, do you, Menor? Buck asked. No, sir. You just take it home and spend it on that fat heifer of a wife you've got, and on them 2 little half-wit brats, wouldn't you? Menor nodded. Hell, they really ain't worth the trouble, are they? No, sir. Buck snickered and poured 2 shots and handed me one. He looked around the saloon and saw that it was almost empty. Just Menor behind the bar, and a drunk asleep with his head on his arms at a table near the back, and a little gent in fancy town clothes fingering his drink at a table near the front window, and not even looking at us. Where is everybody? He asked Menor. Why, sir, I reckon they're all home, most of them, Menor said. It being a hot day and all. Bet it'll get hotter, Buck said, hard. Yes, sir. I guess they really didn't want to feel the heat, huh? Yes, sir. Well, it's going to get so hot, you old bastard, that everybody'll feel it. You know that? If you say so, sir. It might even get hot for you. Right now, even. What do you think of that, huh? You thrown me out of here a couple of times, remember? Yes, but Look at this, Buck said, and his gun was in his hand, and he didn't seem to have moved at all, not an inch. I was looking right at him when he did it. His hand was on the bar, resting beside his shot glass, and then suddenly his gun was in it and pointing right at old Menor's belly. You know, Buck said, grinning at how Menor's fear was crawling all over his face, I can put a bullet right where I want to. Want to see me do it? His gun crashed, and flame leaped across the bar, and the mirror behind the bar had a spiderweb of cracks radiating from a round black hole. Menor stood there, blood leaking down his neck from a split earlobe. Buck's gun went off again, and the other earlobe was a red tatter. And Buck's gun was back in its holster with the same speed it had come out. I just couldn't see his hand move. That's enough for now, he told Menor. This is right good liquor, and I guess I got to have somebody around to push it across the bar for me. And you're as good as anybody to do jackass jobs like that. He didn't even look at Menor again. The old man leaned back against the shelf behind the bar, trembling, 2 trickles of red running down his neck and staining his shirt collar. I could see he wanted to touch the places where he had been shot, to see how bad they were or just to rub at the pain, but he was afraid to raise a hand. He just stood there looking sick. Buck was staring at the little man in town clothes over by the window. The little man had reared back at the shots, and now he was sitting up in his chair, his eyes straight on Buck. The table in front of him was wet, where he had spilled his drink when he jumped. Buck looked at the little guy's fancy clothes and small mustache and grinned. Come on, he said to me, and picked up his drink and started across the floor. Find out who the dude is. He pulled out a chair and sat down, and I saw he was careful to sit facing the front door and also where he could see out the window. I pulled out another chair and sat. Good shooting, huh? Buck asked the little guy. Yes, said the little guy. Very fine shooting, I confess. It quite startled me. Buck laughed harshly. Startled the old guy, too. He raised his voice. Ain't that right, Menor? Wasn't you startled? Yes, sir, came Menor's pain-filled voice from the bar. Buck looked back at the little man, let his insolent gaze travel up and down the fancy waistcoat, the string tie, the sharp face with its mustache and narrow mouth and black eyes. He looked longest at the eyes, because they didn't seem to be scared. He looked at the little guy, and the little guy looked at Buck, and finally Buck looked away. He tried to look wary as he did it, as if he were just fixing to make sure that nobody was around to sneak shoot him. But you could see he'd been stared down. When he looked back at the little guy, he was scowling. "Who are you, mister?" he said. "I'd never seen you before." "My name is Jacob Pratt, sir. I'm just traveling through to San Francisco. I'm waiting for the evening stage." "Drummer?" "Excuse me?" For a second, Buck's face got ugly. "You heard me, mister. You a drummer?" "I heard you, young man, but I don't quite understand. Do you mean, am I a musician? A performer upon the drums?" "No, you goddamn fool. I mean, what are you selling? Snake bite medicine? Liquor? Soap?" "Why, I'm not selling anything. I'm a professor, sir." "Well, I'll be damned." Buck looked at him a little more carefully. "A professor, huh? Of what?" "Of psychology, sir." "What's that?" "It's the study of man's behavior, of the reasons why we act as we do." Buck laughed again, and it was more of a snarl. "Well, Professor, you just stick around here then, and I'll show you some real reasons for people acting as they do. From now on, I'm the big reason in this town. They'll jump when I yell frog or else." His hand was flat on the table in front of him, and suddenly his Peacemaker was in it, pointing at the professor's fourth vest button. "See what I mean, huh?" The little man blinked. "Indeed I do," he said, and stared at the gun as if hypnotized. Funny, though, he still didn't seem scared, just a lot interested. Sitting there and just listening, I thought about something else funny. How they were both just about of a size, Buck and the professor, and so strong in different ways. With the professor, you felt he was strong inside, a man who knew a lot about things and about himself. While with Buck, it was all on the outside, on the surface. He was just a milk-sopped kid with a deadly sting. Buck was still looking at the professor as carefully as he had before. He seemed to hesitate for a second, his mouth twisting. Then he said, "You're an educated man, ain't you? I mean, you studied a lot, ain't that right?" "Yes, I suppose it is." "Well," again Buck seemed to hesitate. The gun in his hand lowered until the end of the barrel rested on the table. "Look," he said slowly, "maybe you can tell me how in hell—" When he didn't go on, the professor said, "Yes?" "Nothing." "You were going to say?" Buck looked at him, his bulging eyes narrowed, the gunman's smirk on his lips again. "Are you telling me what's true and what ain't?" he said softly. "With my gun on you?" "Does the gun change anything?" Buck tapped the heavy barrel on the table. "I say it changes a hell of a lot of things." Tap went the barrel. "You want to argue?" "Not with the gun," the professor said calmly. "It always wins. I'll talk with you, however, if you'll talk with your mouth instead of with the gun." By this time I was filled with admiration for the professor's guts, and fear that he'd get a bullet in them. I was all set to duck in case Buck should lose his temper and start throwing lead. But suddenly Buck's gun was back in his holster. I saw the professor blink again in astonishment. "You know," Buck said, grinning loosely, "you got a lot of nerve, Professor. Maybe you can tell me what I want to know." He didn't look at the little man while he talked. He was glancing around, being wary again, and grinning that grin at the same time. You could see he was off balance. He was acting like everything was going on just like he wanted it, but actually the professor had beaten him again, words against the gun, eyes against eyes. The professor's dark eyes were level on Buck's right now. "What is it you want to know?" "This," Buck said, and his gun was in his hand again. And it was the first time when he did it that his face stayed sober and kind of stupid-looking, his normal expression, instead of getting wild and dangerous. How Do you know how I do it? Well, the professor said, supposing you give me your answer first, if you have one. It might be the right one. Buck shook his head. Well, it's like I think the gun into my hand. It happened the first time this morning. I was standing out in the pass where I always practice drawing, and I was wishing I could draw faster than anybody who'd ever lived. I was wishing I could just get my gun out of leather in no time at all, and... The gun was back in its holster in the blink of an eye. That's how it happened. My gun was in my hand, just like that. I didn't even reach for it. I was just getting set to draw and had my hand out in front of me, and my gun was in my hand before I knew what had happened. God, I was so surprised, I almost fell over. I see, said the professor slowly. You think it into your hand. Yeah, kind of. Would you do it now, please? And the professor leaned forward so he could see Buck's holster, eyes intent. Buck's gun appeared in his hand. The professor let out a long breath. Nothing got back into its holster. It was there. You did not move your arm either time, said the professor. That's right, said Buck. The gun was just suddenly in your hand instead of in your holster, and then it was back in the holster. Right. Telekinesis, the professor said, almost reverently. What? Telekinesis, the moving of material objects by mental force. The professor leaned back and studied the holstered gun. It must be that. I hardly dared think it at first, the first time you did it. But the thought did occur to me, and now I'm virtually certain. How do you say it? Telekinesis. Well, how do I do it? I can't answer that. Nobody knows. It's been the subject of many experiments, and there are many reported happenings, but I've never heard of any instance even remotely as impressive as this. The professor leaned across the table again. Can you do it with other things, young man? What other things? That bottle on the bar, for example? Never tried. Try. Buck stared at the bottle. It wavered, just a little, rocked and settled back. Buck stared harder, eyes bulging. The bottle shivered, that was all. Hell, Buck said. I can't seem to get a hold of it with my mind like I can with my gun. Try moving this glass on the table, the professor said. It's smaller and closer. Buck stared at the glass. It moved a fraction of an inch across the tabletop. No more. Buck snarled like a dog and swatted the glass with his hand, knocking it halfway across the room. Possibly, the professor said, after a moment. You can do it with your gun because you want to so very badly. The strength of your desire releases, or creates, whatever psychic forces are necessary to perform the act. He paused, looking thoughtful. Young man, suppose you try to transport your gun to, say, the top of the bar. Why? Buck asked suspiciously. I want to see whether distance is a factor where the gun is concerned, whether you can place the gun that far away from you, or whether the power operates only when you want your gun in your hand. No, Buck said in an ugly voice. Damn if I will. I'd maybe get my gun over there and not be able to get it back, and then you'd jump me, the two of you. I ain't minded to experiment around too much, thank you. All right, the professor said, as if he didn't care. The suggestion was purely in the scientific spirit. Sure, said Buck. Sure. Just don't get any more scientific, or I'll experiment on how many holes you can get in you before you die. The professor sat back in his chair and looked Buck right in the eye. After a second, Buck looked away, scowling. Me, I hadn't said a word the whole while, and I wasn't talking now. Wonder where that goddamn yellow-bellied sheriff is, Buck said. He looked out the window, then glanced sharply at me. He said he'd come, huh? Yeah. When I was asked, I'd talk. We sat in silence for a few moments. The professor said, Young man, you wouldn't care to come with me to San Francisco, would you? I and my colleagues would be very grateful for the opportunity to investigate this strange gift of yours. We would even be willing to pay you for your time and... Buck laughed. Why, hell, I reckon I got bigger ideas than that, mister. Real big ideas. There's no man alive I can't beat with a gun. I'm going to take Billy the Kid, Hickok, all of them. I'm going to get myself a rep bigger than all theirs put together. Why, when I walk into a saloon, they'll hand me liquor. I walk into a bank, they'll give me the place. No lawman from Canada to Mexico will even stay in the same town with me. Hell, what could you give me, you goddamn little dude? The professor shrugged. Nothing that would satisfy you. That's right. Suddenly, Buck stiffened, looking out the window. He got up, his bulging blue eyes staring down at us. Randolph's coming down the street. You two just stay put and maybe, just maybe, I'll let you live. Professor, I want to talk to you more about this telekinesis stuff. Maybe I can get even faster than I am, or control my bullets better at long range. So you be here. Get that? He turned and walked out the door. The professor said, He's not sane. Nutty as a locoed steer, I said. Been that way for a long time. An ugly shrimp who hates everything. And now he's in the saddle holding the reins, and some people are due to get rode down. I looked curiously at him. Look, Professor, this telekinesis stuff, is all that on the level? Absolutely. He just thinks his gun into his hand? Exactly. Faster than anyone could ever draw it. Inconceivably faster. The time element is almost non-existent. I got up, feeling worse than I'd ever felt in my life. Come on, I said. Let's see what happens. As if there was any doubt about what was bound to happen. We stepped out onto the porch and over to the rail. Behind us, I heard Menor come out too. I looked over my shoulder. He'd wrapped a towel around his head. Blood was leaking through it. He was looking at Buck, hating him clear through. The street was deserted except for Buck standing about 20 feet away, and at the far end, Sheriff Ben Randolph coming slowly toward him, putting one foot ahead of the other in the dust. A few men were standing on porches, pressed back against the walls, mostly near doors. Nobody was sitting now. They were ready to groundhog if lead started flying wild. God damn it, I said in a low, savage voice. Ben's too good of a man to get killed this way, by a punk kid with some crazed psycho-who's-its way of handling a gun. I felt the professor's level eyes on me and turned to look at him. Why, he said, doesn't a group of you get together and face him down? 10 guns against his 1? He'd have to surrender. No, he wouldn't, I said. That ain't the way it works. He'd just dare any of us to be the first to try and stop him, and none of us would take him up on it. A group like that don't mean anything. It'd be each man against Buck Tarrant, and none of us good enough. I see, the professor said softly. God. I clenched my fists so hard they hurt. I wish we could think his gun right back into the holster or something. Ben and Buck were about 40 feet apart now. Ben was coming on steadily, his hand over his gun butt. He was a good man with a gun, Ben. Nobody around these parts had dared tackle him for a long time. But he was outclassed now, and he knew it. I guess he was just hoping that Buck's first shot or two wouldn't kill him, and that he could place a good one himself before Buck let loose any more. But Buck was a damn good shot. He just wouldn't miss. The professor was staring at Buck with a strange look in his eyes. "He should be stopped," he said. "Stop him, then," I said sourly. "After all," he mused, "if the ability to perform telekinesis lies dormant in all of us, and is released by strong faith and desire to accomplish something that can be accomplished only by that means, then our desire to stop him might be able to counter his desire to—" "Damn you and your big words," I said bitterly. "It was your idea," the professor said, still looking at Buck. "What you said about thinking his gun back into its holster. After all, we are 2 to his 1. I turned around and stared at him, really hearing him for the first time. "Yeah, that's right. I said that. My God. Do you think we could do it?" "We can try," he said. "We know it can be done, and evidently that is 9/10 of the battle. He can do it, so we should be able to. We must want him not to more than he wants to." "Lord," I said, "I want him not to, all right." Ben and Buck were about 20 feet apart now, and Ben stopped. His voice was tired when he said, "Any time, Buck." "You're a hell of a sheriff," Buck sneered. "You're a no-good bastard." "Cuss me out," Ben said. "Don't hurt me none. I'll be ready when you start talking with guns." "I'm ready now, beanpole." Buck grinned. "You draw first, huh?" "Think of his gun," the professor said in a fierce whisper. "Try to grab it with your mind. Break his aim. Pull it away from him. You know it can be done. Think. Ben Randolph had never in anyone's knowledge drawn first against a man. But now he did, and I guess nobody could blame him. He slapped leather, his face already dead, and Buck's Peacemaker was in his hand. And me and the professor were standing like statues on the porch of the Once Again, thinking at that gun, glaring at it, fists clenched, our breath rasping in our throats. The gun appeared in Buck's hand and wobbled just as he slipped hammer. The bullet sprayed dust at Ben's feet. Ben's gun was halfway out. Buck's gun barrel pointed down at the ground, and he was trying to lift it so hard his hand got white. He drove a bullet into the dust at his own feet and started to whine. Ben's gun was up and aiming. Buck shot himself in the foot. Then Ben shot him once in the right elbow, once in the right shoulder. Buck screamed and dropped his gun and threw out his arms, and Ben, who was a thorough man, put a bullet through his right hand and another one on top of it. Buck sat in the dust and flat blood all around and bawled when we came to get him. The professor and I told Ben Randolph what had happened, and nobody else. I think he believed us. Buck spent 2 weeks in the town jail and then a year in the state pen for pulling on Randolph, and nobody's seen him now for 6 years. Don't know what happened to him or care much. I reckon he's working as a cowhand someplace. Anyway, he sends his mother money now and then, so he must have tamed down some and growed up some too. While he was in the town jail, the professor talked to him a lot. The professor delayed his trip just to do it. One night he told me, "Tarrant can't do anything like that again. Not at all, even with his left hand. The gunfight destroyed his faith in his ability to do it, or most of it anyway. And I finished the job, I guess, asking all my questions. I guess you can't think too much about that sort of thing." The professor went on to San Francisco, where he's doing some interesting experiments, or trying to, because he has the memory of what happened that day, but, like Buck Tarrant, not the ability to do anything like that anymore. He wrote me a couple of times, and it seems that ever since that time he's been absolutely unable to do any telekinesis. He's tried 1,000 times and can't even move a feather. So he figures it was really me alone who'd saved Ben's life and stopped Buck in his tracks. I wonder. Maybe the professor just knows too much not to be some skeptical, even with what he saw. Maybe the way he looks at things and tries to find reasons for them gets in the way of his faith. Anyway, he wants me to come to San Francisco and get experimented on. Maybe someday I will. Might be fun if I can find time off from my job. I got a lot of faith, you see. What I see, I believe. And when Ben retired last year, I took over his job as sheriff. Because I'm the fastest man with a gun in these parts. Or actually, in the world. Probably if I weren't the peaceable type, I'd be famous or something. End of the Draw by Jerome Bixby. Read by Paul Hampton.
They Wouldn't Dare by Samuel Mines. From Thrilling Wonder Stories, December 1947. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. They Wouldn't Dare by Samuel Mines. Dr. John Bartok replaced the test tube carefully in its rack, with fingers that shook a little. His pleasant, plump-cheeked face had a blank look of a man who has had too great a shock to assimilate, so that, for the moment, he feels nothing. He got to his feet. Absently, he ran stained, spatula-tipped fingers through his thinning blonde hair and groped for a cigarette. The liquid in the test tube caught a pinpoint of light from the fluorescence, and thin fumes escaped upward from its surface. Dr. Bartok shuddered slightly and turned toward the broad plate-glass window that spread clear across the front of the chrome and enamel lab. Behind him, the swinging door squealed. A hearty voice boomed greetings. "Well, John!" Dr. Goodwin, head of the Nelson Foundation, thought it part of his duties to boom heartily. He was a plump man in a morning coat and striped trousers, with the inevitable Prince Nez on a black ribbon. He was a greeter, a hand-pumper, a speech-maker, and a born politician. He was also a surprisingly able physicist. His work on gamma and beta particles, publicized by his own skilled hand, had won him the directorship of the Nelson Foundation. He gave his men a free hand in their research, but he thought it was his right to snoop into their work at all times, so that few of them had any illusion of freedom. Bartok did not turn. "I've got it, Dr. Goodwin," he said, and continued to look out the window. The manicured lawns of the Nelson Foundation were a well-ordered green in the spring sunshine. A marble wing of the building rose to his right. Through the slits of the partially drawn blinds, he could see laboratory workers at their jobs. Below, a girl assistant walked briskly along one of the curved paths that wound through the flower beds, her white stockings and shoes twinkling under the crisp blue of her cape. "Got it? You've got it?" Goodwin repeated. Bartok turned and placed his back to the window, releasing his grasp on the sanity of sun and grass. "The new weapon," he said flatly. "The final, the irresistible weapon. The thing we've been searching for ever since the stalemate of the atomic bomb." Excitement flamed in Goodwin's round face. His color mounted. "Where? What is it?" he demanded. I'll phone General McComber. Bartok jerked his cigarette toward the test tube, which had given off the faint white fumes. This, Goodwin stared at it, fascinated. It's the deadliest thing a man's imagination could ever hope to conceive, Bartok said flatly. He was not boasting. He was stating a simple fact. Beside it, the atomic bomb is like a child's pea-shooter. Goodwin edged back instinctively. Oh, it's harmless enough by itself, Bartok said. It's a catalyst. Add it to something else, and... He drew a deep breath. Remember the scare the atomic bomb threw into the world, and the menace of radioactive dust and germ warfare? Remember people talking about the end of the human race as though it were just around the corner? He nodded gloomily at the test tube. Well, there it is, the real thing, if that stuff ever gets loose. The uneasiness had fled Goodwin's face. His jowls were alight with excitement. He seized Bartok's hand, pumping it like a drive shaft. Congratulations, he beamed. This puts us at the top of the heap again. It'll mean a lot to the Nelson Foundation, John, and to you. I've got to call the War Department. On his way to the door, he stopped, turned back. By the way, he asked, what is it you add to that stuff to make it a potent weapon? Bartok shifted his eyes and looked unhappy. I'd rather not say, he muttered. Not till I think this out a little more. Think what out? I'm afraid of that stuff, Bartok said reluctantly. It's far more dangerous. Well, sir, this time it's not just scare talk. It really could mean the end of man, the end of the world. Nonsense, Goodwin said. That's not for you to judge, John. We've got to turn it over to the War Department. It will make us the strongest nation on Earth, give us control. Just the threat of having it will be enough. We won't have to use it. Bartok gave him a cynical glance and said nothing. Look, Goodwin's pumping fingers pointed at the newspaper lying open on the lab bench. Headlines flared. Atomic weapons not to be used. Reprisals feared. Top-ranked military men believe atomic weapons will not be used in future wars because belligerents will fear reprisals. It is revealed today by a confidential source close to high officials in the War Department. The one way to victory and the best hope of avoiding war is to maintain the nation's war machine in a state of immediate readiness. You see, Goodwin said, anything as terrible as you say this is could never be used. Just having it and letting other nations know we have it is insurance against anybody jumping on us. Keep 'em scared to death. He beamed upon a silent Bartok. I'll call General McComber to come down at once. The swinging door squealed and flapped behind his confident exit. Dr. John Bartok took his cigarette and himself into the chair in front of the lab table and slumped down to stare at the gentle, fuming test tube. He was tired, and he was confused. He was a little afraid of the responsibility thrust so suddenly upon him. There was no simple decision to be made here. He could not deny his country a weapon it might possibly need desperately in some unknown future emergency. To withhold it might mean destruction. And to give it, to turn it over to some thick-necked general who thought of war principally as a road to promotions and glory? Bartok was under no illusion as to the average military mind, American or otherwise. Yet he shrank from the thought of making so great a decision himself, of bucking the Foundation and the War Department by himself. Perhaps Goodwin was right. The weapon need never be used. Its threat alone might be enough. In any case, perhaps Congress, or the people, or the professional troubleshooters should decide, not John Bartok, laboratory man. Miserably, he rubbed his hair until it stood up in wild disarray on his pink scalp. He leaned forward to stare into the sauterne-colored fluid. The fumes rose to his nose. They tickled, and made him want to sneeze. Suddenly he was dizzy. The lab began to heave unsteadily about him. Alarmed, Bartok pulled back and tried to climb to his feet. The movement made his head spin wildly. The whole lab floated up into a narrowing funnel above him, and the darkness contracted about him like overlapping layers of a blanket. After a long time there was light. He opened heavy lids to see a red glow of sun. Somewhere there was a guttural, familiar chanting. The smell of woodlands was in his nostrils. Under him, the foam rubber cushion had grown suddenly hard and uncomfortable. His vision cleared, and amazement froze him. He was squatted on a ledge in the face of a rough, cliff-like slope. Before him, a red sunset blazed over the wild, jungle-thick forest. Behind him was a cave mouth, in which a fire flickered. From its depths came the chanting which was so strangely familiar. Bartok looked down at himself. His limbs were all but naked. Only a wolfskin, draped about his hips, served as both garment and belt. Arms and legs were hugely muscled, thick with furry hair. A beard spread its bushy length upon his hirsute chest. He was neither alarmed nor frightened. He was Krug of the cave-dwellers, and this was his home. Behind him was a bustle, and Ngil, the chief, came out on the ledge. He was a stocky, powerful man, wearing the leopard skin of authority, plus a bustling official manner, plus a belief that his tribesmen were his by right. Ngil squatted down beside Krug and chuckled deep in his throat. "They have come, the forest men," he grunted. "They think to kill. We shall kill many, and there will be much feasting." Krug stared, troubled, out over the waving branches. A dim thought struggled for expression in his mind. "Always there is fighting," he said. "Always killing. We are men, not beasts. There is food for all. Must the women always weep for the dead? Must children always wail for mothers and fathers slain?" Ngil's bushy eyebrows drew down. "In my father's day," he said, "men were truly wise. Now we breed a race of fools. The world is very old, my father told me, and there has always been war. Men will always kill. Do you think to stop it with words? If we kill more of the forest men than they kill us, there will be no more war." Krug shrugged massive shoulders. He leaned back against the rock and began again to twist and plait with some strips of skin. "What is that?" Ngil asked. "Something I am making. I had thought if I took—" "They come." Ngil rose suddenly, began to roar a warning. "They come!" Out of the forest shadows streamed a broken mass of men. They were armed with clubs, spears sharpened and hardened in the fire, and stones. They charged the cliff front. Stones hurled down upon them, and they gave ground momentarily, leaving one or two dark forms stretched out. Then Ngil and the men of the caves swung down the steep slope to give battle. There was the snarling shock of combat, vicious but short. The forest men broke and fell back to the trees. Njeel called back his blood-maddened warriors, who would have followed. The chief was canny. He knew the forest men held the advantage in the shadowy aisles that were their home. From the fringes of the wood, the forest men shouted taunts, flinging an occasional spear or stone, which fell short. The cavemen huddled at the base of the cliff, licking their wounds. Up above, Krug worked busily on his plating. Njeel climbed to his ledge. "This is bad," said the chief. "They keep us from hunting, even from water, if they stay." "They will not stay," Krug said. He stood up. In his hand he held a cup-like piece between them. Krug searched about until he found a round stone about the size of his fist. He placed it in the leather cup. As Njeel watched, hairy mouth agape, Krug began to swing the loaded contraption around his head. Faster and faster it went, until it whistled through the air and dissolved into a blur. Then he let one of the thongs slip from his fingers. Sheer luck played its part that day, as it so often does. Had the stone fallen harmlessly, the effect would have been lost. But the astonished cavemen saw the missile scream through the air with a force that no hand-thrown rock could match. Out it arched, far beyond any man's throwing distance. A forest man, staring slack-jawed, was slow to duck. The stone took him full in the face with a sudden crunch. There was a horrid, strangled scream. He tossed wide his huge arms and fell dead amidst his terror-stricken fellows. The stone whizzed from the sling took a terrible toll. With howls of dismay, the forest men fled into the shadows of the wood. Krug was a little astonished himself at the appalling success of his first attempt. But the effect upon Njeel was even more striking. Always the politician, he recovered swiftly. "This is magic," he said. "It makes us the most powerful tribe in the land. The forest men shall fear us, and the men of the marshes and the river tremble at our name." Shrewdly he added, "There will be no more wars now, Krug. Your magic is too strong. None shall dare stand against us." Musing, he stroked his beard. "Man is old, my father said," he muttered, "and always there has been war. But now is an end to war, for with magic that kills at such a distance, war is too terrible. There will be no more wars." And looking down at him, Krug wrestled with the astonishing idea that by inventing a terrible weapon of war, he had made war impossible. The weapon was too terrible to use. So there was peace. The tribe hunted in the fringes of the forest and along the river bank, and others fled before their approach. There was peace for the space of a moon. Then a hunter came racing with the word that the forest men were coming. Coming? Ngel's bushy brows drew down in stupefied disbelief. They have forgotten so soon? They need another lesson. Confident, Krug stood on the rocky shelf and waited, and alongside him stood a dozen warriors of the tribe, all armed with slings, all trained by him. Each carried smooth, round stones in a pouch at his belt. They were the most terrible fighting force the world had yet seen. Shadows moved at the edge of the wood, broke free and slid out into the sunlight. "They come," Njeel grunted. At Krug's word, the slingmen reached for stones. The slings began to whirl overhead, rise in pitch to a whistle. Then came the missiles, arching out into the air. The cavemen and their women shouted as the stones flew. They heard the heavy thump as the projectiles landed. But there were no screams from the forest men. There were no crushed and bleeding forms stretching on the grass. The invaders came on. And now, as they came closer, the cavemen saw why. Each of the forest men carried before him a round leather shield stretched on a tough green sapling bent into a hoop. The strong rawhide took the full shock of the flung stone and let it rebound without harm. Safe behind their moving forts, the forest men came swiftly on to reach and climb the wall. And now again there came the snarling shock of combat, as men met and strove hand to hand, with club and knife and teeth. Krug flung down his useless sling and snatched up his club. A forest man rushed upon him with mighty bludgeon upraised. It wavered in the air, and then melted away. Layers of darkness unwrapped about him. Shining white walls swam and flowed into place to settle solidly. Dr. John Bartok opened his eyes upon the familiar sights of his laboratory. He raised his head. The test tube rested as before in its rack. The thin white fumes curled lazily upward. He drew back in belated alarm. He could still hear the snarling roar of that savage battle, still smell the blood and heat of war and death. Good heavens! Was it the fumes? Had they anesthetized him? Had he dreamed it all? He found a cigarette and sat back away from the test tube, brooding. Snatches of words floated through his mind. Too terrible to use. This will end wars. All will fear us. Just having it will be enough. We will never have to use it. The cigarette burned down. He got up. His face was pale and set. The swinging door squeaked, and Dr. Goodwin bustled in, face glowing with excitement. "John, here's General Macomber. He came right down by helicopter when I told him. John, where is it? John, what are you doing?" His usual controlled voice rose to a shriek. Dr. John Bartok turned from the sink. He shook the last few drops of water from the glass. "I'm just rinsing out this test tube," he said. The end of They Wouldn't Dare by Samuel Mines.
Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucas. That? Oh, that's a perspective machine. Well, not exactly, but that's what I call it. No, I don't know how it works. Too complicated for me. Carter could make it go, but after he made it, he never used it. Too bad. He thought he'd make a lot of money with it there for a while he was working it out. Almost had me convinced, but I told him, "Get it working first, Carter, and then show me what you can do with it better than I can do without it. I'm doing pretty well as is. Pictures selling good, even if I make 'em all by guesswork, as you call it." That's what I told him. You see, Carter was one of them artists that think they can work everything out by formulas and stuff. Me, I just paint things as I see 'em, never worry about perspective, and all that kind of mechanical aids. Never even went to art school, but I do all right. Carter, now, was a different sort of artist. Well, he wasn't really an artist, more of a draftsman. I first got him in to help me with a series of real estate paintings I'd got an order for. Big aerial views of land developments and drawings of buildings, roads and causeways, that kind of stuff. It was a little too much to handle alone, 'cause I never studied that kind of things, you know? I thought he'd do mechanical drawings, which should have been simple for somebody trained that way, and I'd throw in the colors, figures, trees, and so on. He did fine. Job came out good, Client was real happy. We made a pretty good amount on the job, enough to keep us for a couple months without working afterwards. I took it easy, fishing and so on. But Carter stayed in the studio working on his own stuff. I let him keep an eye on things for me around the place, and just dropped in now and then to check up. The guy was nuts on the subject of perspective. I thought he knew all there was to know about it, but he claimed nobody knew anything about it, really. Said he'd been studying it for years, and the more he learned about it, the more there was to learn. I'd come into the studio and find him with thumbtacks and strings and stuff all over the place. He'd get big long rulers and draw lines to various points all over the room, and end up with a little drawing of a cube about an inch square that nobody could have made in a half-minute without all the apparatus. Seemed pretty silly to me. Then he brought in some books on mathematics and physics and other things, and a bunch of slide rulers, calculators, and junk. He must have been a pretty smart guy to know how to handle all those things, even if he was kind of dopey about other things. You know, women and fishing and sports and drinking. He was lousy at everything except for working those perspective problems. Personally, I couldn't see much sense to what he was doing. The guy could draw all right already, so I asked him what more could he want. Let me see if I can remember what he said. I'm trying to get at things as they really are, not as they appear, he said. I think those were his words. Art is an illusion, a bag of tricks. Reality is something else, not what we think it is. Drawings are two-dimensional projections of a world that is not merely three, but four-dimensional, if not more, he said. Yeah, kind of a crackpot, Carter said. Just on that one subject, though. Nice enough guy otherwise. Here, look at some of the drawings he made. Working out his formulas. Nice designs, huh? Might make good wallpaper or fabric patterns. Real abstract. That's what people seem to like. See all those little letters scattered around among the lines? Different kinds of vanishing points they are. Carter claimed the whole world is full of vanishing points. You don't know what a vanishing point is? Let me see if I can explain. Come over to the window here. You see how that road gets smaller and smaller in the distance? Of course the road doesn't really get smaller. It just looks that way. That's what we call a vanishing point in drawing. Simple, isn't it? Never could understand why Carter went to so much trouble working out all those ways to locate vanishing points. Me, I just throw 'em in wherever I need 'em. But Carter claimed that was wrong. Said they were all connected together some way, and he was going to work out a method to prove it. Here's a little gadget he made up to help his calculations. A bunch of discs all pivoted together at the center. You're supposed to turn them around so the arrows point to the different figures and things. Here's the square root sign. I remember Carter telling me that. This one is a tangent function, whatever that means. Log there is short for logarithm. Oh, he had a bunch of that scientific stuff in his head all the time. Don't know whether he understood it all himself. He built this thing before he put together the perspective machine there. Silly looking gadget, huh? All them pipes and wires and that little cube in the center. Don't try to touch it. It ain't really there. You just think it is. It's what Carter called a teteract or cataract. No, that can't be the right word. Something like that. Tesser or something or other. There's a picture of it in one of Carter's books. Hurts your eyes to look at it, don't it? That's what Carter thought was going to make him a lot of fame and money. That perspective machine. I told him nobody had ever made a drawing machine yet that worked, but he said it wasn't supposed to make drawings. It was just supposed to give people a view of what reality really is, instead of what they think it is. I don't know whether he expected to charge money to look through it, or whether he was going to look through it himself and find some new kind of drawings and sell them. No, I can't tell you how it works. I said before, I don't know. Carter only used it once himself. I came in here the day he finished it, just as he was ready to turn it on. He was putting the finishing touches on it. In a few minutes, he told me, I'll have the answer to the question that may never have been answered before. What is reality? Is the world by itself and all we know illusion? Why do things grow smaller the farther away from us they appear? Why can't we see more than one side of anything at a time? What happens to the far side of an object? Does it cease to exist just because we can't see it? Are objects not present, non-existent? because artists draw things to vanishing points, does that mean that they really vanish? A whack, that's what he was. Nice guy, but sort of screwy. He kept saying more goofy things while he's finishing up the machine, about how he figured out that all we knew about vision and drawing and so on must be wrong, and that once he got a look at the real world, he'd prove it. How about cameras, I asked him. Take a picture with a camera and it looks just about the same as a drawing, don't it? That's because cameras are built to take pictures like we're used to seeing them, he said. Flat, two-dimensional slices of reality without depth or motion. Even 3D moving pictures, I asked? They're closer to reality, he admitted, but they are still only cross-sections of it. The shutter of a movie camera is closed as much of the time as it is open. What happens in between the times it's open? You know, he went on, people used to think matter, motion were continuous, but scientists have proved that they are discontinuous. Now, some of them think that time may be, too. Maybe everything is just imaginary and appears to our senses in whatever way we want it to appear. We are so well trained that we see everything just as we are taught to see it by generations of artists, writers, and other symbol makers. If we could see things as they really are, what might happen? We'd probably all go nuts, I told him. He just smiled. Well, here goes, he said. It's finished. Now to find out who is right, scientists and philosophers who say reality is forever unreachable, or the artists who say there isn't any reality, that we make the whole thing up to suit ourselves. He moved one of those pointers you see there, and squinted around at the different scales and dials, and then stepped back. That little Tessie thing appeared, and real small at first, just a point. You could hardly see it. I couldn't see anything else happening, and thought he might be doing something else to the machine. I turned to look at Carter and saw his face was white as a sheet. Good God, he says. Just like that. Good God. That's all. Well, I says to him, who was right, the scientist or the artist? The artist, he sort of screeches. The artists are right all the time. There is no reality. It's all a fabric of illusion we've created for ourselves, and now I've ripped a hole in that. He gives a strangle hoot and goes hightailing out of there like something was after him. Jumps in his car and rollers off down the road and disappears. Nah, I don't mean he really disappeared. Are you nuts? Just roared off down the road till he got so small I couldn't see him no more. You know, the way things do when they go farther and farther away. Happens every day. That's what us artists means by perspective. The machine? Well, I don't know what to do with it. If Carter ever comes back, you might not like my getting rid of it. I was thinking Meb. I put it out in the hobby show at the county fair next week, though. You notice how that funny-looking cube inside there gets bigger every time you look at it? There, it just doubled its size again, see? People at the fair ought to get a kick out of that. No telling how big it'll get with all these people looking at it. But come on, let's go fishing. We better hurry or it'll be too late. End of Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck. Read by Lucas.
The Third Little Green Man by Damon Knight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Third Little Green Man by Damon Knight. Shoemaker sat in the open sallyport of the ship and looked gloomily at a pale blue-green seascape, parted down the middle by a ghostly shoreline. The sea was a little greener, and the land was a little bluer. Otherwise, there was no difference to the eye. Once in a while, a tiny breeze came in from the sea, and then the stink changed from sulfur to fish. Venus, he decided, was a pest hole. If he'd known it would be like this, he would have socked old Davies in the eye when he came to him with his damn plans. And then he'd have got roaring drunk to celebrate his escape. Drunk. Boy, he'd been squiffed last night, and every night, except one horrible period when they'd found his cache, and it had been 3 days before he could shut off the engines and make more. Thinking of that, he shuddered. Better get started early tonight, no telling when the others would be back. He rose and went back into the stifling heat of the ship. No cooling system in the thing. That's one item he hadn't thought of. But then, to hear Davies and Buford talk, Venus was going to be a kind of Turkish paradise, full of pomegranates and loose women. Nothing had been said about the temperatures or the smells. He walked down the narrow passageway to the hold, entered one of the compartments, and stopped before a patch section of the bulkhead. The ship was practically nothing but patches, and this looked no different from the rest, but it was. Shoemaker stuck a fingernail under the lower end of the metal strip and pulled. The strip came loose. He got his finger all the way under and lifted. The soldered edges tore away like so much glue. He caught the section as the top came away and laid it aside. Behind it, in a space where plastic filler had been removed, were stacked bottles of colorless liquid. He took one of them out and shoved it into his back pocket. Then he picked up the patch sheet and, holding it in place with one hand, took a metal foil tube out of his pocket with the other. The gunk in the tube was his own discovery, a phony solder fluid that was pretty nearly as strong as the real thing, except that the slightest leverage would pull it loose. He smeared a thin film of the stuff all around the patch, held the sheet for a few seconds more while it dried, then stood off to examine his work. Perfect. The bottle in his pocket was uncomfortably warm against his thin rump. Well, he could fix that too. He went down the passage to the next compartment, jockeyed an oxygen tank around until he could get at the petcock, and he held the bottle in a thin stream of the compressed gas. In a minute, the liquor was chilled. He was sweating prodigiously. Gasping a little, he went back to the sally port and sat down. He settled his broad back against the doorway, put the neck of the bottle against his pursed lips, and drank. He was lowering his head after the fifth long swallow when he saw something move against the misty boundary of land and sea. He followed it with his eyes. His long ah of satisfaction ended in the sound of a man treacherously struck in the belly. A little green man was standing there, a little poisonous green man with blue-green whiskers and eyes like emeralds. He was about 14 inches high, counting his big rabbit ears. He had an ominous look on his face. Shoemaker gaped. Suddenly the things Buford had been telling him this morning before he and the others two had left to go exploring began to run through his mind. Flesh and blood can stand just so much, Jim. One of these days a pink elephant or a polka dot giraffe is going to step out of a bottle and say to you, "Shoemaker, your time has come." He jumped a foot. He was quivering all over. Just as Shoemaker was telling himself that it couldn't possibly have happened, the little man moved a step forward and said it again. Shoemaker dived for the door and slammed it after him. 10 minutes later, when he stopped shaking long enough to open it again, the little green man was gone. This was not so good, Shoemaker told himself. Whether it was the DTs or just a hallucination brought on by the chilled liquor in a hot climate, that green man was nothing he wanted to have around. He started thinking about what Burford and Davies and Hale would do if they found out he'd started seeing things. They'd taken a lot from him because he was the only man who could hold the Space Queen together, but this might be too much. For instance, there was his habit of stopping the engines whenever he ran out of liquor. Well, he had an alibi for that anyway. 2 days out of New York, they'd found his supply of scotch and dumped it into space. Fighting mad, he'd waited until the others were asleep, then disconnected the transmutator that fed the rocket motors and adjusted it to turn out pure grain alcohol. With the addition of a little grapefruit juice from the stores, it made a fair to middling tipple. He'd kept going on it ever since. But if there were green men in it... Shuddering, he went outside to wait for Davies and the other two. It was a little cooler now, with the sun clear around the other side of the planet, but it was also a lot darker. Shoemaker turned on the light in the sally port and stood under it, nervously peering into the blackness. Presently he heard a hail and then saw the 3 lights coming toward him. 3 of them. That meant nobody had been devoured by saber-toothed pipicakas or whatever cockeyed carnivores there were on this Turkish bath of a world. That was good. If anybody killed them, big, slow-thinking Davies, the chubby, drawling Hale, or Burford in particular, Shoemaker wanted it to be him. That was Burford now. Seen any elephants? Damn him. There went Shoemaker's idea of asking casually if they'd seen any little green creatures around. Burford was feeling sharp tonight, and he'd pounce on that like a cat. The 3 slogged into the circle of light. They looked a little tired, even the whipcord lean Burford. Their boots were crusted with blue-gray mud almost to the knees. "Have any trouble finding your way back?" Shoemaker asked. Davy shook his head slowly. He looked a little surprised. No, there's a river up yonder about a mile, you know. We saw it when we landed." "Jim was out cold at that time," Burford put in. He grinned nastily at Shoemaker. "So we just followed it up a ways and then back," Davies finished, putting his knapsack down on the galley table. He sat down heavily. "We didn't see a thing, not a thing. Looks like we'll have to pick up the ship and use it to cruise around. But we can't spare much fuel, you know." He looked reproachfully at Shoemaker. "We used up so much correcting course every time you shut off the engines." Shoemaker felt himself getting hot. "Well, if you 3 commissars hadn't heaved out my scotch..." Okay, break it up," said Hale boredly. He let his soft bulk down into the chair. Burford stood up, leaned against the bulkhead. You hear anything on the radio, Shoemaker? Hale asked. Shoemaker shook his head. Had it on all day, he said. Not a peep. I don't get it, Burford said. Radio signals started practically as soon as we hit the atmosphere. They wavered, but we traced them down right about here. Then, as soon as we landed, they quit. There's something funny about that. Well now, said Davies, wagging his head. I wouldn't exactly say it was funny, Charlie. Now you take us. There might be any number of reasons why we'd quit signaling. If it was the Venusians landing on Earth instead of us the other way around, he sighed. But it comes to this, boys. If there are any animals on Venus, intelligent or otherwise, it makes no never mind. We've got to find them. We've got to have some kind of specimens to take back or we're sunk. You remember how much trouble we had just getting the Supreme Council to subsidize us at all. Shoemaker remembered. Davies' math was all right. It was the only language he really knew his way around in. And he had the fuel and the motor. All he needed was money to build a ship, but he'd picked the wrong time for it. It had been just 5 years after the end of World War III when Davies had started making plans for his ship. The World Federation was only 4.5 years old and still bogged down in a quagmire of difficulties. What with 2 Balkan and 3 Indian principalities still unreconstructed, ousted officials of the other retarded nations raising hell with the underground movements, the world rearming for still another war, plus a smashed, half-starving empire smoldering with atomic fire to deal with. The Supreme Council had little time or money to give to spaceflight. Davies, though, had had his first and only non-mathematical idea, and it was a good one. This is the way it added up. The World Federation argued, reasonably, that the only way to police the world effectively against the possibility of another war was for everybody to come to the World Federation. But the holdout nations in Europe and America had been neutral during the last conflict, and were powerful out of all proportion simply because they had. Plus the millions of emigres who had set up shop in South America and Africa replied that the World Federation wasn't going to police them, and that they'd sooner have another war, and, furthermore, that if the World Federation thought it could win it, let them go ahead and drop the first bomb. The result was an impasse that was throwing the world's cultural rehabilitation program all out of kilter. Well, said Davies, suppose it were possible to prove to the revolutionary nations that Venus was habitable. Wouldn't they jump at the chance to avoid World War IV by moving out entirely? Then the World Federation would be able to go about its business, organizing the Earth into one world, until it was so strong that the Venus colony would be a pushover, and serve them right. Meanwhile, what if there were intelligent life on Venus, intelligent enough to be a new source of cheap labor now that every world citizen was demanding that his working day be cut immediately to 5 hours? The board bureau chief to whom Davies had talked had nodded thoughtfully and said there might be something in it, and a few months later Davies had been set up as a head of a new department, with a wholly inadequate appropriation. Burford and Hale had been assigned to the project by the North American Labor Bureau, and Shoemaker, appealed to by Davies, had joined up principally because it was a tough job. Then they'd gone to work, spending the money in driblets as they got it. They'd have to revise the specification downward 6 times, and when they were through, the Space Queen was a rule-of-thumb monstrosity that only a mechanical genius could hold together. Shoemaker was the genius. He thought about the time the meteor had hulled them, piercing both shop walls and banging hell out of the compartment across the corridor. Shoemaker had been in the shop, so drunk he could hardly stand up, but he'd held his breath long enough to slap a patch over the hole through which all the air in that section had gone whistling out and seal it tight. Then he'd staggered to an oxygen flask, turned it on full, and got enough air in his lungs to keep from passing out. By the time the others rolled out of bed and came down to see whether he was alive or dead, pressure was back to normal. He remembered Hale's white face poked through the open, sealed door in the corridor. What happened, for Pete's sake? Termites, Shoemaker had said. What a trip, ye gods, what a trip. He'd done some cockeyed things in his life, but this junk at 1,000,000 miles from anywhere took the Oscar. And now, if he was going to have the screaming memes, he wanted to have them in a nice, comfortable hospital, not in this watered-down version of a surrealist nightmare. Burford was saying something to him. Shoemaker roused himself. What? I said, what's with you, Edison? You've been sitting there with a dopey look on your face for half an hour. You haven't heard a word we've been saying, have you? Shoemaker made a quick recovery. I was thinking, bird brain, that's a little pastime us intellectuals indulge in. I'd teach it to you, but I don't think you'd like it. Burford looked at him sharply. Shoemaker began to sweat. Was it showing on him already? No offense. Well, think I'll turn in. Big day tomorrow. He strolled out, closing the door behind him. Shoemaker got up to go a few minutes later, but Davy said, Say, Jim, there was something I wanted to ask you. I know. Now, just what was it? Wait a minute, it'll come back to me. Oh yes, Jim, do you think, now you understand, I just want a rough guess on this, do you reckon if we were to use up all the mercury we got, we could scout around and get us some of this sand, or maybe some ore from lower down? When he finally got it out, it appeared that he wanted to know if Shoemaker thought they'd be able to refine some local minerals enough to put it through the transmutator without blowing themselves up. Exasperated, Shoemaker said, sure, easy. It would only take us 5 or 6 years to dig up the stuff, build a refinery, get hold of a couple tons of reagents from Lord knows where, and adjust the transm to make the final product. Just a nice little rest cure. And then we can all go home to glory and show off our long gray beards. That started the old argument all over again. Davy said, now Jim, don't excite yourself. Don't you see the thing is, if we go home with nothing but some mud and moss that we could have picked up anywhere, or some pictures that we could have faked, why, the Supreme Council will want to know what they spent all that money for. You know we'll get disciplined, sure as... Shoemaker's nerves got jumpier by the minute. Finally he said, oh, blow it out a porthole, and slammed the galley door behind him. He met Burford down the corridor, just turning into his cubby. Where have you been? He demanded. Where do you think? Buford said rudely. Shoemaker was half undressed when a horrible thought struck him. In his stocking feet he hurried up to the compartment where the liquor was hidden. The patch was lying propped against the bulkhead. The concealed space was empty. A crowbar lay on the deck, fragments of real solder from other patches clinging to its edge. Burning, he went back to the engine room. Burford had been thorough. The microspectrograph had been carefully pried off and disconnected from the rest of the transmutation rig. Without it, the setup was useless for either the designer's purpose, making fissionable plutonium, or Shoemaker's, the manufacturer of 200-proof happy water. Shoemaker didn't have to look to know that the spares were gone too. Luckily, he had about 5 quarts of the stuff hidden for emergencies in a canister marked hydrochloric acid down in the shop. With rationing, it would do. It would have to. Green men or no, he couldn't go dry. He'd been a quart-a-day man for as long as he could remember, and it would take more than a spook or two to scare him off it. He had to admit a certain apprehension, though, as he sat on the watch by the sally port the next evening. Land, sea, and sky were the same slimy monotone. The occasional breath of wind that came in from the ocean bore the same broad hint of decaying marine life. It had been just about this time last night when that... Restless, he got up and tramped around the ship. On the seaward side, beyond the huge muzzles of the rocket tubes, the greenish sand sloped downward abruptly in a 6-foot embankment to the stagnant edge of the water. There was nothing out there, not even a ripple. To landward, there was nothing but mud. He sat down again, looked dubiously at his half-finished quart, decided to let it rest a while. The glass had a green tinge from the sand around it. Resolutely, he turned his mind to the exploring party, tramping around in that godforsaken wilderness again. Well, what do you think, Shoemaker? He asked himself. How long will it take those supermen to give up their little paper chase? 2 more days? 3? A week? Shoemaker, he answered, I don't know at this point. I don't give a damn. I got important things to worry about. That seemed to settle that. He stared gloomily at the bottle, then picked it up and drank. When he lowered the bottle again, pushing the cap shut with his thumb, the little green man was there. No, it was a different one this time. Frigid with shock, he could still see that this one was fatter around the middle and had shorter whiskers, but the expression was the same, like a fiend on his way to a dismemberment party. He found his voice. Where did you come from? The little man smiled unpleasantly. Mud and moss, he said. Shoemaker wanted to yell, holding a conversation with a hunk of mist, a non-existent goblin. He hardly recognized his own voice when he said, What do you want? The green man walked toward him. Heaved out my scotch, he said, and leered. Shoemaker did yell. Leaping to his feet, flinging his arms wide, he bellowed like a wounded caribou. The bottle slipped out of his fingers and looped gracefully into the sea. The goblin turned his head to follow it. Then, astonishingly, he looked at Shoemaker and said, It'll come back, and dived in after the bottle. Neither of them came up, though Shoemaker hung on to the frame of the sallyport and watched for half an hour. Shoemaker heard their voices through the hull when they came back that night. Where's the old soak? That was Burford. Now, Charlie, that isn't nice. He didn't say anything, but you could tell he wasn't feeling so good when he found out that you'd located his cache. I don't know as we should have done that. He's sure to get real uncooperative on us, and we need him. All right, said Burford. But have you noticed how shaky he's been the last couple of days? What if he cracks up? Then where'll we be? I say it isn't enough to just throw out his liquor. He'll make more as soon as we get into space again. We ought to make him take the cure, force it down his throat if we have to. Sure, said Hale. Just tell him we're through kidding around. He's got to take it and like it. Now, boys, take it easy, Davy said. We've been all over this before. Shoemaker grinned sourly. So that was what they were cooking up. Well, forewarned was forearmed. As a matter of fact, he'd given this possibility some thought a long time ago and acted accordingly. So he had one whole card anyway, but getting them to agree to an immediate takeoff was another horse. Wait a minute. There was an idea. If he played it right, it was tricky, but it might work. They were coming in the Sallyport now. Shoemaker ducked down to the chem storeroom, found the bottle he was looking for, and filled a small capsule from it. His hands were shaking, he noticed. That was what the fear of hellfire did to you. Shoemaker had reached a decision. Delirium tremens wasn't a good enough answer. It didn't fit. If he had thought it was, he'd gladly take the cure, even though the idea made his belly crawl. Of course it was too late for that anyway. He'd thrown out the drug in Burford's sick box and substituted plain baking soda long ago. But Shoemaker thought he knew what was happening to him, and it wasn't the DTs. It wasn't the usual Dipso's collection of crazy daymares at all. There was a horrid kind of logic to it. Instead of delirium, it was judgment. That was as far as he'd gone. He knew he had it coming to him, and now he thought he was going to get it. But he hadn't given up yet. There was one thing he could still do, and that was to run. Get clear away from that damn planet. After that, he'd just have to take his chances. Maybe the thing could follow him into space, maybe not. Shoemaker wasn't sure of anything anymore. He slipped the capsule into his pocket where he could get at it when he needed it, and went up on the passageway. "Oh, there you are," said Burford. "We were wondering where you'd got to." Shoemaker glared at him. "Okay, go ahead. Ask me if I was digging for a microspectrograph mine." Burford looked shocked. "Why, Jim, you know I wouldn't say a nasty thing like that." He took Shoemaker's arm. "Come on up to the galley. We're having a powwow." "Oh," thought Shoemaker, "this looks like it." He put his hand in his pocket and folded his handkerchief over the capsule. Davies and Hale stared at him solemnly as he came through the door with Burford behind him. He looked back at them, poker-faced, and sat down. Davies cleared his throat. Jim, we've been worried about you lately. You don't act like you're feeling too chipper." "That's right," said Shoemaker, looking doleful. "I've been thinking about my poor old mother." Burford snorted. "Your poor old mother died 50 years ago." "She did," said Shoemaker, taking out his handkerchief. "And she died with one great wish unfulfilled." "Yeah? What was that?" Burford asked skeptically. "She always wanted to have a son like you," Shoemaker said, "so that she could wail the living daylights out of him." He blew his nose raucously, slipped the capsule into his mouth, put his handkerchief away, and smiled beatifically. Davies was frowning. "Jim," he said, "I wish you wouldn't make jokes about it. We all know what's the matter with you. You've been fighting the liquor too hard." "Who says so?" Shoemaker demanded. "Now, Jim, don't make things more difficult. I don't like this any more than you do, but—" "Like what?" Burford made an impatient gesture. "Go ahead, tell him, Lou. No use dragging it out." "That's right," Hale put in gloweringly. "Shut up, you," said Shoemaker. He turned to Davies. "Tell me what? You're not going to bring up that cure chestnut again by any chance?" Davies looked uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, Jim. I know you don't want to take it. I argued against it, but the boys finally convinced me. You know, Jim, if it was only you that we had to think about, I wouldn't try to make you do anything you didn't want to do. But don't you see? This is it. Either we all stick together or we're sunk. If we don't all keep in good shape and able to do our jobs, why, well, you see, Jim, don't you?" "What he means," said Buford, "is that this time you're going to take the cure whether you want to or not." Shoemaker got up and put his chair very carefully out of the way. "Let's see you make me," he said. It had to look good, so when Burford grabbed for him, he stepped back and swung a hearty right into the middle of Burford's face. Burford staggered, but kept on coming. He clipped Shoemaker's jaw glancingly, swung again and missed, then gave him a beauty in the eye. Shoemaker aimed for the midriff and got it. "Ugh," said Burford. Then Hale tackled him from behind, and the three of them were all over him. Shoemaker writhed, kicking and biting and using his elbows, but every time he tore loose, they brought him down again. After a while, he was beginning to wonder if he could get away even if he really meant it. Then, somehow, Davies got a Health Nelson on him and bore down. Shoemaker decided it was time to quit. He looked at his opponents. Burford had a black eye and several assorted contusions. Hale a puffed and bleeding cheek. He couldn't see Davies' face, but the pants leg stretched out beside his own was ripped and hanging down over the boot, revealing a hairy thigh. Shoemaker felt pretty good. "Oof," said Burford, gazing at him with new respect. He got up carefully, walked over to the sick box, and came back with a box of powders and a glass of water. He knelt. Shoemaker glared at him. Burford said, "Okay, baby, open your mouth or we'll pry it open. Hold his head, Lou." Davies' big hand clasped Shoemaker's skull, and Burford pried at his lower jaw. The instant his lips parted, Burford tilted the powder into his mouth, then pushed it shut again. Shoemaker's eyes bulged. "Swallow," said Burford remorselessly, and grabbed Shoemaker's nose between a horny finger and thumb. Shoemaker swallowed. Now you get the water, Burford said, and he held the glass to his lips. Shoemaker drank meekly. Burford stood up. Well, he said uncertainly, that's that. Davies let go of Shoemaker and eased out from under him. Then he stood beside Burford and Hale, and all three looked down at Shoemaker. There were real tears in Shoemaker's eyes, having his nose pinched in Burford's vice-like grip, and his face looked drawn. Slowly, like an old man, he got to his feet, walked to the table, and sat down. Now, Jim, Davies began hesitantly, don't take on. It isn't so bad. You'll be a better man for it, you know. You'll probably gain weight and everything now, Jim. Shoemaker wasn't listening. His eyes were rigid and glassy, his jaw lax. Slowly he began to tremble. He slumped over and hit the deck with a thud, still jerking. Good Lord, exploded Burford. What is it? Hale demanded. Mitchell's reaction, said Burford. Hasn't happened twice in 30 years. I never thought... Is it dangerous, Charlie? Lord, yes. Wait till I get the handbook. Shoemaker heard his quick steps, then pages being riffled. When he thought it was safe, Shoemaker sneaked a look out of one eye. The other two men were pressed close to Burford, staring over his shoulders. Their backs were to him, but he kept jerking his body occasionally anyway, just to be on the safe side. Treatment, said Burford hoarsely. Extended rest on soft diet, diathermy, UV irradiation, hourly injection of... Hell, we can't do that. We haven't got half the stuff. What happens if we don't get it, Charlie? Said Davis nervously. I mean to say, how long... Burford flipped pages. General debility, progressing rapidly, followed by heart stoppage and death after 4 to 10 weeks. Oh my, said Davies. What'll we do, Charlie? I mean, wait a minute here. Are you sure he's got what you think? Asked Hale skeptically. How do you know he's not faking? Faking, said Burford. Well, he's got all the symptoms. He rifled pages. Immediate unconsciousness, violent tremors. Oh, look at this. The two heads craned forward eagerly. There was a moment of silence, and then Hale giggled. Well, if he does that, I'll believe you. Yes, said Davies seriously, but if he's unconscious, how can he... Burford glanced at the handbook again. He should be coming to any time now, he said loudly. When he does, we'll know for sure. Shoemaker grinned to himself. He knew that section of the medical handbook by heart. Patient remains unconscious and cannot be roused for 20 minutes to 1/2 hour. He kept his eyes closed and waited, jerking occasionally for what he judged was a good 20 minutes, then another 5 for good measure. When he opened them again, he saw Davies' anxious face a few inches away, flanked by Burford and Hale's. He's coming out of it, said Burford. How do you feel, old man? What? Said Shoemaker. You've had a little stroke, said Burford mendaciously. Help me get him up. You'll be all right, Jim, but you've got to do just as we tell you. Poison me? Shoemaker gasped, suffering himself to be hoisted limply erect. No, Davies protested. We're trying to help you, Jimmy boy. Just go with Charlie, that's right. Here, take this bottle, Charlie. Even Shoemaker was a little startled by what followed. When they returned, Burford nodded solemnly. It was blue, all right, he said. Poison me, said Shoemaker, allowing himself to speak a little more emphatically. Oh, hell, said Burford, lifting Shoemaker's quaking body into a chair. So we poisoned you. We didn't mean to do it. Question is now, what's to be done? Why, we've got to get him to a hospital, said Davies. Got to start back to Earth immediately. But Charlie, will he be well enough to work on the trip? It might not kill him, said Burford grimly. But what about us? Are we going to go back empty-handed? Oh my, said Davies. I forgot for a minute. No, we can't do that. But look here, Charlie. If he dies while we're still here, how are we going to get back without him? We'll have to. That's all, said Burford. Check, said Hale. Well, I got to admit, you boys are right, said Davies promptly with a long face. Never had to make a more difficult decision in my life. Poor old Jim. When I think... He stopped with a gasp as Shoemaker rose to his feet, swelling visibly with rage. When I think, said Shoemaker loudly, of the chances I've had, he found himself encumbered by the broken elves of the capsule under his tongue and spat them out violently. To strangle the whole murdering crew of you, quietly in your sleep. His fingers curled. He started toward Davies slowly on stiff legs. Burford was staring at the capsule halves on the deck. Suddenly he bent and picked them up, saw the faint blue stain that still clung to their edges. Light broke over his face. Methylene blue, he said. You knew. You had this hid in your mouth and swallowed it. Why, you old... I did, said Shoemaker, and now I'm going to make you swallow it. He stepped forward and swung a vigorous right that knocked Burford through the open door. Hale had picked up a chair. Shoemaker ducked aside as it whooshed down, meanwhile kicking Hale in the stomach. Then he looked around for Davies, but the latter, it seemed, was behind him. Something tapped Shoemaker in the back of the skull, and then everything faded away in gray mist. The mist lifted once, while, with a throbbing head, he listened to Burford explaining that everything on the ship that could possibly have a weapon was locked up. that if he attempted any more reactionary violence, they would as soon leave him dead on Venus as not, and that if he knew what was good for him, he would behave himself both before the takeoff, which would occur when they pleased, and after it. He tried to tell Burford what he could do with himself, but he fell asleep again before he was half through. When he woke, finally, it was evening, and low voices from the galley forward told him that the other three had returned from another day of hunting. He got up, feeling stiff and heavy, and prowled disconsolately down the passageway as far as his shop door, which was, indeed, locked. He was hungry, but he had a feeling that the sight of any one of the other three human faces on Venus would take away his appetite. For lack of anything better to do, he stepped into the airlock, closed the inner door quietly behind him, and sat down morosely on the sallyport. Sky and sea were dull blue-green, without star or horizon. There was a stink of sulfur, and then a stink of fish, and then another stink of sulfur. He sat and sweated, thinking his gloomy thoughts. Shoemaker was not a moral man, but the sense of personal doom was strong upon him. Suppose there really were a hell, he thought, only the preachers were wrong about everything but the heat. A splitting skull, no liquor, no women, a stinking, slime-blue seascape that was the same right side up and upside down, or crossways, and the little green men. He had almost forgot about them. When he looked up, he remembered. The third little man was slimmer and had no whiskers at all. He carried a shiny golden dagger, almost as big as himself. He was walking forward, purposefully. Shoemaker waited, paralyzed. The little man fixed him with his gleaming eye. "We're through kidding around," he said grimly. "Question is now." And he laid the golden dagger in Shoemaker's quaking palm. Shoemaker's first impulse was to cut his own throat. His second was to throw the dagger as far away as possible. Those two came in flashing tenths of a second. The third was stronger. He rose effortlessly into the air, landed facing the sallyport, and mouth wide open but emitting no sound, ran straight through it. He passed the closed inner door more by a process of ignoring it than by bursting it open. Directly opposite was the door of Burford's cubby, just now open far enough to show Burford's startled face. When he saw Shoemaker, he tried hastily to shut the door, but Shoemaker by now had so much momentum as to have reached, for practical purposes, the status of an irresistible force. In the next second, he came to a full stop, but this was only because he was jammed against Burford, who was jammed against the far wall of the room, which was braced by 500 tons of metal. "Ugh," said Burford. "Oof, where did you get that knife?" "Shut up and start talking," said Shoemaker wildly. "Where's the microspectrograph?" Burford opened his mouth to yell. Shoemaker shut it with a fist, meanwhile thrusting the knife firmly against Burford's midriff to illustrate the point. Burford spat out a tooth. As Shoemaker put a little more pressure on the blade, he said hastily, "It's in the fuel reservoir." Shoemaker whirled him around and propelled him into the corridor, after a quick look to make sure that the way was clear. They proceeded to the engine room in this order: Burford, knife, Shoemaker. Without waiting to be persuaded, Burford produced a ring of keys, unlocked the reservoir, and withdrew the microspectrograph. "Hook it up," said Shoemaker. Burford did so. "Ugh," said Burford. "Now what? Whiskey?" "Nope," said Shoemaker incautiously. "We're taking off." Burford's eyes bulged. He made a whiffling noise and then, without warning, lunged forward, grabbing Shoemaker's knife arm with one hand and punching him with the other. They rolled on the deck. Shoemaker noticed that Burford's mouth was open again, and he put his hand into it, being too busy keeping away from Burford's knee to take more effective measures. Burford bit a chunk out of the hand and shouted, "Hale! Davies! Help!" There were bangings in the corridor. Shoemaker decided the knife was more of a hindrance than a help, and dropped it. When Burford let go to reach for it, he managed to roll them both away, at the same time getting a good two-handed grip on Burford's skinny throat. This maneuver had the disadvantage of putting Burford on top, but Shoemaker solved the problem by lifting him bodily and banging his skull against the nearby bulkhead. Burford sagged. Shoemaker pushed him out of the way and got up, just in time to be knocked down hard by Hale's chunky body. "Old idiot," panted Hale. "Ugh! Help me, Davies." Shoemaker got an ear between his teeth and was rewarded by a blood-curdling scream from Hale. Davies was hopping ponderously around in the background saying, "Boys, stop it! Oh my, the guns are all locked up. Charlie, give me the keys." Shoemaker pulled himself loose from Hale, sprang up, and was immediately pulled down again. Burford, who was getting dizzily to his feet, tripped over Shoemaker's head and added himself to the tangle. Shoemaker got his scissors on him and then devoted himself to the twin problems of avoiding Burford's wildly thrashing heels and keeping Hale away from his throat. Suddenly inspired, he solved both by bending Burford's body upward so that the latter's booted feet on their next swing stuck Hale squarely in the middle of that fat face. At this point, he noticed that Davies was standing nearby with one foot raised. He grasped the foot and pushed. Davies hit the deck with a satisfying clang. Shoemaker got up for the third time and looked around for the dagger, but it had been kicked out of sight. He paused, wondering whom to hit next, and in the interval all three of his opponents scrambled up and came at him. Shoemaker thought, this is it. He spat on his fist for luck and hit Burford a beauty on the chin. Burford fell down and, astonishingly, got up again. A little disheartened, Shoemaker took 2 blows in the face from Hale before he knocked the little man into a far corner. Hale got up again. Shoemaker, who had been aware for some time that someone was pummeling his back, turned around unhappily and knocked Davies down. Davies, at any rate, stayed down. Burford, whose face was puffy, and Hale, who was bleeding from assorted cuts, came toward him. Hale, he saw, had the dagger in his hand. Shoemaker stepped back, picked up the unconscious Davies by the collar and belt, and slung him across the deck. This time both men went down. Hale with a soggy bloomp, and stayed there. The dagger skidded out of Hale's hand and came to rest at Shoemaker's feet. He picked it up, knelt at a convenient distance to cut off Hale and Burford's noses, and threatened to do just that. Burford intimated that he would do as he was told. Hale said nothing, but the expression on his face was enough. Satisfied, Shoemaker opened a locker with Burford's keys, got a coil of insulated wire, and tied up Davies and Hale, after which, with Burford's help, he strapped them into their acceleration hammocks. Burford was acting a little vague. Shoemaker slapped him around until he looked alive, then set him to punching calculator keys. After a few minutes of this, Burford looked as if he wanted to say something. Well, spit it out, said Shoemaker, waving the golden knife. You'll get yours, said Burford, looking scared but stubborn, when we get back to New York. South Africa, corrected Shoemaker, where the Supreme Council can't ask us any questions. Burford looked surprised, then said it was a good idea. It was, too. The lone star winked out in the blue-green heavens, and the winds of its passing died away. The throng of little rabbit-eared green men, floating on their placid ocean, gazed after it long after it had disappeared. What do you think? Said the slim one without whiskers. Did they like us? The one addressed was yards away, but his long ears heard the question plainly. Can't say, he answered. They acted so funny. When we spoke to that one in their own language so as to make him feel at home. Yes, said a third, almost invisible in the mist. Was that the right thing to do, do you suppose? Are you sure you got the words right that last time? Sure, said the first confidently. I was right next to the ship all evening and I memorized everything they said. They considered that for a while, sipping from their flasks. Other voices piped up. Maybe we should have talked to them when they were galled together. No, they were so big. That one was much the nicest anyway. He took our present. Yes, said the slim one, summing it up. They must have liked us all right. After all, they gave us this. Swinging his flask to make a pleasant gurgle of 150 proof grain alcohol. That proves it. End of The Third Little Green Man by Damon Knight. Read by 65 Tucks. Roswell, Georgia, November 2022.
The Margenes by Miriam Allen DeFord. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The tiny, live, straw-colored circles were mysterious, but definitely harmless. Yet they were directly responsible for riots, revolution, and an atomic war. The Margenes by Miriam Allen DeFord. There is a small striped smelt called the grunion, which has odd egg-laying habits. At high tide on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th nights after the full moon from March to June, thousands of female grunions run in on the waves to a beach in Southern California near San Diego, dig tail first into the soft sand, deposit their eggs, and then ride back on the wash of the next wave. The whole operation takes about 6 seconds. On the nights when the grunion are running, hordes of people used to come to the beach with baskets and other containers, and with torches to light the scene, and try to catch the elusive little fish in their hands. They were doing that on an April night in 1960. In the midst of the excitement of the chase, only a few of them noticed that something else was riding the waves in with the grunions. Among the few who stopped grunion catching long enough to investigate were a girl named Marge Hicken and a boy named Gene Tawanda. They were UCLA students, going together, who had come down on Saturday from Los Angeles for the fun. "What on earth do you think these can be, Jean?" Marge asked, holding out on her palms 3 or 4 of the little circular, wiggling objects, looking like small-sized donuts, pale straw in color. "Never saw anything like them," Jean admitted. "But then my major's psychology, not zoology. They don't seem to bite anyway. Here, let's collect some of them instead of the fish. That dingus of yours will hold water. We can take them to the marine biology lab tomorrow and find out what they are." Marge Hicken and Jean Towanda had started a worldwide economic revolution. None of the scientists at the university laboratory knew what the little live straw-colored circles were either. In fact, after a preliminary study, they wouldn't say positively whether the creatures were animal or vegetable. They displayed voluntary movement, but they seemed to have no respiratory or digestive organs. They were completely anomalous. The Grunion ran again that night, and Jean and Marge stayed down to help the laboratory assistants gather several hundred of the strange new objects for further study. They were so numerous that they were swamping the fish, and the crowds at the beach began to grumble that their sport was being spoiled. Next night, the Grunions stopped running, but the little donuts didn't. They never stopped. They came in by hundreds of thousands every night, and those which nobody gathered wiggled their way over the land until some of them even turned up on the highway, where a lot of them were smashed by automobiles. On the streets and sidewalks of La Jolla, and as far north as Oceanside, and as far south as downtown San Diego itself. The things were becoming a pest. There were indignant letters to the papers, and editorials were written calling on the authorities to do something. Just what to do, nobody knew. The only way to kill the circular little objects from the sea seemed to be to crush them, and they were too abundant for that to be very effective. Meanwhile, the laboratory kept studying them. Marge and Jean were interested enough to come down again the next weekend to find out what, if anything, had been discovered. Not much had, but one of the biochemists at the laboratory casually mentioned that chemically the straw-colored circles seemed to be almost pure protein, with some carbohydrates and fats, and that apparently they contained all the essential vitamins. College student that he was, Jean Towanda immediately swallowed one of the wiggling things down whole as a joke. It tickled a little, but that wasn't what caused the delighted amazement on his face. "Gosh," he exclaimed, "it's delicious." He swallowed another handful. That was the beginning of the great Margene industry. It was an astute reporter getting a feature story on the sensational new food find who gave the creatures their name, in honor of the boy and girl who had first brought the things to the attention of scientists. He dubbed them Margenes, and Margenes they remained. Dr. O. Y. Willard, director of the laboratory, his story said in part, thinks the Margenes may be the answer to the increasing and alarming problem of malnutrition, especially in underdeveloped countries. For decades now, he said, scientists have been worried about the growing gap between world population and world food facilities. Overfarming, climate changes caused by erosion and deforestation, the encroachment of building areas on agricultural land, and, above all, the unrestricted growth of population, greatest in the places where food is becoming scarcest and most expensive, have produced a situation where, if no remedy is found, starvation, or semi-starvation, may be the fate of half the world's people. The ultimate result would be the slow degeneration and death of the entire human race. Many remedies have been suggested, Dr. Willard commented further. They range from compulsory birth control to the production of synthetic food, hydroponics, and the harvesting of plankton from the oceans. Each of these presents an insuperable difficulties. The one ideal solution would be the discovery of some universal food that would be nourishing, very cheap, plentiful, tasty, and that would not violate the taboos of any people anywhere in the earth. In the Margenes, we have discovered that food. We don't know where the Margenes came from, the director went on to say, and we don't even know yet what they are, biologically speaking. What we do know is that they provide more energy per gram than any other edible product known to man, that everyone who has eaten them is enthusiastic about their taste, that they can be processed and distributed easily and cheaply, and that they are acceptable even to those who have religious or other objections to certain other foods, such as beef among the Hindus or pork among the Jews and Mohammedans. Even vegetarians can eat them, Dr. Willard remarked, since they are decidedly not animal in nature. Neither, I may add, are they vegetable. They are a hitherto utterly unknown synthesis of chemical elements in living form. Their origin remains undiscovered. Naturally, there was no thought of feeding people on raw Margenes. Only a few isolated places in either hemisphere would have found live food agreeable. Experiment showed that the most satisfactory way to prepare them was to boil them alive, like crabs or lobsters. They could then be ground and pressed into cakes, cut into convenient portions. One 1-inch square cube made a nourishing and delicious meal for a sedentary adult. 2 for a man engaged in hard physical labor. And they kept coming in from the Pacific Ocean nightly, by the millions. By this time, none of them had been swept off the streets or highways. The beach where, for nearly a century, throngs had gathered for the sport of catching grunion, was off bounds now. It was the property of California Margene Incorporated, a private corporation heavily subsidized by the federal government as an infant industry. The grunions themselves had to find another place to lay their eggs, or die off. Nobody cared which. The sand that they had used for countless millennia as an incubator was hemmed in by factory buildings and trampled by Margene gatherers. The whole beautiful shore for miles around was devastated. The university had to move its marine biology lab elsewhere. La Jolla, once a delightful suburb and tourist attraction, had become a dirty, noisy, honky-tonk town, where processing and cannery workers lived and spent their off hours. The unique Torrey pines had been chopped down because they interfered with the erection of a freight airport. But half the world's people were living on Margenes. The sole possession of this wonderful foodstuff gave more power to the United States than had the priority of the atomic bomb. Only behind the Iron Curtain did the product of California Margene Incorporated fail to penetrate. Pravda ran parallel articles on the same day, one claiming that Margenes, Bristich had first appeared long ago on a beach of the Caspian Sea, and had for years formed most of the Russian diet. The other warning the deluded nations receiving free supplies as part of American foreign aid that the Margenes had been injected with drugs aimed at making them weak and submissive to the exploitation of the capitalist imperialists. There was a dangerous moment at the beginning when the sudden sharp decline in stocks of all other food products threatened another 1929. But with federal aid, a financial crash was averted, and now a new high level of prosperity had been established. Technological unemployment was brief, and most of the displaced workers were soon retained for jobs in one of the many ramifications of the new Margene industry. Agriculture, of course, underwent a short, deep depression, not only in America, but all over the world. But it came to an end as food other than Margenes quickly became a luxury product. Farmers were able to cut their production to a small fraction of the former yield, and to get rich on the dizzying prices offered for bread, apples, or potatoes. And this increased the prosperity of the baking and other related industries as well. In fact, ordinary food costs, which meant margine costs, were so low that a number of larger unions voluntarily asked for wage decreases in their next contracts. California Margene Incorporated was able to process, pack, and distribute margine cakes at an infinitesimal retail price by reason of the magnitude of the output. An era of political good feeling fell upon the Western world, reflected from the well-fed comfort of the vast population, whose members never before in their lives had had quite enough to eat. The fear of famine seemed to be over forever, and with it the fear of the diseases and social unrest that followed famine. Even the USSR and its satellites, in a conciliatory move in the United Nations Assembly, suggested that the long Cold War ought to be amenable to a reasonable solution through a series of amicable discussions. The Western nations, assenting, guessed shrewdly that the Iron Curtain countries wanted in on the Margenes. Marge Hicken and Jean Tawanda, who had started it all, left college for copywriting jobs with the agency handling the enormous Margene publicity. They were married a few months later, and the Margenes continued to come in from the sea in countless millions. They were being harvested now from the Pacific itself, near the shoreline, before they reached the beach. Still, no research could discover their original source. Only a few scientists worried about what would happen if the Margenes should disappear as suddenly as they had arrived. Attempts at breeding the creatures had failed completely. They did not undergo fission. They did not sporulate. They seemed to have no sex. No methods of reproduction known in the plant or animal kingdom seemed to apply to them. Hundreds of them were kept alive for long periods. They lived with equal ease in either air or water, and they did not take nourishment unless they absorbed it from their environment, but no sign of fertility ever appeared. Neither did they seem to die of natural causes. They just kept coming in. What happened as a result is known to every student of history. The worldwide economic collapse, followed by the fall of the most stable governments, the huge riots that arose from the frantic attempts to get possession of the existing stocks of margine cakes, or of the rare luxury items of other edibles, the announcement by the USSR that it had known from the beginning the whole thing was a gigantic American hoax in the interests of imperialist bloodsuckers, the simultaneous atomic attacks by East and West, the short war of 1970 that ruined most of what the bombs had spared of the earth, the slow struggle back of the remnant of civilization, which is all of existence you and I have ever known. All these were a direct outgrowth of the first appearance of the Margenes on the beach near San Diego on an April night in 1960. Margie and Jean Tawanda were divorced soon after they had both lost their jobs. She was killed by a hydrogen blast that wiped out San Diego. He fell in the war of 1970. Margene became a dirty word in every language on earth. What small amount of money and ability can be spared is, as everyone knows, devoted today to a desperate international effort to reach and colonize another habitable planet of the solar system, if such there be. As for the Margenes themselves, Out of the untold millions that had come, only a few thousand were lucky enough to survive and find their way back to their overcrowded starting point. In their strange way of communication, as incomprehensible to us as would be their means of nourishment and reproduction, or their constitution itself, they made known to their kin what had happened to them. There is no possibility, in spite of the terrific overpopulation of their original home, and of the others to which they were constantly migrating, that they will ever come here again. There has been much speculation, particularly among writers of science fiction, on what would have happened if aliens from other planets should invade Earth. Would they arrive as benefactors or as conquerors? Would we welcome them, or would we overcome and capture them and put them in zoos and museums? Would we meet them in friendship or with hostility? The Margenes gave us the answer. Beings from outer space came to Earth in 1960, and we ate them. The end of The Margenes by Miriam Allen DeFord.
Amateur in Chancery by George O. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amateur in Chancery by George O. Smith. Paul Wallach came into my office. He looked distraught. By some trick of selection, Paul Wallach, the director of Project Tunnel, was one of the 2 men in the place who did not have a string of doctors' and scholars' degrees to tuck behind their names. The other was I. "Trouble, Paul?" I asked. He nodded, saying, "The tunnel car is working." "It should. It's been tested enough." Holly Carter drew the short straw. I started and then stopped short as the implication became clear. She's not. Holly made it to Venus all right, he said. "Trouble is, we can't get her back." "Can't get her back?" He nodded again. "You know, we've never really known very much about the atmosphere of Venus." "Yes. Well, from what little came through just before Holly blacked out, it seems that there must be one of the cyanogens in the atmosphere in a concentration high enough to affect nervous paralysis." "Meaning?" "Meaning," said Paul Wallach in a flat tone, "that Holly Carter stopped breathing shortly after she cracked the airlock, and her heart stopped beating a minute or so later." "Holly dead?" "Not yet, Tom," he said. "If we can get her back in the next 15 or 20 minutes, modern medicine can bring her back." "But there'll be brain damage." "Oh, there may be some temporary impairment, nothing that retraining can't restore. The big problem is to bring her back." "We should have built 2 tunnel cars." "We should have done all sorts of things, but when the terminal rocket landed on Venus, everybody in the place was too anxious to try it out. Lord knows I tried to proceed at a less headlong pace, but issuing orders to you people is a waste of time and paper." I looked at him. "Doc," I asked, giving him the honorary title out of habit, "Venus is umpty million miles from here. We haven't another tunnel car, and no rocket could make it in time to do any good, so how can we hope to rescue Holly?" "That's the point," said Wallach. "Venus, it appears, is inhabited." "Oh, that's what got Holly caught in the first place. She landed, then saw this creature approaching. Believing that no life could exist in an atmosphere dangerous to life, she opened the airlock and discovered otherwise. So now all we have to do is to devise some way of explaining to a Venusian the difference between left and right. I thought you might help." "But I'm just a computer programmer." "That's the point. We all figured that you have developed a form of communication to that machine of yours. The rest of the crew, as you know, have a bit of difficulty in communicating among themselves in their own jargon, let alone getting through to normal civilians. When it comes to Venusian, They're licked. I said, I'll try. Project Tunnel is the hardware phase of a program started a number of years ago when somebody took a joke seriously. In a discussion of how the tunnel diode works, one of the scientists pointed out that if an electron could be brought to absolute rest, its position, according to Heisenberg uncertainty, would be completely ambiguous. Hence it had as high a possibility of being found on Venus as it had of being found on Earth or anywhere else. Now the tunnel diode makes use of this effect by a voltage bias across the diode junction. Between narrow limits, the voltage bias is correct to upset the ambiguity of Mr. Heisenberg, making the electron nominally found on one side of the junction more likely to be found on the other. Nobody could deny the operability of the tunnel diode. Project Tunnel was a serious attempt to employ the tunnel effect in gross matter. The terminal rocket mentioned by Paul Wallach carried the equipment needed to establish the voltage bias between Venus and the Earth. Once established, Project Tunnel was in a state that caused it to maroon the most wonderful girl in the world. Since the latter statement is my own personal opinion, my pace from the office to the laboratory was almost a dead run. The laboratory was a madhouse. People stood in little knots, arguing. Those who weren't talking were shaking their heads in violent negation. The only one who appeared unupset was Teresa Dwight, our Psi girl. And here I must confess an error. When I said that Paul Wallach and I were the only ones without a string of professional degrees, I missed Teresa Dwight. I must be forgiven. Teresa had a completely blunt personality, zero drive, and a completely unstartling appearance. Teresa was only 14, but she'd discovered that her psi power could get her anything she really wanted. Being human, therefore, she did not want much, so forgive me for passing her by. But now I had to notice her. As I came in, she looked up and said, "Harlow wants to know why can't he just try?" Wallach went white. "Tell that Venusian thing no as loud as you can." Teresa concentrated, then asked, "But why?" "Does this Harlow understand the Heisenberg effect?" She said after a moment, "Harlow says he has heard of it as a theory, but he is not quite prepared to believe that it does indeed exist as anything but an abstract physical concept." "Tell Harlow that Dr. Carter's awkward position is a direct result of our ability to reduce the tunnel effect to operate on gross matter. He realizes that, but now he wants to know why he didn't fire one of the lower animals as a test. Tell him that using animals for laboratory experiments is only possible in a police state where the Anti-Vivisection League can be exiled to Siberia, mink coats and all, and let his Venusian mind make what it can of that. Now, Teresa." "Yes?" "Tell Harlow very carefully that pressing the left-hand button will flush the tunnel car back here as soon as he closes the airlock. But tell him that pushing the right-hand button will create another bias voltage, whereupon another mass of matter will cross the junction. In effect, it will rip a hole out of this laboratory near the terminal over there and try to make it occupy the same space as the tunnel car on Venus. None of us can predict what might happen when two masses attempt to occupy the same space, but the chances are that some of the Holocaust will backfire across the gap and be as violent at this end too. Harlow says that he will touch nothing until he has been assured that it is safe." "Good. Now, Tom," he said, addressing me, "how can we tell right from left?" "Didn't you label them?" "They're colored red on the right and green on the left." "Is Harlow colorblind?" "No, but from what I gather, Harlow sees with a different spectrum than we do. So far as he's concerned, both buttons look alike." "You could have engraved them come and go." Frank Crandall snorted. "Maybe you can deliver an English self-taught course through Teresa to the Venusian?" I looked at Crandall. I didn't much care for him. It seemed that every time Holly Carter came down out of her fog of theoretical physics long enough to notice a simpleton who had to have a machine to perform routine calculations, we were joined by Frank Crandall, who carted her off and away from me. If this be rank jealousy, make the most of it. I'm human. Crandall, I said, even to a Hottentot I could point out that the engraved legend Go contains 2 squiggly symbols, whereas the legend Return contains many. Wallach stepped into the tension by saying, "So we didn't anticipate alien life, but now we've got the problem of communicating with it." Crandall didn't appear to notice my stiff reply. He said, "Confound it, what's missing?" "What's missing," I told him, "is some common point of reference." Meaning? Meaning that I could define left from right to any semi-intelligent human being who was aware of the environment in which we live. For example? I groped for an example and said lamely, "Well, there's the weather rule, valid for the northern hemisphere. When the wind is blowing on your back, the left hand points to the low-pressure center." Okay, but how about Venus? Astronomical information, I mean. I shook my head. "Why not?" he demanded. "If we face north, the sun rises on our right, doesn't it?" "Yes, even in the southern hemisphere." "Well then, so it doesn't make any difference which hemisphere they're in." "You're correct, but you're also making the assumptions that Venus rotates on its axis, that the axis is aligned parallel to the Earth's, and that the direction of rotation is the same." "We know that Venus rotates." "We have every reason to believe so," I agreed, "but only because thermocouples measure a temperature on the dark side that is too high to support the theory that the diurnal period of Venus is equal to the year. I think the latest figures say something between a couple of weeks and a few months. Next, the axis needn't be parallel to anything. Shucks, Crandall, you know darned well that the solar system is a finely made clock with no 2 shafts aligned and elliptical gears that change speed as they turn. Practically everything in the solar system rotates in the same direction." I looked at him. "Would you like to take a chance that Venus agrees with that statement? You've got a 50% chance that you'll be right. Guess wrong, and we have a metric ton of hardware trying to occupy the same space as another metric ton of matter. But, and furthermore," I went on, "we're just lucky that Polaris happens to be a pole star right now. The poles of Mars point to nothing that bright. Even then, we can hardly expect the Venusian to have divided the circumpolar sky into the same zoo full of mythical animals as our forebears, and if we use the commonplace expression, maybe the Venusian never paused to take a long-handled dipper of water from a well. Call them stew pots, and the term is still insular. Sure, there's lots of pointers, but they have to be identified. My mother always insisted that the Pleiades was the Little Dipper." Teresa Dwight spoke up, possibly for the 2nd or 3rd time in her life without being spoken to first. She said, "Harlow has been listening to you through me. Of astronomy he has but a rudimentary idea. He is gratified to learn from you that there is a sun that provides the heat and light. This has been a theory based upon common sense. Something had to do it, but the light comes and goes so slowly that it is difficult to determine which direction the sun rises from. The existence of other celestial bodies than Venus is also based on logic. If they claim they exist, and their planet exists, then there probably are other planets with people who cannot see them either." "Quoth Pliny the Elder," mumbled Paul Wallach. I looked at him. Pliny was lecturing about Pythagoras' theory that the earth is round. A heckler asked him why the people on the other side didn't fall off. Pliny replied that on the other side there were undoubtedly fools who were asking their wise men why we didn't fall off. "It's hardly germane," I said. "I'm sorry, yes, and time is running out." The laboratory door opened to admit a newcomer, Lou Graham, head of the electronics crew. He said, "I've got it." The chattering noise level died out about 3 decibels at a time. Lou said, "When a steel magnet is etched in acid, the North Pole shows selective etching." I shook my head. "Lou," I said, "we don't know whether Venus has a magnetic field, whether it is aligned to agree with the Earth's, nor even whether the Venusians have discovered the magnetic compass." "Oh, that isn't the reference point," said Lou Graham. "I'm quite aware of the ambiguity. The magnetic field does have a vector, but the arrow that goes on the end is strictly from human agreement." "So how do you tell which is the North Pole?" "By making an electromagnet. Then, using Ampere's right-hand rule, you grasp the electromagnet in the right hand so that the fingers point along the winding in the direction of the current flow. The thumb then points to the North Pole." "Oh, fine. Isn't that just the same confounded problem? Now we've got to find out whether Harla is equipped with a right hand complete with fingers and thumbs, so that we can tell him which his right hand is." No, he said. "You don't understand, Tom. We don't need the right hand. Let's wind our electromagnet like this. We place the steel bar horizontally in front of us. The wire from start leaves us, passes over the top of the bar, drops below the bar on the far side, comes toward us on the underside, rises above the bar on the side toward us, and so on around and around until we've got our electromagnet wound. Now, if the start is positive and the end is negative, the North Pole will be at the left. It will show the selective etching in acid." I looked at him. "Lou," I said slowly, "if you can define positive and negative in unambiguous terms as well as you wound that electromagnet, we can get Holly home. Can you?" Lou turned to Teresa Dwight. "Has this Harla fellow followed me so far?" She nodded. "Can you speak for him?" "You talk, I hear, he reads me. I read him, and I can speak." "Okay then," said Lou Graham. "Now we build a Leclanche cell. Ask Harla, does he recognize carbon, a black or light-absorbing element?" "Carbon is extremely common. It is the basis of life chemistry. It is element number 6 in the periodic chart. Does Harla know carbon?" "Harla knows carbon." "Now we add zinc. Zinc is a light metal easily extracted from the ore. It is fairly abundant, and it is used by early civilizations for making brass or bronze long before the culture has advanced enough to recognize zinc as an element. Does Harla know zinc?" "He may," said Teresa very haltingly. "What happens if Harla gets the wrong metal?" "Not very much," said Lou. "Any of the light, fairly plentiful metals that are easily extracted from the ore will suffice. Say tin, magnesium, sodium, cadmium, so on." Harla said go on. "Now we make an electrolyte, preferably an alkaline salt." "Be careful," I said, "or you'll be asking Harla to identify stuff from a litmus paper." "No," said Lou. He faced Teresa and said, "An alkaline substance burns the flesh badly." "So do acids," I objected. "Alkaline substances are found in nature," he reminded me. "Acids aren't often natural. The point is that an acid will work, even salt water will work, but an alkaline salt works better. At any rate, tell Harla that the stuff like zinc was known to civilized peoples many centuries before chemistry became a science. Acids, on the other hand, are fairly recent. Harla understands." "Now," said Lou Graham triumphantly, "we make our battery by immersing the carbon and the zinc in the electrolyte. The carbon is the positive electrode and should be connected to the start of our electromagnet, whereas the end of the winding must go to the zinc. This will place the North Pole to the left hand." "Harla understands," said Teresa. "So far, Harla can perform this experiment in his mind. But now we must identify which end of the steel bar is North Pole magnetic. If we make the bar magnetic and then immerse it in acid, the North Magnetic Pole will be selectively etched. Harla says that this he does not know about. He has never heard of it, although he is quite familiar with electromagnets, batteries, and the like." I looked at Lou Graham. Did you cook this out of your head, or did you use a handbook? He looked downcast. I did use a handbook, he admitted, but— Lou, I said unhappily, I've never said that we couldn't establish a common frame of reference. What we lack is one that can be established in minutes, something physical. I stopped short as a shadowy thought began to form. Paul Wallach looked at me as though he'd like to speak but didn't want to interrupt my train of thoughts. When he could contain himself no longer, he said, "Out with it, Tom." "Maybe," I muttered, "surely there must be something physical." "How so?" "The tunnel car must be full of it," I said. "Screws?" I turned to Saul Graben. Saul is our mechanical genius. Give him a sketch made on used Kleenex with a blunt lipstick, and he will bring you back a gleaming mechanism that runs like $100 wristwatch. But not this time. Saul shook his head. What's permanent is welded, and what's temporary is snapped in with plug buttons, he said. Good Lord, I said. There simply must be something. There probably is, said Saul, but this Harla chap would have to use an acetylene torch to get at it. I turned to Teresa. Can this Simon Harla penetrate metal? Can anyone? She replied quietly. Wallach touched my arm. You are making the standard erroneous assumption that the sense of perception will give its owner a blueprint-clear grasp of the mechanical details of some machinery. It doesn't. Perception, as I understand it, is not even similar to eyesight. But, I fumbled on, surely there must be some common reference there, even granting that perception isn't eyesight. So how does perception work? Tom, if you were blind from birth, I could tell you that I have eyesight that permits me to see the details of things that you can determine only by feeling them. This you might understand basically, but you could never be made to understand the true definition of the word picture, nor grasp the mental impression that is generated by eyesight. Well, I persisted, can't he penetrate flesh? Flesh? Holly's heart has stopped, I said, but it hasn't been moved. If Harla can perceive through human flesh, he might be able to perceive the large single organ in the chest cavity near the spine. Teresa said, Harla's perception gives him a blurry, incomplete impression. She looked at me. It is something like a badly out-of-focus, grossly underexposed X-ray solid. X-ray solid? I asked. Is the closest thing that you might be able to understand, she said lamely. I dropped it right there. Teresa had probably been groping in the dark for some simile that would convey the nearest possible impression. I felt that this was going to be the nearest that I would ever get to understand the sense of perception. Can't he get a clear view? He has not the right. Right? I exploded. Why— Wallach held up his hand to stop me. Don't make Teresa fumble for words, Tom. Harla has not the right to invade the person of Holly Carter. Therefore, he cannot get a clearer perception of her insides. Hell, I roared. Give Harla the right. No one has authority. Authority be damned, I bellowed angrily. That girl's life is at stake. Wallach nodded unhappily. Were this a medical emergency, a surgeon might close his eyes to the laws that require authorization to operate. But even if he saved the patient's life, he is laying himself open to a lawsuit. But this is different, Tom. As you may know, the ability of any psi person is measured by their welcome to the information. Thus, Teresa and Harla, both willing to communicate, are able. But can't Harla understand that the entire bunch of us are willing that he should take a peek? Confound it, Tom, it isn't a matter of our permission, it's a matter of fact. It would ease things if Holly were married to one of us, but even so it wouldn't be entirely clear. It has to do with the invasion of privacy. Privacy? In this case, the very idea is ridiculous. Maybe so, said Paul Wallach, but I don't make the rules. They're natural laws, as immutable as the laws of gravity or the refraction of light. And Tom, even if I were making the laws, I might not change things. Not even to save Holy Carter's life, because, Tom, if telepathy and perception were as free and unbounded as some of their early proponents claimed, life would be a sheer naked hell on earth. But what has privacy to do with it? This Harla isn't at all humanoid. A cat can look at a king. Sure, Tom, but how long would the cat be permitted to read the king's mind? I grunted. Has this Harla any mental block about examining the outside? He looked at me thoughtfully. You're thinking about a scar or some sort of blemish? Yes, birthmark maybe. No one is perfect. You know of any? I thought. It was not hard for me to conjure up a picture of Holy Carter. Unfortunately, I looked at Holy Carter through the eyes of love, which rendered her perfect. If she had bridge work, I hadn't found it out. Her features were regular, and her hair fell loose without a part. Her complexion was flawless, at least the complexion that could be examined whilst Holly sunned herself on a deck chair beside the swimming pool. I shook my head. Then I faced an unhappy fact. It hurt, because I wanted my goddess to be perfect, and if she were made of weak, mortal flesh, I did not want to find it out by asking the man who knew her better than I did. Still, I wanted her alive, so I turned to Frank Crandall. Do you? I asked. Do I what? Know of any scars or birthmarks? Such as? Oh, hell, I snapped. Such as an appendix scar that might be used to tell left from right. Look, Tom, I'm not her physician, you know. I can only give you the old answer, not until they wear briefer swimsuits. My heart bounced lightly. That Holly was still in mortal danger was not enough to stop my elation at hearing Frank Crandall admit that he was not Holly's lover, nor even on much better terms than I. It might have been better to face the knowledge that Holly was all woman and all human, even though the information had to come from someone who knew her well enough to get her home. Then I came back to Earth. I had my perfect goddess in deadly peril, instead of a human woman who really did not belong to any man. I hadn't seen Saul Graben leave, but he must have been gone, because now he opened the door and came back. He was carrying a heavy-rimmed gyroscope that was spinning in a set of frictionless gimbals. He looked most confused. He said, "I've spent what seems like an hour. You can't tell me that this gizmo is inseparable from the selfish, insular intellect of terrestrial so-called Homo sapiens." He turned the base, and we all watched the gimbal rings rotate to keep the gyro wheel in the same plane. "It should be cosmic," he said, "but every time I start, I find myself biting myself on the back of the neck. Look, if you make the axle horizontal in front of you and rotate the gyro with the top edge going away from you, you can define a common reference, but motion beyond that cannot be explained. If the axle is depressed on the right side, the gyro will turn so the far edge looks to the right, but that's defining A in terms of A, so I'm licked." Frank Crandall shook his head. "There's probably an absolute to that thing somewhere, but I'm sure none of us know it. We haven't time to find it. In fact, I think the cause is lost. Maybe we'd better spend our time figuring out a plausible explanation." "Explanation?" blurted Wallach. "Let's face it," said Crandall, "Holy Carter's life is slipping away. No one has yet come close to finding a common reference to describe right from left to this Harla creature." "So what's your point?" "Death is for the dying," Crandall said in a monotone. "Let them have their hour in peace and dignity. Life is for the living, and for the living there is no peace. We who remain must make the best of it. So now in about 5 minutes Holly will be at peace. The rest of us have got to answer for her." "How do you mean?" "How do you propose to explain this unfortunate incident?" asked Crandall. "Someone will want to know what happened to the remains of Holy Carter. I can see hell breaking loose, and I can see the whole lot of us getting laughed right off the earth because we couldn't tell right from left, and I can see us all clobbered for letting the affair take place." "You seem to be more worried about your professional reputation than about Holy Carter's life." "I have a future," he said. Holly doesn't seem to. Hell, he groaned. We can't even gamble on it. Gamble? How successful do you think you'd be in getting this Venusian to risk his life by closing his eyes and making a 50-50 stab in the dark at one of those buttons? Well, started Wallach, we'd be gambling too, you know, but... Wait a moment, I said. I've got a sort of half-cracked theory. May I try? Of course. Not of course. I'll have to have quiet with just Teresa to communicate through. If you have any ideas, try them, said Wallach. Do you really know what you're doing? Demanded Frank Crandall. I think so, I replied. If it works, it'll be because I happen to feel close to Holly. Could be, he said with a shrug. I almost flipped. Duels have been fought over less, but instead of taking offense, Crandall topped it off by adding, You could have been a lot closer if you'd tried. She always said you had the alert, pixie-type mind that was pure relaxation instead of a dead let-down after a period of deep concentration. But you were always scuttling off somewhere. Well, go ahead and try, Tom, and good luck. I took a deep breath. Teresa, I asked. Yes, Mr. Lincoln. Tell Harla to concentrate on the buttons. He is. There's a subtle difference between them. This he knows, but he does not know what it is. There is a delicate difference in warmth. One button will be faintly warmer than the other. Harla has felt them. I dropped the third-person address and spoke to Teresa as if she were but one end of a telephone line. Harla, I said, only part of the difference lies in the warmth to physical touch. There should be another kind of warmth. Are you not affected by a feeling that one is better than the other? Harla's reply came direct through Teresa. Why, yes, I am indeed drawn to the warmer of the two. Were this a game, I would wager on it, but that is emotion and hardly suitable as a guide. Oh, but it is, I replied quickly. This is our frame of reference. Press the warmer of the butt. I was violently interrupted. Wallach shook me violently and hurled me away from Teresa. Frank Crandall was facing the girl, shouting, No, no, the warm one will be the red one. You must press the green. And then he, too, was interrupted. Displaced air made a near-explosive whoosh, and the tunnel car was there on its pad. In it was a nightmare horror holding a limp Holly Carter across its snake-like tentacles. A free tentacle opened the door. Take her while I hold my breath, said Harla, still talking through Teresa. I'll return the tunnel car empty. I can, now that I know that warmth is where the hearth is. Harla dropped the unconscious girl in my arms and snapped back into the car. It disappeared, then returned empty just as the doctor was bending over Holly. So now I have my Holly, but every now and then I lie awake beside her in a cold sweat. Harla could have guessed wrong, just as Wallach and Crandall had been wrong in assuming the red button would be warmer than the green. Their reaction was as emotional as Harla's. I hope Harla either forgives me or never finds out that I had to sound sure of myself and that I had to play on his emotions simply to get him to take the 50-50 chance on his, hers, our lives. And I get to sleep only after I've convinced myself that it was more than chance, that somehow our feelings and emotions guided Harla where logic and definition fail. For right and left do not exist until terrestrial man defines them. End of Amateur in Chancery by George O. Smith.
The Inquisitor by Randall Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. It wasn't that Kroll enjoyed watching the traitors broken in body and spirit. But why did they keep insisting they were innocent before? The Inquisitor by Randall Garrett. When Conway Kroll reached his office that morning, there were 3 prisoners waiting to be interrogated. He smiled coldly at the sight of them, standing in the large, bare room, awaiting their fate. "Good morning," he said with a steely politeness. "My name is Kroll. It is my job to conduct the interrogation to which you three will be subjected today." One of the three, a tall, youthful-looking man, glared at him bitterly. "Interrogation? Torture, you mean?" Kroll brought his eyes to rest on the man who had spoken softly, almost scornfully. "You have the wrong idea completely, my friend. It is necessary to persuade you to divulge certain facts. The state requires it of you. If you refuse," he gestured sadly, "we must compel you. But you are all so determined to make things hard for us. I don't want to hurt you, you know." "But you will hurt us," said another of the prisoners. She was a girl no more than 20, slim and dark-haired. Even in the dreary prison garb, thought Kroll, she remained beautiful. "You're going to torture us." Kroll shrugged. "I repeat, I don't want to." He looked at his watch. "Come, we are wasting time and the Inquisitor is waiting. Miss Horniman, you must be first." The girl shrank back behind the bitter-eyed young man. The third prisoner, a resigned-looking balding man of 50 or so, did not change his expression. "Take me first," the man said. "Leave her alone." Again Kroll shrugged. "The Inquisitor would like Miss Horniman first, Mr. Leslie. This is the preferred order, and this is the order that will be." A guard stepped forward and shoved the sobbing girl up and ahead toward the door. The man named Leslie clashed his manacles impotently together and spat. "Butchers! Torturers!" "Please, Mr. Leslie," Kroll said gently, a pained expression on his face. "You make our job even harder than it is." He followed the girl into the adjoining room where the Inquisitor was waiting. The interrogation chamber was an immense rectangular room with concrete floor and bleak white walls, in the center of which stood the Inquisitor. "Good morning, Kroll," the Inquisitor said, its metallic voice rattling and booming in the big room. In the depths of the machine, relays clicked and hummed. Kroll bowed to it, and the Inquisitor responded with a gesture of a prolonged metal arm. "The first prisoner, Kroll." "Miss Florence Horniman," Kroll said, "accused of treason against the state. Denies charge." "How do you plead?" the machine said coldly. "Not guilty," stammered the girl. Two huge metal arms extended from the Inquisitor's sides and folded around her. They drew her across the room to the bosom of the robot. "Feed in the data, Kroll." At the signal, Kroll slipped in the tape on the girl. A moment passed while the Inquisitor digested the data, and then, "The plea of not guilty is rejected as invalid." "You can't do that," the girl said. "That's my plea." "Not valid in view of the evidence," said the Inquisitor. Kroll smiled distantly. He had seen this scene repeated over and over, almost every day for the 10 years he'd held the post. He wrapped his blue and gold interrogator's cloak around himself impressively and stepped forward. "You are accused of treason against the state," Kroll said sonorously. "But it is my duty to inform you that your sentence may be mitigated upon your delivering us certain information about leaders of your movement, future plans, location of your party cell, and so forth." Florence Horniman's eyes flashed brightly. "I won't tell you anything." "Perhaps I did not make myself clear," Kroll said. He repeated his offer. "The answer is still no." Kroll sighed. "Very well," he said. A third hand slid from the Inquisitor's body, and a needle-thin finger traced a line down the girl's bare arm. A bloody trickle appeared. She began to sob again. Kroll stepped closer and lifted her head. "Why must you hold out?" he asked. "Why don't you speak?" Still silence. The finger rose again and sliced lightly across her cheek. "All right, take her away," Kroll said when 20 minutes had passed. The Inquisitor was humming merrily, busily taping the data that it had been extracting from the girl, and feeding it into the main computers downstairs. They would integrate it and notify the state police. It was a smooth functioning system. The bloody thing that had been Florence Horniman was led away by a guard, and the next prisoner led in. It was the middle-aged man, Chester Wengrove. "Get your hands off me," he snapped to the guard as he was shoved into the room. "You have no right to—" "Unfortunately, as a representative of the state, he has every right," Kroll said calmly. He fed Wengrove's tape into the Inquisitor. The trial proceeded. Wengrove was stubborn. It took half an hour to break him down at all. And when he did speak, he sang freely, giving data on his cell of the movement. "Very good," the Inquisitor said when Wengrove finally coughed and said he knew no more. "You are completely exonerated from the charge of treason in view of the information you have given." The eyes in the bloody face lit up. "I'm free, you mean?" "Unfortunately, no," the Inquisitor said. "Because of your danger to the state, you must be kept in quarantine camp, along with other dissenting former members of society, until such time as we are able to clear your mind of its confusion. But you will not be punished." "I won't be punished?" Wengrove repeated mindlessly. "When the Inquisitor says something, it means it," Kroll said. "Take him away." The next prisoner was Neil Leslie. He strode into the Inquisitor's chamber without having to be pushed, and confronted Kroll defiantly. "My turn, eh?" Kroll nodded. "Your companions have both been removed." He nodded meaningfully toward the Inquisitor, whose claws were red with the blood of Florence Horniman and Chester Wengrove. They both spoke most satisfactorily, after some persuasion. "Torture, you mean?" "We've been through this already," Kroll said. "Since you're going to talk anyway, I don't understand why you can't save yourself a great deal of pain by talking now before I hand you to the Inquisitor." "Because I don't mean to talk at all," Leslie said. He ran a hand through his shock of blonde hair and glared fiercely at Kroll. "Very well," the interrogator said. He stepped to the robot and slipped in Neil Leslie's tape. "I don't understand you at all," Kroll admitted, looking down at the pain-racked body before him. "Why don't you talk? I don't want to keep you in here, you know." Bloodshot eyes looked back at him, eyes clouded with pain and hatred. "I'm not saying anything," Leslie muttered. "Oil up your robot and let's try it again." For the 100th time, the Inquisitor's talons descended, raking a red line across the man's body. He shuddered, but did not speak. Kroll shook his head impatiently. No prisoner had ever held out against the Inquisitor this long before. He found himself perspiring. The Inquisitor said, "The name of your leader is David Cosbro. Is this true?" No answer. A needle descended. Still no answer. "Your cell is located in East Appalachia, upper quadrant. Is this true?" No answer again. Minutes passed, minutes in which Leslie continued to stare defiantly outward, continued to clench his fists, and remain silent. Finally, the Inquisitor opened its tight-clamped arms and let Leslie stagger out. He slumped to the ground at the feet of the robot and leaned dazedly against the Inquisitor's gleaming base. "Prisoner is on the verge of death," the Inquisitor said. "Further questioning is pointless." Kroll looked down in surprise and chagrin. In 10 years, This was the first time a prisoner had not broken under the interrogation. He scowled angrily. It was his first failure. "You're a stubborn man, Leslie, but it's killed you." "I'm not dead yet," the prisoner said brokenly. Suddenly he mustered some strength and managed to look up. "Tell me something, Kroll. I want to know something." "Yes." "Why do you do what you do?" "You mean interrogate?" "I mean torture," Leslie said. "I am an interrogator because it's my duty to the state. Treason must be unmasked, the enemies of the state destroyed. It is necessary." Leslie looked up. There seemed to be pity in his eyes. "Just one question, Kroll. Doesn't it bother you when you go home? How do you know you're right and we're wrong?" Kroll started to say something, then saw there was no point in bothering. "Prisoner is dead," said the Inquisitor. "Take him away," Kroll ordered. The day was over. What Leslie had said preyed on Kroll's mind all the way home. He got out of the tube and made his way to his austere room, with his mind fixed on one question, the snarling words the dying prisoner had hurled at him. "How do you know you're right and we're wrong?" They had to be wrong, Kroll told himself firmly. The state had to be right. It was necessary. It was logical. It was the way things had always been. But the thought obsessed him, and the image of Neil Leslie's face, bloody but undefeated, hung before him as he went about his evening's activities. The face was still in his mind as he prepared to go to bed. Odd, Kroll thought. This was the first time he had been disturbed after a torture session. He had seen hundreds, no, thousands, pass through the Inquisitor, come out shambling rags of bone and flesh, and it had never bothered him because they were enemies of the state and deserved no more. He dropped off into an uneasy sleep, but suddenly, in the small hours of the night, he sat bolt upright in bed, a cold, clammy perspiration breaking out on him. Leslie had just asked the question for the 100th time, and Kroll had had no answer. He didn't know who was right. He just didn't know. His mind, unswervingly loyal for so many years, swayed in an agony of doubt. He got out of bed and paced back and forth across the floor of his room. "The state is wrong," he said aloud. But it didn't sound right. It couldn't be true. It wasn't true. Stupid, he told himself. It was stupid to distrust the state. And wrong. Wrong. Criminally, disgustingly wrong. There. He felt better. He had rid himself of his foolish doubts. "How could I have been so foolish?" he said aloud. His nerves felt better now. Once again he was ready to do his duty as a loyal officer of the state. Smiling to himself for being so easily disturbed by the remarks of disloyal traitors, he climbed back into bed and closed his eyes. A few moments later he was asleep. In the morning everything seemed to be all right. The terrors of the last 12 hours were pale things of the past, no longer exerting pressure on him. He caught the tube and headed to the ministry. He donned his uniform in the locker room and took the elevator to the interrogation floor. He stepped into his office. It was empty. No prisoners this morning? That didn't seem likely. He pushed open the inner door and entered the interrogation chamber. To his surprise, he saw Matthews, one of his assistants, wearing the uniform of an interrogator and standing near the robot, arms folded. "What are you doing in here dressed that way?" Kroll snapped. "I'm the new interrogator," Matthews told him. "Since when?" "The appointment was made very early this morning," the Inquisitor said. We have all the evidence we need to brand you as a traitor to the state. The new interrogator turned a switch, and Kroll heard his own voice from the speaker. The state is wrong. Stupid. Wrong. Criminally, disgustingly wrong. How could I have been so foolish? There was no need to deny these words, said the interrogator. It is only necessary that you tell us with whom you have been working. But there's no one, Kroll shouted. You don't understand. I'm loyal. I can explain. But the new interrogator merely looked cold as the long, chilling metal arms of the Inquisitor reached out and gathered Kroll to its steel bosom. The end of The Inquisitor by Randall Garrett.
The Red Brain by Donald Wandre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red Brain by Donald Wandre. One by one the pale stars in the sky overhead had twinkled fainter and gone out. One by one those flaming lights had dimmed and darkened. One by one they had vanished forever, and in their places had come patches of ink that blotted out immense areas of a sky once luminous with stars. Years had passed. Centuries had fled backward. The accumulating thousands had turned into millions, and they too had faded into the oblivion of eternity. The earth had disappeared. The sun had cooled and hardened, and had dissolved into the dust of its grave. The solar system and innumerable other systems had broken up and vanished, and their fragments had swelled the clouds of dust which were engulfing the entire universe. In the billions of years which had passed, sweeping everything on toward the gathering doom, the huge bodies, once countless, that had dotted the sky and hurtled through unmeasurable immensities of space, had lessened in number and disintegrated until the black pall of the sky was broken only at rare intervals by dim spots of light. Light ever growing paler and darker. No one knew when the dust had begun to gather, but far back in the forgotten dawn of time the dead worlds had vanished, unremembered and unmourned. Those were the nuclei of the dust. These were the progenitors of the universal dissolution which now approached its completion. Those were the stars which had first burned out, died, and wasted away in myriads of atoms. Those were the mushroom growths which had first passed into nothingness in a puff of dust. Slowly the faint wisps had gathered into clouds, the clouds into seas, and the seas into monstrous oceans of gently heaving dust. Dust that drifted from dead and dying worlds, from interstellar collisions of plunging stars, from rushing meteors and streaming comets which flamed from the void and hurtled into the abyss. The dust had spread and spread. The dim luminosity of the heavens had become fainter as great blots of black appeared far in the outer depths of space. In all the millions and billions and trillions of years that had fled into the past, the cosmic dust had been gathering, and the starry horde had been dwindling. There was a time when the universe consisted of hundreds of millions of stars, planets, and suns, but they were ephemeral as life or dreams, and they faded and vanished, one by one. The smaller worlds were obliterated first, then the larger, and so in ever-ascending steps to the unchecked giants which roared their fury and blazed their whiteness through the conquering dust and the realms of night. Never did the cosmic dust cease its hellish and relentless war on the universe. It choked the little aerolites. It swallowed the helpless satellites. It swirled around the leaping comets that rocketed from one black end of the universe to the other, flaming their trailing splendor, tearing paths of wild adventure through the horizonless infinitudes the dust already ruled. It clawed at the planets and sucked their very being. It washed, hateful and brooding, about the monarchs, and plucked at their lands and deserts. Thicker, thicker, always thicker grew the cosmic dust, until the giants no longer could watch each other's gyres far across the void. Instead they thundered through the waste, lonely, despairing and lost. In solitary grandeur they burned their brilliant beauty. In solitary defeat and death they disappeared. Of all the stars in all the countless host that once had spotted the heavens, there remained only Antares. Antares, immensest of the stars, alone was left, the last body in the universe, inhabited by the last race ever to have consciousness, ever to live. That race, in hopeless compassion, had watched the darkening skies and had counted with miserly care the stars which resisted. Every one that twinkled out wrenched their hearts. Every one that ceased to struggle and was swallowed by the tides of dust added a new strain to the national anthem, that indescribable melody, that infinitely somber paean of doom which told a solemn harmony in every heart of the dying race. The dwellers had built a great crystal dome around their world in order to keep out the dust and to keep in the atmosphere, and under this dome the watchers kept their silent sentinel. The shadows had swept in faster and faster from the farther realms of darkness, engulfing more rapidly the last of the stars. The astronomer's task had become easier, but the saddest on Antares, that of watching death and oblivion spread a pall of blackness over all that was, all that would be. The last star, Mira, second only to Antares, had shone frostily pale, twinkled more darkly, and vanished. There was nothing in all space except an illimitable expanse of dust that stretched on in every direction. Only this, and Antares. No longer did the astronomers watch the heavens to glimpse again that dying star before it succumbed. No longer did they scan the upper reaches. Everywhere swirled the dust, enshrouding space with a choking blackness. Once there had been sown through the abyss a multitude of morbidly beautiful stars, whitely shining, wan. Now there was none. Once there had been light in the sky. Now there was none. Once there had been a dim phosphorescence in the vault. Now it was a heavy, hanging pall of ebony, a rayless realm of gloom, a smothering thing of blackness, eternal and infinite. We meet again in this hall of the mist, not in the hope that a remedy has been found, but that we find how best it is fitting that we die. We meet not in the vain hope that we may control the dust, but in the hope that we may triumph, even as we are obliterated. We cannot win the struggle, save in meeting our death heroically. The speaker paused. All around him towered a hall of space rampant. Far above spread a vague roof, whose flowing sides melted into the lost and dreamy distances. A roof supported by unseen walls, and by the mighty pillars which rolled upward at long intervals from the smoothly marbled floor. A faint haze seemed always to be hanging in the air because of the measureless lengths of that architectural colossus. Dim in the distance, the speaker reclined on a metal dais raised above the sea of beings in front of him. But he was not, in reality, a speaker, nor was he a being such as those which had inhabited the world called Earth. Evolution, because of the unusual conditions on Antares, had proceeded along lines utterly different from those followed on the various bodies which had dotted the heavens when the deep was sprinkled with stars in the years now gone. Antares was the hugest sun that had leapt from the primeval chaos. When it cooled far more slowly than the others, and when life once began, it was assured of an existence not of thousands, not of millions, but of billions of years. That life, when it began, had passed from the simple forms to the age of land juggernauts, and so by steps on and on up the scale. The civilizations of other worlds had reached their apex, and the worlds themselves become cold and lifeless at the time when the mighty civilization of Antares was beginning. The star had then passed through a period of warfare, until such terrific and fearful scourges of destruction were produced that in the 2 days' war 7 billion of the 8.5 billion inhabitants were slaughtered. Those 2 days of carnage ended war for eons. From then on the Golden Age began. The minds of the people of Antares became bigger and bigger, their bodies proportionately smaller, until the cycle eventually was completed. Every being in front of the speaker was a monstrous heap of black viscidity. Each mass an enormous brain, a sexless thing that lived for thought. Long ago it had been discovered that life could be created artificially in tissue form in the laboratories of the chemists. Sex was thus destroyed, and the inhabitants no longer spent their time in taking care of families. Nearly all the countless hours that were saved were put into scientific advance, with the result that the star leaped forward in an age of progress never paralleled. The beings, rapidly becoming brains, found that by extermination of the parasites and bacteria on Antares, by changing their own organic structure, and by willing to live, they approached immortality. They discovered the secrets of time and space. They knew the extent of the universe, and how space, in its farther reaches, became self-annihilating. They knew that life was self-created and controlled its own period of duration. They knew that when a life, tired of existence, killed itself, it was dead forever. It could not live again, for death was the final chemical change of life. These were the shapes that spread in the vast sea before the speaker. They were shapes because they could assume any form they wished. Their all-powerful minds had complete control of that which was themselves. When the brains were desirous of traveling, they relaxed from their usual semi-rigidity and flowed from place to place like a stream of ink rushing down a hill. When they were tired, they flattened into discs. When expounding their thoughts, they became towering pillars of rigid ooze. And when lost in abstraction or in a pleasurable contemplation of the unbounded worlds created in their minds, within which they often wandered, they resembled huge, dormant balls. From the speaker himself had come no sound, although he had imparted his thoughts to his sentient assembly. The thoughts of the brains, when their minds permitted, emanated to those about them instantly, like electric waves. Antares was a world of unbroken silence. The great brain's thoughts continued to flow out. Long ago the approaching doom became known to us all. We could do nothing. It does not matter greatly, of course, for existence is a useless thing which benefits no one. But nevertheless, at that meeting in an unremembered year, we asked those who were willing to try to think of some possible way of saving our own star. At least, if not the others. There was no reward offered, for there was no reward adequate. All that the brain would receive would be glory as one of the greatest which has ever been produced. The rest of us, too, would receive only the effects of that glory in the knowledge that we had conquered fate. Hitherto, and still considered inexorable. We would derive pleasure only from the fact that we, self-creating and all but supreme, had made ourselves supreme by conquering the most powerful menace which has ever attacked life, time, and the universe, the cosmic dust. Our most intelligent brains have been thinking on this one subject for untold millions of years. They have excluded from their thoughts everything except the question, how can dust be checked? They have produced innumerable plans which have been tested thoroughly. All have failed. We have hurled into the void uncontrollable bolts of lightning, interplanetary sheets of flame, in the hope that we might fuse masses of the dust into new incandescent worlds. We have anchored huge magnets throughout space, hoping to attract the dust, which is faintly magnetic, and thus to solidify it, or clear much of it from the waste. We have caused fearful disturbances by exploding our most powerful compounds in the realms about us, hoping to set the dust so violently in motion that the chaos would become tempestuous with the storms of creation. With our rays of annihilation, we have blasted billion-mile paths through the ceaselessly surging dust. We have destroyed the life on Betelgeuse and rooted their titanic developers of vacua, sprawling, whirring machines to suck the dust from space and heap it up on that star. We have liberated enormous quantities of gas, lit them, and sent the hot and furious fires madly flashing through the affrighted dust. In our desperation, we have even asked for the aid of the ether eaters. Yes, we have in finality exercised our willpower to sweep back the rolling billows. In vain! What has been accomplished? The dust has retreated for a moment, has paused, and has welled onward. It has returned, silently triumphant, and it has again hung its pall of blackness over a fear-haunted, nightmare-ridden space. Swelling in soundless sorrow through the hall of the mist rose the racing thoughts of the great brain. Our chemists, with a bitter doggedness never before displayed, have devoted their time to the production of super-brains, in the hope of making one which could defeat the cosmic dust. They have changed the chemicals used in our genesis. They have experimented with molds and forms. They have tried every resource. With what result? There have come forth raging monstrosities and abominations, satanic horrors, and ravenous foul things, howling wildly, the nameless and indescribable phantoms that throng their minds. We have killed them in order to save ourselves, and the dust has pushed onward. We have appealed to every living brain to help us. We appealed in the forgotten, dream-veiled centuries for aid in any form. From time to time we have been offered plans which for a while have made terrific inroads on the dust, but plans which have always failed. The triumph of the cosmic dust has almost come. There is so little time left us that our efforts now must inevitably be futile. But today, in the hope that some brain, either of the old ones or of the gigantic new ones, has discovered a possibility not yet tried, we have called this conference the first in more than 12,000 years. The tense, alert silence of the hall relaxed and became soft when the thoughts of the great brain had stopped flowing. The electric waves which had filled the vast hall of the mist sank, and for a long time a strange tranquility brooded there. But the mass was never still. The sea in front of the days rippled and billowed from time to time as waves of thought passed through it. Yet no brain offered to speak, and the seething expanse, as the minutes crept by, again became quiet. In the thin column on the days, rising high into the air, swayed the great brain. Again and again it swept its glance around the hall, peering among the rolling, heaving shapes in the hope of finding somewhere, in those thousands, one which could offer a suggestion. But the minutes passed, and time lengthened, with no response, and the sadness of the fixed and changeless end crept across the last race, and the brains, wrapped in their meditation, saw the dust pushing at the glass shell of Antares with triumphant mockery. The great brain had expected no reply, since for centuries it had been considered futile to combat the dust. And so, when its expectation, though not its wish, was fulfilled, it relaxed and dropped, the signal that the meeting was over. But the motion had scarcely been completed when from deep within the center of the sea there came a violent heave. In a moment a section collected itself and rushed together. Like a waterspout it swished upward and went streaming toward the roof until it swayed thin and tenuous as a column of smoke. The top of the brain peering down from the dimness of the upper hall. "I have found an infallible plan. The red brain has conquered the cosmic dust." A terrific tenseness leaped upon the brains, numbed by the cry that wavered in silence down the hall of the mist into the empty and dreamless tomb of the farther marble. The great brain, hardly relaxed, rose again, and with a curious whirling motion the assembled horde suddenly revolved. Immediately the red brain hung upward from the middle of a sea which had become an amphitheater in arrangement, all brains looking toward the center. A suppressed expectancy and hope electrified the air. The red brain was one of the later creations of the chemists, and had come forth during the experiments to produce more perfect brains. Previously they had all been black, but perhaps because of the impurities in the chemicals, this one had evolved in an extremely dark, dull red color. It was regarded with wonder by its companions, and more so when they found that many of its thoughts could not be grasped by them. What it allowed the others to know of what passed within it was, to a large extent, incomprehensible. No one knew how to judge the red brain, but much had been expected from it. Thus, when the red brain sent forth its announcement, the others formed a huge circle around, their minds passive and open for the explanation. Thus they lay silent while awaiting the discovery, and thus they reclined, completely unprepared for what followed. For, as the red brain hung in the air, it began a slow but restless swaying, and as it swayed, its thoughts poured out in a rhythmic chant. High above them it towered, a smooth, slender column whose lofty end was moving ever faster and faster, while nervous shudders rippled up and down its length. And the alien chant became stronger, until it changed into a wild and dithyrambic paean to the beauty of the past, to the glory of the present, to the splendor of the future. And the lay became a moaning praise. An exaltation, a strain of furious joy ran through it, a repetition of, "The red brain has conquered the dust, others have failed, but he has not. Play the national anthem in honor of the red brain, for he has triumphed. Place him at your head, for he has conquered the dust. Exalt him who has proved himself the greatest of all. Worship him who is greater than Antares, greater than the cosmic dust, greater than the universe." Abruptly it stopped. The puzzled brains looked up. The red brain had ceased its nodding motion for a moment, and had closed its thoughts to them. But along its entire length it began a gyratory spinning, until it whirled at an incredible speed. Something antagonistic suddenly emanated from it, and before the brains could grasp the situation, before they could protect themselves by closing their minds, the will impulses of the red brain, laden with hatred and death, were throbbing about them and entering their open minds. Like a whirlwind spun the red brain, hurtling forth its hate. Like half-inflated balloons the other brains had lain around it. Like cooling glass bubbles they tautened for a second, and like pricked balloons as their thoughts, and thus their lives were annihilated, since thought was life. They flattened, instantaneously dissolving into pools of evanescent slime. By tens and by hundreds they sank, destroyed by the sweeping, unchecked thoughts of the red brain which filled the hall. By groups, by sections, by paths around the whole circle fell the doomed brains in that single moment of carelessness, while pools of thick ink collected, flowed together, crept onward, and became rivers of pitch, rushing down the marble floor with a soft, silken swish. The hope of the universe had lain with the red brain, and the red brain was mad. End of The Red Brain by Donald Wandre.